Hello and welcome to the European Challenger Series. I'm Aaron Medic Chamberlain, dissecting this week's matches with James Stress O'Leary.
Scalpel.
There you are, sir.
Let's get into the game.
Let's cut them up. Let's work out exactly where the sinews and the muscles are. Let's see how these teams and what exactly they're made of as well. Let's have a look at the standings to start us off. Schalke are in first place. They're dominating the table at the moment. Millenium, Misfits and Team Kinguin are tied in second spot. Fnatic Academy in fifth. And PSG Saint-Germain still with only 1 point in that sixth place.
We're going to have to see if they can pick up some all-important points as we're into the penultimate week of competition here. And let's take a look at what's in store for our matches. First of all, Misfits Academy will be taking on Fnatic Academy. Then we'll have Kinguin versus PSG and Schalke 04 versus Millenium to round out the day.
As you say, we're getting down to the business end of this tournament now. You know, teams are playing for playoff positions. PSG especially need to start winning because otherwise they're not going to have their shot at those playoff matches.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, there's only 2 weeks of points to get now. So PSG need back-to-back wins if they want to make it in. Schalke, they do look fairly secure at the top of the table.
Yeah, I think 9 points pretty much guarantees them a playoff spot no matter what. If they win today, they have that first slot as well, which makes it a lot easier for them going into the playoffs. But before we get on towards Schalke, let's dial into our first matchup of the day between EU LCS sister teams. It's the Battle of the Academies, Misfits versus Fnatic, and Misfits Academy up first for us. In the top lane is Jisoo, their jungler is Pridestalker, Kozku is their mid laner, Yuki their AD carry, and Dreams their support.
And on the other side of the rift, another week brings more changes for Fnatic Academy. These, however, could very well be what they need to kickstart their campaign again. In the top lane, returning is Kikis. Good to see him back on the rift after some health problems last week. Jungle, amazing, comes into the lineup. Mid lane is Niski. AD carry is Mr. Rales. Their support is Klai.
Pretty sure they've just done it for flag synergy. The German and the Belgian flag sort of rotated on one another there. But Fnatic Academy to start us off. They brought in amazing. They brought back Kikis last week. Without them, they had a poor showing against Schalke 04. Second game ended only 22 minutes, and they weren't able, even when they got first blood on their Camille, to snowball Zergoth.
Yeah, it was really underwhelming last week with Zergoth and Dan. I mean, Dan's a player that's been around Challenger for quite a while, but it is a tough situation to come into that lineup, and their synergy just didn't really sit well. Now we have to look at this week. What is the expected progression? For me, amazing coming in. This is a player that has, played in EU, NALCS, Worlds multiple times. And it's very reminiscent to me. His performance should theoretically be on the level of when he was playing in Origin. In Challenger, dominating the jungle. He should be a cut above the rest of the junglers here in Challenger, and that's what I expect.
Yeah, Fnatic will be wanting to get back to their week 1 performance when they had Broxer and Kikis, and they were just devastating. Misfits, on the other hand, have looked okay across the last couple of weeks. Went 1-1 versus Paris Saint-Germain last week. Pridestalker seems to be their saving grace at points. If he goes off, they win games. If he doesn't do anything, they tend to lose.
And then we saw game 2 where he got the Rengar, and we were like, okay, you named yourself Pridestalker. Surely this is going to be the game that you actually do well in. And it was fairly underwhelming. They'd lost to PSG, got a little outdrafted. They ended up with losing lanes for the majority, and it just was a slow start to a game that PSG ran over. So if they start slow against this Fnatic Academy lineup, the same could happen again.
Well, they do have the longest game time of any team across EU CS, and we are into Champion Select. Misfits on the blue side have banned out the Malzahar to start us off, and Rengar comes out from Fnatic Academy.
Okay, so obviously we're on 7.3. The regular bans are going to stay fairly consistent. The Rengars, the Camille's, the LeBlancs will still come through. It has been shifted up in priority at IEM. We've seen a lot of Varus bans coming through as well. Graves rose in priority in the first weeks of 7.3. It's going to be a high priority pick as well.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I actually want to bring attention to the top lane as well, because Kikis coming back is a boon for Fnatic Academy.
Yeah.
When he's in their squad, top lane damage percentage is 30% of the entire team's damage. When he's not, it's 16. So really expect to see them pick a strong top laner for him.
And that was him kind of bouncing between Maokai and Echo. So I'm looking forward. Obviously, Shen is another pick that is high priority that over in North America and in some IEM games has been first picked as well. So there's a lot that can be in that first slot. Right now we've got Camille, we've got Graves, Kha'Zix, all still available with only one ban remaining.
Yeah, lots of jungle priority still on the cards here for them. Jhin is there as well, as you said. I think there's a lot of options here for Misfits Academy, and Fnatic just decide they don't want the Camille, they don't want that top lane threat into Kikis. Jisoo now with the first pick for Misfits Academy.
And we've seen a couple of teams trying to contain Camille. We saw the Swain come out from Schalke last week that worked, but I like this, getting it off the board. Now Misfits, we know that there's a decent jungle for jungle matchup, so I actually think Jhin would be a high priority pick here if they feel confident giving it to Yuki, because you know you'll either get Graves, Kha'Zix, or Ivern right here, so you can take the AD carry, the best remaining one. This puts a little emphasis on Fnatic to look at a Sivir or a Caitlyn in this first phase of the draft, but there's no rush for them. They could pick it up here, but they get 2 strong picks, and we hadn't even talked about the Jace so far.
Jace getting through for Kikis is so strong for them. It gives them a lot of damage in that top lane if they want to take it there. Can also rotate it to mid and have that flex option. Niski's tended to go towards the Ryze instead, but that has now been banned out, so we could see him on this Jace, and Lulu is locked in as well.
And this is a pick that we've seen a lot of priority rise on recently, specifically in Challenger as well, is Lulu doing very well. A lot of good matchups for Lulu are available in that bottom lane, and she can get your AD carry later on through the game fairly well. So decent push comes from it. So Fnatic Academy have a good setup now for pushing in. Obviously, you can still flex the Jace available to mid if they want it. It's not quite what we've seen out of Niski, but that Ryze ban undoes a lot of what Niski has wanted to do over the last few weeks. So Misfits Academy now, will we see something like a Corki come out before it could potentially get banned away in Phase 2?
Yeah, I think if Misfits don't pick their mid laner here, Fnatic are probably going to prioritize banning out that mid lane. It's going to be Maokai. So now Fnatic actually have a couple of choices, because you can go for the Shen in the top lane and have Jace as your mid laner, or you can pick up that AD carry we were talking about and avoid getting it pinched away by Misfits Academy.
Well, we know that Kikis feels fairly comfortable playing Echo into the Maokai as well as another lane, so I think if they go AD carry, that is one option. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, the Lee Sin pick, so not any of the decisions we were talking about.
This is continuing what Amazing was doing on the Fnatic lineup in the regular split before Broxer came in for that switch, where he was playing Lee Sin and Elise. Now, this has the potential to go very well for Fnatic Academy and is an incredibly snowball jungler, but we can see Fnatic Academy now taking away some of the more defense-oriented picks coming away, like the Tahm Kench being taken out off the board.
And it looks like Misfits Academy are going to try and pinch that AD carry role as well with the Caitlyn ban. I really like the Tahm pick, mostly because you talked about Kikis taking that Echo into Maokai top lane matchup, and what he was able to do when he played that Echo was catch out the Jhin every single time when he opened up the Curtain Call. So now without the Tahm Kench, it allows you to catch a little bit easier onto that backline. The Thresh as well means that you remove the possibility of that Lantern to safety for the Jhin. Yeah,
taking away a lot of the playmaking supports from Dreams. We know obviously he's played Bard in the future, in the past. Hey, maybe he'll play it in the future.
Stress.
You never know. At this point, like, I'm looking at what Fnatic Academy have now as a first pick available to them. Ezreal is kind of a pick that you could go back to. It's not the strongest of lanes, but when you look at the AD carries that still remain, Ashe would be the only other one right now at the top tier. We've seen a couple of weird things come out, like the Tristana, we saw one, and when you get this far down the AD carry pool, it starts to kind of become personal preference.
I think Ashe gives you that utility. That's the reason we used to see her alongside the Varus and the Jhin until lethality became incredibly strong. So it is going to be the Ashe pick. Gives you the arrow, gives you a bit more pick potential for Fnatic Academy.
And here's where the strength of the Flex Jace comes in, because we now know Syndra is in the mid lane. We've got Maokai top lane, so the Fnatic Academy can pick and choose their lanes that they want. If the Karma gets locked in, it will be fairly standard against the Jhin. And then we get to see, is it something like a Cassiopeia for Niski, an Orianna for the mid lane, or is he taking the Jace and it'll switch to an Echo up in the top side, or a Rumble, something that can out-damage this Maokai?
I think the Jace can out-damage him as well if he plays the lane properly. So Ace actually... I'm not going to talk about Karthus because I don't think it's going to be a Karthus lock. Could be Kennen in the top lane for the Maokai. On-hit Kennen is something we saw a lot at the start of Season 7 that sort of fell away a little bit, but still can do a lot of work. But it looks like they're going to pick the Orianna instead.
And look at this composition setup where you have a Lulu, you have an Orianna. Everything is there to kind of protect Mr. Rales in fights as well, and Kikis. And you have a ball delivery system. You have protection. As soon as that Lee Sin goes in, you get the wild growth if your Ashe isn't in particularly much trouble. And Fnatic Academy have a decent setup for their team fights, but on the other side, you've got to look at this. Look at the damage that comes out. Jhin, Graves, Syndra, and you have the front line of Maokai. This should be a very interesting game as we get closer to it. I mean, both team compositions are actually I'm fairly in favor of. I like both drafts. I think Fnatic's is a little bit more unorthodox, which is something that we've said over in the LCS as well. And Fnatic haven't always had the most success with that.
I think falling down to that sort of third-tier AD carry pick always forces you to be a little bit more unorthodox with that Ashe. It doesn't really work as well as the Varus or the Jhin would, or the Caitlyn or even the Sivir is what we tend to see in those picks.
And I think a lot of people will be a little confused when we say third-tier AD carry with Ashe, because in previous patches, Ashe has been very high priority. In IEM, Ashe has been played a considerable amount, but here in Europe, Ashe dropped down almost completely in games. We saw Sivir take over, Caitlyn take over. It was just the more favored European style. So that's why we're kind of swapping things around, saying she's a little bit lower, because in our region, that actually is the case.
Well, you have to play to the meta of the region you're in at the time, and sometimes that's why we see, you know, European teams not doing as well at international stages, because they're trying to enforce a European meta perhaps onto teams that aren't used to that sort of meta, like Flash Wolves, who play a lot more around the early game. And I think the early game here is actually really important, because Pride Stalker's early game in Game 2 of last week was incredible. Game 1 of last week was incredibly strong on the Graves. He ended up going 9-0 in that game. If he can get the better of Amazing early on, I have to think the Misfits Academy could carry this one.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. If Amazing and Kikis have their synergy together, if they can get up in that top lane, get a couple of kills, perhaps try and punish a weaker early game, and a farming-style jungler that Misfits Academy have, that would be the opening that I think Fnatic Academy could really build from.
Well, we are on to the Summoner's Rift for the first game of Week 4 of the European Challenger Series Spring Split. It's Misfits Academy versus Fnatic Academy. The battle of the students. Perhaps they're trying to become the masters.
I was going to say, see if anybody can become the masters. There's a lot of... what would you call them in university? You know, older students. You got Kikis, Amazing.
Used to be professors.
Yeah, I know.
Come back to school.
They're doing their research at this point.
You could be doing a master's degree,
That's
PhD.
True.
A PhD in killing people would be Amazing J's, Amazing X's job. I like it's. I want to bring it back to Fnatic Academy with these subs coming back in, because Kikis has predominantly for them, especially in EU Challenger Series, this split being a carry player in the top lane. You know, he's played the Echo. He was able to carry on the Maokai. He's now got his hands on this Jace, and he's matching up into a Maokai who's a pretty strong, beefy top laner.
Yeah.
How do you play this matchup if you're Fnatic Academy? Do you focus on getting Kikis ahead?
Well, at this point, I think you have to. Orianna needs a little extra time. Mr. Rales and Klai aren't really going to do too much in the way of having kill pressure on a Jhin, on a Karma without a massive mistake. Jhin Karma is likely to push a decent amount, and Ashe Lulu will push it back away. So I think for me, you have to look up that top lane. Try and pull Jisoo forward in the lane. Try and catch him out when he's overextending. Burn the flash and repeat gank. And if you can get that to work, that's the kind of basis that when Kikis steps up to a tower, you can get yourself ahead.
Oh, Jisoo's about as far forward in the lane as he can get at the moment. Didn't realize Kikis had snuck in behind him, and now he's going to take a lot of damage from this Jace. Should be able to get away to the skies from Kikis going in. Grasp of the Undying will heal Jisoo back up.
And you can see this early on when you've only got one ability. It doesn't actually help that Maokai is passive. It doesn't proc, so you can't afford to take that trade. Maybe later on we'll see Jisoo take the same type of trade, but already 2 health potions burned through. Kikis has used one of his, but he's got that Doran's Blade, a little bit more focused on those auto-attack trades very early on. So now Jisoo has to concede a little bit of pressure and presence in that lane.
Especially because Kikis can do this. With the range advantage, you can step past the minions, farm from behind that caster minion line, and just continually harass. The Corrupting Potion being burnt is incredibly strong as well for Kikis, because it's not just about getting the health from that Corrupting Potion. It's always about getting those auto attacks weaved in, getting the extra burn, tick damage down on your enemy laner.
Now, if Kikis can force Jisoo back into, obviously, refilling his potion by recalling and then teleporting back into the lane, that again creates another opening. If Kikis can force him back, you have teleport advantage for a while longer. As yet, of course, Graves hasn't done anything on the map. It's a farm matchup, looking for a little bit later, looking for his ultimate as well, to have that real potence on a gank where you walk into a lane, kill the enemy, and take their turret. That's what we've seen from Graves since 7.2 with all those lethality changes. But you can see Kikis just making sure that there's no sneaky attempt by Pride Stalker to come into the top side, because Amazing wasn't quite close enough.
And Amazing, talking about jungle pathing there, he did red, he did blue, he did his wolves, and now he's doing his razor beaks. Didn't really look to take scuttle crab vision on either side of the map, didn't really look for a gank early on here. relying more on being that farming jungler, getting up towards those later levels.
So, Pridestalker now knows where Amazing is on the map because he saw the Scryers bloom. The same can be said the opposite way. Now we have to look at how Misfits will react to having that information because they didn't know where Amazing was up until that point. I would expect a little bit more of a response from Yuki and Dreams, but look how heavily they're getting pushed in early on in that bottom lane. Of course, Ashe with the volley, Lulu with the glitter lance is enough to shove a lane very, very heavily.
And you can see Fnatic reacting to the fact they've got a pushing bottom lane. Niski steps forward, gets a deeper ward in, takes away the Scryer's bloom, and tries to keep track of Pridestalker in his jungle.
And I like this because now they know there's only one place that Pridestalker can be. He's cleared his topside jungle through already because Kick has spotted him. Now Niski knew that he wasn't on red, he wasn't on Razorbeaks. The only camp alive would be Krugs, and that's where he's going to be. So Fnatic Academy can now utilize that in the bottom lane, and maybe expend that on the top side, get Amazing up into the top lane, because look how far Jisu's pushed up in the lane. And Amazing's coming in with an unorthodox gank pattern.
There is a ward here.
Didn't
He's not spotted on the Scuttlecrab, but he will be spotted on the ward. Jisoo now working out how he can react to this.
Pulled back in
he
lane.
hasn't pulled back at all. Now he's starting to retreat. The Shock Blast comes in. Amazing there. Gets the Tempest slow. Kikis goes to the skies. Jisoo flashes away. Amazing's going to chase in. Lands the Sonic Wave. And Kikis gets first blood.
Oh, greedy from Jisoo to stay in the lane. He could have pulled back, and that would have probably saved his life. The extra second or two, you saw how Amazing and Kikis both had to flash for that kill. And that's a good read from Fnatic Academy. Knowing there was only one place for Pridestalker to be, where he was farming up, they punished Jisoo. Now Jisu's going to teleport into the lane with no flash available. If Kikis sits back and Amazing comes around again, look at Amazing's pathing. He's going to do exactly the same type of thing again and come to the top side.
Jisu's ward just expired as well, and he hasn't yet placed another ward in. So Amazing actually might do a really long route here, maybe trying to spot to see if Pridestalker's in his top side jungle. He will see Kozq. He knows Pridestalker's not here because the Wolves are still up.
Yeah, he knows he's not here. We'll be able to get the smite down on the Wolves. Pridestalker's going to do the opposite. But it's how does the second phase from this go? Because Jin's only level 4, Karma's only level 4, so the actual playmaking potential on the bottom lane isn't there either. And look, Kozq isn't even 6 himself. Niski's already roamed out of the lane. They have a ball delivery system available, and they can get into the lane. Jisoo is in so much trouble here under his tower.
Still a difficult dive because you do have Twisted Advance. You do have that Sap Magic. Kikis is going to get pushed off. There's the Twisted Advance. There's the Shockwave. There's the kill. Niski takes him down.
Oh, it's all too clean from Fnatic Academy, punishing Pridestalker from just sitting in the jungle. You can see he's 34 CS to the 28, but 2 assists on Fnatic and a kill going to Kikis and Niski. This is the Fnatic Academy that we started to see in week 1 that disappeared when they had to make roster changes.
And it's what we talked about 5 minutes ago. Do you snowball Kikis? Well, Fnatic have said, yes, we do. Let's get him a couple of early kills. Let's get him that Phage under his belt. He still has teleport as well. Doesn't need to use that into lane. They've got a massive window now. Jisoo still only 50% of that cooldown on flashback. He's going to be so pressured in this lane, and Pridestalker wasn't able to make any reactions out of that, wasn't able to get the Drake. His bot lane had gone back. They had no pressure on the rest of the map.
Now, what Misfits Academy need to do to recover from this is they're about to reach a very important point where Syndra and Graves will have their ultimates available, and that amount of burst damage is so difficult to live through. So if you find somebody like Mr. Rales or a Niski on their own and you combo everything together, you easily can compensate for kills, because top lane, that's not going to be the place to do this right now. Jisoo, yes, he can survive through some of these trades, but Kikis still has teleport available, can recall, heal back up, and maintain his advantage if he wants to.
Fnatic using the fact they have a teleport advantage and those pushing lanes, go in, get a vision ward down in the jungle of Pridestalker. I feel this is something we're going to talk a lot about now that patch 7.3 is starting to be discovered a little bit more. It's jungle pathing, it's understanding pushing lanes and understanding exactly how you can spot out the enemy jungler and make him as ineffective as possible.
And that's exactly what Fnatic have been using to their advantage for the majority of this game. Is bot has been pushing in their favor, mid has been pushing in their favor, and oh look, top lane's pushing towards us, and then Maokai's overextending and he has no flash. instantly Fnatic make the call to roam up. They make the dive happen for that second kill of the game. And Jisoo, I don't know whether he actually wants this trade here against Kikis, because there's a significant amount of damage here.
Pridestalker's here, though. He's going to try and react. Jisoo's low. He's almost going down to minions. Tries to get the passive off. Pridestalker's still facing into this. Kikis trying to get the 2v1 outplay. Misses the shock blast. Going to jump back in onto Jisoo.
Ooh.
Can't quite take him down. And Pridestalker will pick up the kill.
They didn't want the 1v1. They wanted the 2v1 that was coming, because Pridestalker finally came up to the top side. Fnatic trying to recover from it on the bottom side. Will get damage down on this tower. They know they have to go quickly because Graves assists that push so fast, but bot lane falls first. Fnatic will come out ahead from that because of the tower first blood.
And because Pridestalker stayed up on the top side of the map, because you know Curtain Call's down, it's a pretty safe Drake for you to take as well if you want to go for it. So Cloud, not the priority for most people. Lee Sin could probably just do it by himself. It actually looks like they're pinging away from it, so deciding they don't want the Syndra possibility of coming in there, getting an Unleashed power down.
It is a Cloud Drake, so it's not the highest priority. Pridestalker finally takes down that top tower, and Niski had to move over to mid to actually defend against the push. So at this point, Kikis knew that he had the damage to trade here, but Jisoo sticks around because Pridestalker's here. It forces Kikis back away because he doesn't want to take the point-blank trade into all of these minions as well. There's already enough for Kikis to make this difficult. He tries to go aggressive. Nice twisted advance, skips out on some of the damage on that exchange, and it wasn't quite enough for Kikis to actually pick up the kill. I like the reaction from Misfits Academy, punishing Kikis for being a little over-aggressive.
Interesting point about the gold from that top lane tower as well. Pridestalker was left there by himself to get all of the locality, the proximity gold from taking out the tower. So they're understanding that Jisoo really isn't going to be scaling up too quickly. They want extra gold on Pridestalker, trying to get him towards that Graves carry that he was in Game 1 last week.
But now Fnatic Academy, very focused on the tower game, move everybody up to the top side, keep Niski in the mid lane just to defend that tower because it was weakened slightly. And now Misfits Academy are on the back foot of this play. If anybody shows in a vulnerable position topside, with Yuki and Pridestalker bottom lane, that's one Ash arrow away from a pick, and Fnatic Academy would look on to mid tower. That's where they're looking now. Arrows coming through. Good flash from CosQ.
Great flash by CosQ, but Fnatic Academy can just look for the turret. They've got the double AD carry in the Jace and the Ash. Now, force it quite low quite quickly. Pridestalker and Yuki will be able to take one in response, but if Fnatic get this, it will be 3 towers for 2. Jisoo now here on the defensive. Shockwave flashed away by Jisoo. So it's still low, they're trying to clear that wave. Jisoo is so low, and Fnatic Academy will take it out. Wild Growth stops the Unleashed power from doing anything as well.
And again, overall, it's a good trade for Fnatic Academy. They just got 2 towers, with mid tower being included in that, in exchange for 1. They're very effectively trading away these easier objectives on the map. They still have a kill advantage, and they've got this composition with Jace, with an Ash, which has so much threat once you step up to Siege, because that Orianna Shockwave can come out. The arrow can come through, and if anybody gets caught out, they have a Lulu to save them. So for Fnatic Academy, it's a good basis to be stepping in front of these towers.
That's definitely what they'll be trying to do next. We talked about it a little bit in Picks and Bans, you know, the pure damage output that came out from Misfits Academy, but if Fnatic out-rotate you, if they outplay the map, and they're not where you are, then it doesn't matter how much damage you have, because you can't put it down on the enemy team.
I'm interested now to follow Pridestalker, because Misfits Academy, they've looked good when he's done well, and haven't quite looked so great when he's been on a jungler where he didn't get a good start. He's got 1 kill, has the potential to output a lot of damage in some of these skirmishes. I just want to see where he's dictating Misfits Academy's pace, because they have been on the back foot this entire game. Whether it was making plays on the top tower that was just slower than Fnatic, or the inverse on bottom side, I just feel like I want to see more from Pridestalker.
Oh, Kikis is trying to get more onto Jisoo here. Knocks him away. Ventral Maelstrom will keep him protected for a little bit, but this is going to be a dragon. They know Jisoo's low, and Fnatic will take the Cloud Drake pretty easily. Part of it has to be jungle synergy as well, though. You know, Amazing and Kikis have played together for a long time. They understand each other very, very well. Pridestalker is still a newish player here for Misfits Academy. Only been here for a couple of weeks now, and just didn't have that synergy with the rest of the team early on.
That's fair. And I think the funny thing when you say Kikis and Amazing is both of these players have dropped down to Challenger previously and make it all the way back up to LCS Finals. And it's very interesting now to see them on the same team. Of course, Kikis did it with G2 before G2 qualified. Amazing did it with Origin. maybe their powers combine.
Yeah, well, Fnatic needs something to bring them off that second spot at the bottom of the table. They really need to win all of their games to be guaranteed of a playoff spot. 7 points seems to be the cutoff. At the moment, they're only sitting on 3.
How important is it, though, when you look at those standings, at the 3 points they picked up in week 1 against PSG, and they didn't match against PSG in week 2 or 3, where they were struggling a little bit. Fnatic with a very important 3 points. If they continue this type of play style, where they're dominating top lane with the CS lead, they've done great map movements around the Rift just to kind of put Misfits Academy behind. If they continue this, we may very well see them end on 9 points if they can pick up at 2-2-0s in a row. Now, that's running before we walk. We need to see them close out a game. But I certainly think the potential's there watching this early game.
I think the big thing as well is, as we see, actually, Jisoo jumped on. Here's the arrow. Kick is going to go in. There's 4 members of Fnatic collapsing on the tree. And the tree manages to survive. The shockwave, however, takes him down. Fnatic Academy with 5 in 1 lane, looking for the turret as well, will be forced off from this.
Yeah, going to get forced away. It will... be a long time until that minion wave reaches, so they can't look to push. Syndra was on the bot side. There was no real response other than that from Misfits Academy, so it's going to be a Rift Herald going over to Kick. It's going to accentuate that top lane advantage for Fnatic even more.
Get that glimpse of the Void on towards your Jace, giving that extra damage in those 1v1 fights. I just want to come back to that point about the table and, Fnatic Academy being able to pick up those 3 points. It's important to note as well, the teams ahead of them, 2 of the 3 teams who are sitting in tied second place have yet to play Schalke, which at the moment, unless you play out of your skin, and it's not something we've seen from either Misfits Academy or from Millenium yet, you're not going to beat Schalke, so you're only looking at 3 points over the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It makes it, Fnatic winning this game would put them in such a solid spot to try and get through to those playoffs. However, as you say, don't run before we can walk. They need to win the first game before they can look towards those 3 points.
And considering they got perfect gamed in week 2 against
Millenium.
Millenium, yeah, it's certainly is a bit of a turnaround. They've got a 0-3 Maokai on the opposite side, yet to finish any items, really. So no tanky frontline for now. Kozq was pushed way too far up.
We saw this happening last week as well. He goes for the overpush, tries to flash away, the arrow comes down, and now here comes Cly. Whimsy will be used. Oh, it won't even be used, actually. Kozq just goes down. Cly must have had that off cooldown. Me running before I can walk with the play there, thinking that the Whimsy would come down.
Long-range snipe from Kikis to pick up another kill for themselves. Fnatic Academy makes sure mid doesn't get pushed in by Lee Sin going up there, and it's only Jisoo on the top side, so if anybody recalls, you see Niski's gone up there just to clear that one away. The rest of Fnatic Academy can move down in the bottom lane, look for this next inner turret.
We talked about that siege earlier on. Is this the point at which Fnatic can really start to enact that, or do they still need to set up a few of their cogs, get that ball in motion?
Well, with the kill, they actually can look to siege for now. Whether they get the full turret or not, I think is dependent on the poke that comes out here, because you can see Misfits Academy with the Jhin, with the Karma, the Graves, have enough wave clear. Here comes a teleport play coming through. Now, Niski cannot join this fight as fast, so this could be Fnatic Academy overstepping, but that was cancelled as Jisoo couldn't quite close the distance.
Decided he didn't want to go in just that far down. The curtain call would come out as well, but Misfits Academy, that's patience from them. It's something we haven't seen across a lot of their games. They tend to make a call and stick with it until it's done. But that was a little bit more patient from them, deciding they couldn't quite get the angles that they wanted off on the gank.
And now it's a game of vision control and territory for Fnatic Academy. You want to try and make sure you can move between mid and bot very quickly. The Fnatic Academy aren't running a 1-3-1 comp per se. They're actually a little bit more of a 4-1 where you have more of a one stack together and maybe Jace bounces between or Orianna bounces between. And that means you have to basically focus on one side of jungle control. You can't control the entire map. It means now we'll see Fnatic swap over to a few more sweepers soon, I hope, because 3 yellow trinkets is nice to establish a little bit longer term vision, but it's also about denying now. You can see control wards in their inventory trying to just maintain one half of the jungle's control, but Misfits Academy, they have enough wards dotted around on this lower side that right now they can move fairly freely throughout their jungle.
Yeah, they're pretty safe for the moment. We tend to see Lee Sins especially sticking on that warding totem for a little bit longer instead of switching over to the sweeper. Amazing, actually, especially likes that warding totem in his inventory just for that tiny bit longer. But you could say, Kikis, why don't you get a sweeper? You know, when you get another long-range totem on Mr. Rales instead, look just for a little bit more vision that you can put in, and denying that vision a bit stronger as well in the enemy jungle.
And that's one of the benefits that Amazing has on that Tracker's Knife as well, of course. We saw people start drifting back towards that on other champions, but Lee Sin basically always has that as an ability. It's the replacement for the old Sightstone that you used to pick up on Lee Sin.
Hey, Wriggle's Lantern. Just remember the good old Wriggle's Lantern.
I wasn't going that old. I wasn't wanting to show my age too much on that one, but you know, this is where you kind of move in, and look, Fnatic Academy will do it again. They'll move through the bot side jungle, place those control wards, place the trinkets, just get as much vision control as they can, and stick as two separate packs here. You can see that Kikis requires a second person from Misfits Academy to deal with, and KOZQ's kind of bouncing because there's this wave going to impendingly push in the top side as well. So Fnatic Academy can't get caught mid though.
Unleash power onto Niski, doesn't quite take him down. Amazing here to tank up the curtain call, and Fnatic should be able to escape. Dreams trying to get the chains down but cannot connect. And continuously Kikis just pushes in the bot lane.
They knew that they weren't in any danger of actually dying, so Kikis continues his push on now. Has to be careful because they don't quite spot everyone else, and Kikis has to drop back in case of a teleport being necessary. This mid tower is getting pushed. I like this response out of Misfits.
Deadly flourish!
Is he going to burn him with Deathfire?
No, quite enough, but they do get the tower down, and this is Misfits answering back. They say, Fnatic, you can siege, but without Kikis, you don't have a lot of your damage, and if we can catch you out, we can push back and take objectives.
It's a good response. Like, I mean, Fnatic Academy could have used the teleport from Kikis if they wanted to take that fight, but clearly they were more focused on just pushing the objectives, which I think is the better option. But that's Misfits Academy saying, okay, well, if you're going to be greedy in response to your summoners, we will punish that by taking down a tower. Fnatic Academy do get themselves a Cloud Drake, which makes some of their movements from mid to bot, or vice versa from the lanes, a little bit easier. And now Kikis wants to try and fight, but they don't have a read. I think they just saw KOZQ heading through the jungle. They want to back themselves away, not trying to overextend on the fight.
Yeah, only really have one deep ward in the Misfits jungle there, which makes it very tricky for them to fully engage, and Clio Miseralis were collapsed upon in mid lane as well. We talked about it a little bit earlier. You know, vision control in the enemy jungle is vital for Fnatic at this point, and in all honesty, it's a little bit weak. We saw Niski pushing up top lane without any vision. There's only one ward down in that bottom side. It looks like Amazing's trying to get a little bit more there now, but Baron control is all actually in favor of Misfits.
And naturally, this is because of how the pace of the game and the timing in the game actually has influenced things. As Kikis looking for a solo kill. Does spot Pride Stalker moving down. To revisit that point, Fnatic Academy have only now just established Baron vision control. We're only barely past 20 minutes. So for them previously, their focus was on objectives. There was no real way, if they committed everything bot side, for Misfits to get anything top. Yep. Misfits had to play defensively, and that's why there was no Baron vision. You're going to see it kind of trickle down from Baron all the way through to the bot side as best as they can. And then Fnatic Academy will look here. I don't think that they can kill Jizu on this. It's more about the threat of the dive.
Kikis had no mana as well. Didn't really want to do that. Niski caught out though. He's just going to get melted away by KOZQ. An overstep by Niski there, and the curtain call rains down once again. Clyde dodging around, but Jisoo is on the flank. Twisted advance onto the Lulu. That tasted purple, she says. Knocked up as well, but kicked back by Amazing. Not quite able to connect with the deadly flourish. Fnatic Academy get out while only losing one.
And they're going to get bot tower in response, so net gain goes to Fnatic on the objective game once again. They will continue this play and swap it up to the top side and mid lane and focus their vision up there. Misfits Academy do not have enough time to take the Baron buff alone because Kikis will come to the Baron pit. We've seen disastrous things happen when you start Baron against a Jace. So Misfits are just going to secure vision from that, and they continue to fall further behind off these plays. However, Niski has to stop getting caught like that. It's so easy for Karma, Jin, Syndra to get those pickoffs in the mid lane if you do not flash it, and Niski couldn't get away in time.
Only a 3,000 gold lead for Fnatic Academy. There are turrets and 2 Cloud Drakes up. Let's see again how Niski was caught out. It's pretty cookie cutter here for Misfits.
Yep. As soon as one piece of CC lands, in goes another, and suddenly you're not living anymore after the Unleashed power comes through. So for Fnatic Academy, that's a little bit of an overstay. They had to use a fair amount to get out of this, but it actually ends up being okay because Kikis takes the bot tower in the same exchange. Now you'd expect Kikis to perhaps swap up to topside, but staying bot means they're going to try the same type of play and look for mid-tower pressure with bot inhib tower as well at the same time. Both teleports are available.
The problem is, if Nisqy steps forward, he doesn't have that protective line of which we were talking. He doesn't have Lee Sin, he doesn't have the Lulu there, he doesn't have the Ashe there to follow up with any damage if he gets caught out. So now it makes it a lot more difficult for Fnatic Academy, knowing that Nisqy might get caught out.
And the other piece of itemization out of Misfits to defend against any counter picks is 2 Edge of Knights. It means that that Ashe arrow is suddenly a lot more difficult because whether it's Graves or Jhin stepping up to the wave to clear, you pop Edge of Night, you don't have any threat under that for the entire duration, and then you step back for the next wave. And just to remember, we're on 7-3 as a patch. Edge of Night has not been adjusted as it is on live, so it is still 10 seconds and 30-second cooldown.
Amazing shielded up. I think Nisqy got the blue buff there, so he'll be happy with that, denying it away from KOSQ. I just want to come back to Nisqy, actually. Before that overstep, he looked a lot better this game than he has in some of his previous ones. Up until now, he's been playing a lot of Ryze and really hasn't had a big impact in the game. In fact, he had the lowest damage per minute of any mid laner at only just more than people like Sprattle and Vander from the support role. So even though Zyra's Karma picks were doing more damage than him at times.
Yeah, and now Fnatic want to use some of the damage that Nisqy has to go for the Baron here. One blue trinket is available for Yuki, but he's so far away. There it is. It's too late.
It's just gone.
It's already gone.
Great call there from Fnatic Academy. They talked about it earlier. 3 minutes ago, they denied vision around that. We never saw Misfits able to step up and regain the vision, which just allowed Fnatic Academy to take away the Baron. And now, Kikis is even more empowered to go for that split push role.
Fnatic have basically gone for like full damage items. Rabadon's second item on Orianna, as a lot of people do. And then a Bloodthirster on Kikis, so they just walk up to the Baron, press Hypercharge, and between all of their damage, Baron just dies incredibly quickly. And Fnatic Academy are in a much better spot now. Here they go with the top side push. Kikis is up here looking for that top inner while the rest of the team step towards mid lane. The Ashe arrow is there. There is a redemption for Fnatic if they start getting a little chipped down under this tower. And Fnatic Academy have the threat here. Now is where you start stepping up with that ball delivery system, and Misfits have to just concede and back away.
See how this Baron power play actually goes for Fnatic Academy, because it seems to be one of their main win conditions. Having the split push on Kikis, having the Orianna there with the threat, because otherwise there's good wave clear from the rest of Misfits. You've got Graves, Jhin can wave clear relatively well, Karma can delay waves, Syndra clears pretty well. So unless you're able to get empowered minions close enough, unless you're able to get up towards these turrets, you won't take them down. Yeah,
exactly. Kikis now wants to step up the tower, and you can see
2 towers.
This is the actual reason for that Bloodthirster, is now he knows he can out-trade Jizu fairly effectively. Now, can he out-trade KOSQ as well?
Unleashed power comes down, knocked back as well, and he's going to get taken out. Fnatic Academy don't really react across the rest of the map as well. They lose their split pusher. They're going to go for their 3rd Cloud Drake of the game. That's all right. Got to go fast.
Well, it will help them transitioning between lanes. So what happened there is mid tower died, top tower died, and Kikis was a little slow on backing away, and because the tower had only just died on mid, you don't have that really deep vision that's right around the walkways between the inhibitor towers as well. So Misfits Academy had an easy translation up to the top side, go and pick off Kikis, and suddenly they can actually punish ever so slightly. It's not enough to get them back in the game right now, but that's one of the influences on those towers falling at the same time and not actually having that vision control established.
Well, Fnatic have extended that gold lead to about 6,000 now. They still have the Baron buff remaining on a few of their members. Well, 4 out of the 5. Nisqy's actually going to step into Jisoo. I think he walked around the corner and realized there's a massive tree dressed as a cat. Decides he doesn't want any of that.
Yeah, well, that one's not one that Nisqy really wants to take a trade on. Although it is only a Maokai. Maokai does have a fair amount of damage with that Sunfire Cape as well on top of that. Every time you're just standing around him, the Burning Bush is kind of just chunking through your health. So Nisqy, now he's got a Lulu alongside him, will be able to push through the bot lane. Kikis back up to the top lane. We have still got about maybe 45 seconds of Baron maximum left, but Fnatic Academy have done good damage so far. It's not enough to win the game for them yet.
I want to come back to the point about this split push as well, because and the itemization alongside it, because you've got a lot of aggressive itemization that you're talking about. You know, Bloodthirster, Black Cleaver, Last Whisper, Lord Dominic's now finished. You've got the Rabadons. Fnatic Academy are very squishy if they're not with their protective carries. Like, if Kikis gets caught out, he's going to melt pretty quickly.
He's going to TP to the bot side for now, though. keeping that cannon minion alive, and now sends out the poke. It's not exactly the strongest push, though, for Fnatic. They just use TP. They don't have a second lane of push now in their favor, so Fnatic Academy tried to just get a little extra at the end of that phase and couldn't get too much. And again, I want to revisit that itemization because Kikis, this is a different build from what we've seen most Jaces.
Yeah.
Most Jaces have looked for that lethality build where we've seen whether it's Ghostblade, you know, whether it's some combination of Edge of Night and that aspect that we've seen out of Jace on 7.3. Bloodthirst, the second item, purely to be able to sustain through the trades.
I think against the Malco it makes a lot of sense, because Malco has inherent sustain with that sap magic. So now he says, okay, well, you sustain, I'll sustain as well off all of these auto attacks I'm putting down.
Gets a nice shield as well, allows him to survive through anything like a KOSQ ultimate, but through goes the arrow. Misses everybody. Doesn't quite hit Jisoo through the base either. But Fnatic Academy have been a little stalled out in the sense that Baron buff has expired. They didn't get an inhibitor, which means they can't just, you know, passively push through. A couple of important things being picked up as well. QSS comes out for Mr. Morales just in case he gets locked down by KOSQ or Yuki.
By anyone, pretty much. Jisoo can lock him down, Dreams can lock him down. There's a lot of CC on this Misfits Academy squad. And Jisoo's starting to get up towards those tankier stats as well. He's built a lot of armor for himself, which means he won't be too effective in fights, although he's going up towards a Spirit Visage now. Sunfire Cape, Frozen Heart, and the Ninja Tabi under his belt.
And the amount of crowd control you're talking about is exactly why there's 3 Mercury treads on Fnatic Academy's top half of the map. So just don't want to get locked out. It's become fairly commonplace on a lot of mid laners as we're going to see a mid laner get caught out here as KOSQ, but they turn on Bridestalker because Dreams is here.
Amazing does have the blast code. He does it in spot and has to flash away. Unleash Power won't take him down.
So it wasn't actually Amazing that hit that. That was Cly almost trying to lend a helping hand.
Trying to help.
Because Amazing had been stunned. And it was at the right spot, but I think the communication must have been a little off there because Cly was like, here, let me help you. And Amazing took a step back, and it actually didn't blast him over the wall. Nice little attempt. Cly, he's trying to save the new jungler.
The new old
Fnatic
jungler.
Academy. Yeah.
But part of that is synergy as well, and we talked about it a lot. This is the point of the game, really, where communication and the ability to instinctually react to your team is incredibly important for Fnatic Academy because they are playing this complex style of having a split push and having a siege somewhere else.
They are, and the complexity of it was nearly kind of compounded upon as Kikis was moving up. KOSQ was dropping down through the jungle, but Kikis, knowing he didn't have full vision, drops back in the lane, doesn't get caught out. And that's enough for Fnatic Academy now to look back up to the top side because Kikis can now maintain his presence. He's put a control ward down in the jungle. You just saw Amazing ward for him as well. And Misfits Academy, there's 2 versus 3 for now. The rest of the team's coming.
Deadly Flourish does connect onto Amazing, but he'll get away. And it's just that it's a vision game at the moment. And this could quite easily be seen both as Fnatic Academy delaying the game for themselves because they want Baron, and Misfits delaying the game because they're able to just wave clear.
Fnatic Academy right now are just baiting. Gets the flash from KOSQ. They're baiting because they know Kikis will eventually get this bot tower. He has a 2-level advantage on Jisoo and can just push down thanks to that Lord Dominix. So he's just going to work on bot tower while Fnatic Academy maintain vision control on the top side. And if ever Misfits Academy commit anybody else down to the bottom side, they turn and start the Baron. And it's that decision that they have between themselves. You can see now this is what Misfits Academy can see. They have no idea. 1 blue trinket is available for them. They will use it, but will they get caught? Fnatic Academy had started up the Baron.
Amazing wasn't there, nor was Kikis, so that's quite a bit of damage that they were missing. Teleport in by Jisoo. There's no teleport for Kikis, so Misfits might actually just go for this one.
It means Fnatic Academy can take the tower and get to the Baron.
But they haven't got a teleport.
Get in here.
This is a 4v5 fight at Baron, and Misfits Academy want it. They've started up the Baron, and Fnatic trying to react. Here's Amazing. He's landed Sonic Wave onto Dreams. Baron down to 7,000. This is so slow.
Shockwave is up.
Is going to take the inhibitor. Careful. They've got Shockwave, as you say. KOSQ, no flash. Amazing separates off towards the side. Inhibitor down as Kikis takes it out. Morales, Unleash Power onto him. Misfits are going to chase away Fnatic Academy. The curtain call comes down, but KOSQ gets jumped on. Clyde's dead. Misfits Academy have disengaged from Baron. Yuki kicks him in. Kikis is on the Nexus turrets. Amazing's going to die, but Kikis is going to get 2 Nexus Nexus towers out of this, and if they can delay the backs, he might even get the Nexus. I think he's decided against it.
did delay 2 of the backs at least. Yeah,
he's going to go for an inhibitor tower as well.
Inevitably, Fnatic Academy got the better trade just purely from having a hypercharged Jace sitting in the base. That's 4 towers Kikis just secured, 1 inhibitor, and 2 of those towers were Nexus towers. That Nexus is now exposed with a teleport available out of Fnatic, and they did not give away the Baron. Misfits Academy are going to try and rush it down while they've got 17 seconds left on Amazing, but Kikis, Rales, and Klai are still alive, and this Baron with a Maokai and a Karma is not dying fast enough for this. Kikis has already TP'd in, now you're doing Baron against the Jace.
Ammo's up as well, Dreams caught out. Here's the shock blast, Dreams is low. Kikis looking for the engage, gets the kill. He's still got GA, Baron down low. Pride Stalker's gonna get taken out by Mr. Rales though. And now, here comes Kikis. He's gonna get distracted off towards the side. Yuki kills him, but Baron not taken for Misfits.
It's become very messy, but again, it feels so frustrating to say it. Every trade is going in the way of Fnatic Academy, whether it's a composed trade early on, like the kills and like the tower trades where they were getting 2 for 1s, it was well worked, or now where it's just in the moment decision making, taking the inhibitor, taking the Nexus turrets, taking the trade at Baron and trying to get a second inhibitor for yourself now. Yuki is going to try and look for it. Here comes the redemption to keep him alive for a moment longer.
Klai is dead. Jisoo in there as well. The shockwave used by Niski. They won't get the inhibitor. They have got super minions pushing in the bot lane though, and there's an Ocean Drake on the cards if Fnatic Academy want this. We've seen one mediocre Baron power play from Fnatic earlier on. That Baron power play just earlier on worked out a lot better for them, even though they didn't get the big purple work.
Fnatic Academy need to just chill for just a moment. They need to just calm down. They don't need to end the game in the next minute and a half. Like, you're not in that much of a rush. Get Klai back, get Kikis back, re-establish vision control, and just make sure Misfits Academy aren't making Baron plays right now because they can't afford to. Kikis, this is maybe a little aggressive to come in on a 3v4 here. They do take down Pride Stalker and ensure that Misfits Academy cannot take the Baron, but it's scrappy, it's messy, it's not clean and composed, and that's what we want to see from some of the teams that are looking to try and make it into the LCS.
The thing about this whole series of events as well has been, it was Misfits making a little bit of a misplay, going for the Baron in the 5v4, allowing Kikis just to push in, and Misfits in the back of their mind the entire time they were doing that Baron would have been, Kikis is taking our base, Kikis is taking our base, Kikis is taking our base. Okay, we've lost an inhibitor, can we sacrifice more? We kind of have to now because we can't get back in time because we haven't taken anyone down. Fnatic, they're playing this game well, and Kikis has really shown up, as has Amazing, in all honesty. He's done exactly what he needed to do. But you can't be reliant on the enemy team making mistakes for you to win games, and that has, at the moment, been what Fnatic Academy have done.
To some extent, yeah. I think in the early game they were making plays themselves. Now Amazing wants to make plays.
Shockwave onto Pride Stalker. He's dead. They set up around the Baron nicely.
And here's where Kikis basically ends this game on his own, because Fnatic Academy will take Baron right now. There is no enemy smite. KOSQ is the only one there to defend in the base, which means Kikis just walks in and takes the inhibitor, or Fnatic Academy utilize the arrow, hit Jisoo, and just look to end it now.
Amazing jumps back in. Kikis there, shredding through the armor. The Black Cleaver doing work. Jisoo tries to engage, but can't get in. Klai survives as well. Now it's a 3v5. Fnatic Academy smell blood in the water. They want this win against Misfits. They're going to look for the inhibitor. Kikis jumps in onto KOSQ. Doesn't quite connect. They will get the inhibitor though, and now Fnatic Academy smell that Nexus. They want it. Dreams caught out by Amazing. They're just going to go for the Nexus kill. Dreams goes low, killed. Niski takes him down. The Fnatic will get the Nexus as well and go 1-0 up over Misfits Academy.
It was such a convincing end to the game. The victory music started playing early on that one because Fnatic Academy, that was the Fnatic Academy we saw in week 1. Different jungler now, again, but that was the strength of Fnatic Academy that we saw. Maybe a little kind of overconfident, a little over-aggressive, but you can't really begrudge them that when you're winning from the top side so convincingly.
I think that's the Kikis kind of motto though, isn't it? Like when he's winning, it's like, yeah, we'll go in, we'll see what happens. But I realized in the game I said that you can't rely on your enemy team's mistakes. What Fnatic Academy did well there was they forced mistakes out of Misfits Academy, which is great play by them. It's a forced error, and if you can capitalize on that, then you're playing the map properly.
Yeah, you can, and Kigis didn't look like he'd missed a beat. Discharged from hospital this morning, walks out, he's like, I got a week of punishment to deliver. Comes into top lane, gets 2 ganks early, ends up doing very well on the chase, which I'm glad to see in the sense that, you know, we were wondering, Kigis, when they didn't have Bruxa, had a rough week, and then now you bring in Amazing, they have the synergy, and they punish those mistakes. Jisoo pushing up in the top lane was the biggest one of them early on, and that's what started the Fnatic Academy snowball.
Kozku consistently getting called out for Misfits Academy as well, and if you're looking at it from their side, you have to wonder exactly how you react to this. You can't just ban out Kikis from all top lane carries. How do you change your gameplay?
I think the problem is when you lock in a Maokai that early on in the draft, you basically go, okay, you play anything, and please don't snowball early, because I really want to be able to tank up in fights. So I think that's one adjustment they can make, but we know it's dangerous to give Kikis the Maokai because he looks like a carry in Challenger on it. So it's difficult. I'm looking now onto this next draft to see whether Misfits Academy can offset some of what Fnatic gave us in the last game, but I think it's a difficult one. There was a lot of moments where Fnatic Academy just looked like they were outclassing Misfits Academy.
And Misfits, when they play well, work really well around team fights. They work really well around Baron baits and structure around that. So I'd like to see them playing a little bit more around that. But like Warwick, we have an eternal hunger for League of Legends. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll be back with Game 2 of the Battle of the Academies. Don't go anywhere. The shot blast comes in, Amazing there, gets the Tempest slow, Kikis goes to the skies, Jisoo flashes away, Amazing's gonna chase in, lands the Sonic Wave, and Kikis gets burst blood.
Now can he outrate Kozku as well?
Unleashed Power comes down, knocked back as well, and he's gonna get taken out. Amazing does have the blast go, and he does it in spot and has to flash away. Unleashed Power won't take him down. Amazing separates off towards the side, Inhibitor down as Kikis takes it out. Rales, Unleashed Power onto him, Misfits are gonna chase away Fnatic Academy. The curtain call comes down, but Kozku gets jumped on. Clyde's dead. Misfits Academy have disengaged from Baron. Yuki kicks him in. Kikis is on the Nexus turrets. Amazing's gonna die, but Kikis is gonna get 2 Nexus towers out. Dreams caught out by Amazing. They're just gonna go for the Nexus kill. Dreams goes low, killed. Niski takes him down. The Fnatic will get the Nexus as well and go 1-0 up over Misfits Academy. Welcome back to the European Challenger Series for Game 2 between the academies of Misfits and Fnatic. Now, Fnatic look very much like the teachers, Misfits very much like the students in that last game.
Either that or Fnatic look like the guy that is getting like 100% on everything, and Misfits... Misfits look like the people that wake up at like 2 in the afternoon and don't go to lectures.
I didn't go to many lectures during my education either. It happens, you know. Sometimes you've got to play League of Legends. Sometimes Earth is on. Sometimes priorities stress.
Right now it is. So
right now it is. AR.
If you haven't got enough League action right now, you're going to need another monitor.
Yeah, 3 monitors.
Just everything.
Yeah. But yeah, I want to come back to these two teams because Fnatic Academy, we talked about their strategy in pick and ban. You know, keep the Ashe safe, keep the Orianna safe. It worked out 90% of the time for them, apart from one time when we saw, you know, the Orianna step up a little bit too far. They played their game plan really well.
Yeah, I actually think they did. It was a lot more composed than we've seen out of Fnatic Academy in, you know, the last couple of weeks. And I thought it was good. I thought Misfits kind of missed a trick when they couldn't get the Syndra for CosQ and the Graves working quite in sync. But then when you already start falling behind in the early game, it is very difficult to get like burst pick champions working together. So I like the Graves. But I think that amazing picking Lee Sin into it and just snowballing his lanes faster was actually just the more beneficial jungle matchup.
Yeah, and giving Kikis that hyper carry was incredibly important as well. He did the most damage in the game, 22,000. Compare that to like Orianna, that was a 10,000 difference between the two of them. So he really was the carry for the team. And I think that's what you need from Kikis, you know?
Yeah.
When he was playing a couple of weeks ago, he was doing 30% of the team's damage. Here again, he's being that top lane threat. Misfits need to find a way to shut him down.
And that's a good way of highlighting that, like, this game closed out before they ever required Nisqy, really. We were never at that point where, you know, Orianna with 3 items hits a massive shockwave in team fights, because it was always 1 or 2 picks here and there. And Nisqy would just kind of create a little bit of crowd control, shield a few people, put some damage out, and Kikis just shock blast everybody. So it shows you that Fnatic Academy played the pace of their composition right, always taking beneficial trades.
It does worry me ever so slightly, though, because we've yet to see Nisqy really play a carry mid laner. He's played these later game ones, and Ryze and Orianna can carry. He's played Syndra once, if I recall correctly, but if you look across the rest of the board, Selfie has played Katarina, he's played Kassadin, he's played Talia a lot. All of these people who have lots of impact early game.
Weirdly, it's like the inverse of the Fnatic main squad, right? Where like Caps is trying to carry every game. And like everything else of Fnatic Academy has this odd kind of synergy with what's happening. Symmetry, thank you, not synergy. Of what like the LCS squad, apart from the mid lane, where Nisqy, more of a supportive role, which does still work. Like we've seen a lot of mid laners succeed with that playstyle where you're not the carry. And Fnatic Academy look very comfortable when Kikis is playing that. And I think that's actually a good benefit. You're not fighting over a lot of resources, fighting over playstyle. I would like to see whether Nisqy has more there, because I don't think we're at the point yet where we're saying, oh, Nisqy can't carry.
No,
he doesn't. Like, he doesn't need to.
I totally agree with that. Misfits, on the other hand, no real carries stepping up to the plate that last game. Pridestalker, I thought when he got his Graves once again, he'd be able to snowball off that, but it just didn't work out for him.
Yeah, a little bit slower around the map on the early game, and I just felt like because Jisoo was kind of hamstrung and crippled from the top lane where they just ganked him twice, he didn't have the gold income he needed, he was down in CS, never got to, you know, full items being completed, and really rough to play like that, where you've got a farming jungler, a losing top laner, a mid laner that is good for pick and burst, but you can't really utilize it off the lack of vision control. They got a couple of picks, but I think Misfits Academy's comp just didn't have a good reaction against Fnatic's.
But when we were in picks and bans, we were talking about it, and we said both compositions look good. What was it exactly that actually stopped Misfits from being able to enact their composition?
It was those early game ganks up to the top side. Bot lane was fairly neutralized by the Ashe and the Lulu. Mid lane was neutralized because you're playing against Orianna. So really only top lane had the potential to go either way, and Fnatic snowballed it very well. I now want to see, what do Fnatic Academy put as pressure onto Misfits Academy in this draft? Will it be the top lane getting rid of like Shen and Maokai? Will it be mid lane try and put CosQ on something weaker?
Shen did actually get all the way through picks and bans last time, wasn't selected at all. Is going to be Shen first ban though. Oh, I love draft phase when teams just change completely between 2 games. They have a strategy in mind. and I'm sure Fnatic Academy are playing to that. Malzahar ban once again from Misfits.
And that's interesting, Malzahar on red side ban. We don't see that all that often, but of course red side, blue side bans have been changed up just a touch as we have gone from 7.2 to 7.3. So Shen being banned away, as you said, Fnatic Academy, now they don't really have to ban the Rengar and the Camille, but I mean, Amazing doesn't really play a lot of Rengar. I wonder, maybe we'll see if he's picked it up in the last couple of weeks. Of course, haven't seen him in a few weeks, and with a Graves ban.
Yeah, well, I
maybe
can understand
that Ivern as a first pick. If Fnatic Academy want to play it. We did see a game of him, actually the last game Amazing played on the Fnatic line.
Yeah, and he can work out really well. Fnatic seem to have an affinity towards that Ivern as well. We saw Broxah playing it quite a few times in week 1. Varus is the ban here from Misfits Academy. Decide they don't want to give that across towards Fnatic. I'm actually surprised by that because Yuki, when he plays Varus, has almost twice as much damage as when he plays any other AD carry.
That's fair, but obviously with the first pick available for Fnatic Academy, you can't really let that through. It's very, very strong, so we'll likely see priority on Jhin on the first rotation. Camille or Rengar are getting through here. Yeah. I think at this point, I wouldn't want to give Kigis Camille. I'd be a little more happy to give Rengar
or Jace as well, though. So decide. Now, Fnatic did get Camille last week and didn't do too well with it. It was Zergoth rather than Kikis, and actually they decided to take the Rengar instead. Taking it away from Pride Stalker, firstly, who is known as a Rengar player, but even when he played Rengar last week, didn't have the best of times.
No, I wasn't particularly impressed by his performance last week on Rengar. So now obviously Jhin gets picked up here by Misfits Academy. We got the Lulu available that they have prioritized fairly heavily. A lot of teams in Challenger have. So wouldn't be surprised to see it in this first phase of the picks.
Camille still on the cards as well. Mid lane is probably going to be a little bit easier for these guys. No real power picks. Ryze still there if Nisqy does want to take that. So I think taking a jungler here makes a little bit of sense, gives you a counter pick, but you do leave the Camille and the Ryze up for Fnatic.
Exactly, and I think Fnatic, the Ryze is going to be there for Nisqy, surely, otherwise it will get banned away. I actually think that they could have turned this around slightly by leaving Kha'Zix as their pick on this part of the rotation. They could have taken the Lulu. But now Misfits Academy, okay, I see why they didn't do that. Because if they're giving the Camille, you want to pick up the good matchup into it. You don't want to blind pick something like a Poppy if you don't know the Camille is there. So actually thinking about like the next step of this is Pride Stalker takes the safe jungler for himself. They get a good-ish matchup against the Camille. Otherwise, it would have got banned away. With Shen banned, you've got to pick another tank.
Yeah, there's a few good matches we've seen for Camille. Of course, we're on 7.3, so she has received a slew of nerfs. Still very powerful. Like, some people say Fiora and Jax are really strong into her because you trade into her pretty well. And then some people say you should play tanks into her because you just sustain through any damage she can do.
Yeah, it's that weird point where Camille wants to be a split pusher and a team fighter and somewhere in the middle, where she's not the best at either. So if you pick one of the things, then you'll be better than her at that. But we'll see the Camille Poppy matchup. Now the focus goes back onto the AD carries like game 1. We saw the Ashe come out because Sivir was banned away. We'll see whether Misfits continue that one as well. We already know they've got the Jhin locked in.
Fnatic seem pretty comfortable with that Ashe, though. They knew how to use it. You know, it's something we've seen around the competitive scene for a long time. Once again, they ban out the Tahm Kench. Would not be surprised at all if this is a Thresh ban as well. Hextech Ultimatum and the jump in from that Rengar. Very good at isolating a single member. Yeah,
very, very good at isolating single members. Remember we had last week a Tahm Kench kind of carry the target out. I think that was a Schalke game.
It was he carried Kha'Zix out.
Yeah.
Ate Lulex in the Hextech Ultimatum, spat him out. Lulex was like, what's going on? And then he had to devour him once again. But
did we actually have a no
looks like we had a misban,
from Misfits Academy. So that's going to allow the Sivir through.
Yeah, that seems very odd to me, because like Misfits Academy there would have wanted the Sivir ban. No Thresh ban here. Instead, it's a Syndra, taking that away from Coscu. Yeah. So now Misfits top laner and their support left to pick.
Well, at this point, Ryze is available for either team. Corki is available for mid lane as well. Orianna is up. So both teams have the pick of that. Unless Nisqy wants to run Camille, but we just spent a few minutes talking about how Nisqy is more of a
passive
mid laner. I don't really expect him to do the caps thing and just
maybe he's been training under caps. You know, he is an academy. He's a student of the caps school of mid lane. is going to be the Sivir pick that we talked about for Mr. Rollers, and now we will see that mid laner locked in for Fnatic Academy. I mean, there's a very, very rare option that Camille goes like jungle, and you see Rengar top lane as well, but it's incredibly rare.
No,
it's not going to happen.
We haven't seen Rengar top lane since Mima.
I don't think we've
Super
seen
Hot Crew days.
Have we seen Camille jungle since Challenger Series
like
qualifications? Taiki played it.
Not in Europe,
Okay.
we haven't. I wouldn't go so far as to say it hasn't happened. So, with this composition, this is reminiscent of what PSG were doing with the Ryze, the Sivir, very strong late game scaling. And then you've got a Rengar and a Camille for the early game portions. So, interested to see how Fnatic Academy play the early game on the top side again. It's top side focus for Fnatic Academy in the early game. Once again, Misfits now looking for a scaling mid laner. I prefer this, I think. KGN, we've seen a lot from his Cassiopeia over the years here in Challenger.
That we have can work out incredibly well. I really want to look at that top lane though, the Poppy. Pretty hard to dive, especially since Kickers will probably be pushing him in with the tactical sweep. It's going to be a very interesting matchup in that top side because Amazing's going to focus there. And Pridestalker on this aggressive jungler as well will have the ability to counter gank.
I feel like the difficulty Misfits Academy have here is there's no real initiation. Like, they've got a flank opportunity from Poppy, where if you get the entrance from the side of a team fight, theoretically that works very well for you. But look at it. You've got Sivir to disengage. You've got Ryze with the portal to get yourself out. You've got Lulu to protect whoever Poppy jumps on. And then Camille jumps in. Rengar jumps in. Everybody kind of engages. There's slight problems if this goes past like 35 minutes because that Sivir and that Ryze, they're going to start taking over.
I think as well, like we always talk about pushing lanes, and if you look across these lanes, no lane really pushes in favor of Misfits Academy. I mean, Jhin Karma has okay push, but into Sivir Lulu, you're going to struggle. Camille pushes the Poppy back. You're going to see Ryze pushing the Cassio back to some degree, although that's relatively even, which means river control all goes across towards that Rengar, and it allows Amazing a much larger portion of the map to make plays on than Pridestalker will have.
That's very true. I'm looking forward to seeing what Amazing can do in this game. We saw in the last game him look very, very convincing on that Lee Sin. We know it's a bit of a pocket pick for him early on. So we'll see whether he can have the same kind of impact.
Well, we are about to get on to Summoner's Rift for Game 2 here. If you think Fnatic are going to take it 2-0, tweet at us with hashtag FNA win. If you think Misfits are going to equalize the series at 1-1, hashtag MFA win. And make sure you put that hashtag EUCS there as well to make sure that we see that you're tweeting at us. But straight on to the Summoner's Rift. Game 2 here. Fnatic need a win. Misfits, of course, very much want to tie this one up because next week they face against Schalke 04, who have yet to lose a match.
Yeah, you have to kind of fear that you end up with 0 points coming out of that one when you face the top. Okay, it wasn't that funny. All right, thanks. Don't pity laugh me.
I've been here for 4 weeks. I've heard that joke many times.
I know, but maybe we got new viewers that haven't heard the terrible humor that
Sorry, Stress.
Vedius and I bring out.
Vendius, you mean? Anyway, top lane is the focus. We can see both junglers setting up towards the top side of the map as well. It looks like it's going to be a blue start for Amazing, red start for Pridestalker. This is similar to what we saw last game.
Similar to what we saw last game. We'll see whether Amazing gets up into top lane like last game. Obviously started the snowball fairly heavily with 2 ganks into top lane on Jisu's Maokai. Punished him very heavily.
Last week, though, we saw almost exactly the same combination. So it was actually Elise instead of a Rengar jungler. Actually, he's going to go red buff start. So this allows him to get towards top a little bit quicker. But it was Elise Camille for Fnatic Academy. It was Dan and Zergoth. And even though they got first blood against Schalke 04, they weren't able to snowball it.
This is one thing we've seen actually go fairly wrong. I like that KGN's looking to help out here. We've seen Raptors start a couple of times. And it was Tabasco last week that started on Raptors as Kha'Zix and really heavily failed. You can see Pridestalker's done that start now on the top side and is very healthy in comparison. So we started to see a lot of the junglers start on Raptors, get a little bit of health back as they go over to red with that smite.
Yeah, just variations that we continually see throughout the jungle. People optimizing paths, trying to deceive their opposition as well. KGN did spot out Amazing, as you say. Saw that he was starting down towards that bottom side of the map. So I think both teams really know where the enemy jungler is. Pridestalker, because, you know, Jisoo is around there anyway. Fnatic will have a little bit of an awareness that Pridestalker is probably now going around to his bottom side, although they did just ping red buff, so it might be they don't have a clue where the Kha'Zix is sneaking.
Yeah, they didn't have a full read on it early on. Now I'm wondering, we've got the push in for Misfits Academy on the bot side. They hit level 2 early. Mr. Alice and Clay still not level 2. Heavy trade mid lane, that's an exhaust coming out.
Ghost used as, oh no, sorry, it's just exhaust, just the movement speed coming out from the Noxious Blasts from KOSQ. No one's got Ghost, so it's going to be very difficult to use that in the mid lane.
A double exhaust, well, you are against like Camille, Rengar on one side, and then Kha'Zix on the other, and that Cassiopeia, so trying to just deny some of the presence later on in the game.
And as well with the Ghost nerfs that we saw coming in, it's not taking quite as often on mid laners these days.
Yep. Yeah, just more difficult, a little bit slower acceleration. Feels more like one of those, you know, shopping scooters than a Ferrari these days.
Reminds me of the Crazy Frog song.
No, please, no, we don't need to
we're
go
not
back
going to do it.
Like, we talked earlier about showing age. I think that would really would do it. As Jisoo, ooh, that's such a heavy trade out from Kikis against his Poppy. Already, again, very similar to game 1. Burned through all of the health potions, and now Amazing's coming up to the top side. Jisoo has spotted him out under tower on that Krugs. Stalker's on the opposite side of the map, which does have a ward. Jisoo's got to be careful.
Sweeps in. Jisoo does still have that steadfast presence, so can stop the jump in from Amazing, but needs to be cautious about how he plays this. And Kikis is continually harassing and pushing this lane in. It's going to be hard for Jisoo to farm underneath the turret, so he will lose some farm, but the dive is nigh on impossible for Fnatic Academy.
Well, with the minions it was, but now there aren't many.
Oh, Amazing jumps in, Jisoo flashes away. Kikis tries to get in, steadfast presence locks him under tower, but he hasn't taken aggro. He gets the adaptive defenses, but he doesn't get out alive. 1-for-1 trade in the top lane.
It looked like Kikis got blocked under tower for a second and had to flash right on top of Jisoo. Bot lane there is a trade in response, but I think Fnatic Academy were looking to get out of that, obviously without burning anything, but Kikis had to reach just further to get that kill. And actually, starting Tiamat, that's an interesting one. We've seen a lot of Sheen starts against tanks. This is all about Kikis wanting to just push for as fast as he can. Just
deny that Poppy as much experience, as much gold as you can underneath the tower. But Tiamat, Sheen, it's a debate at the moment. You don't see enough Camille really to have the numbers on which one is a more effective start. As you say, the harass potential from the Sheen is a little bit more impactful. Let's have another look at this dive, because Steadfast Presence does a lot of work.
Yeah, and I want to see exactly how much of this his kick is needing to flash, because look, he walks forward, he hook shots onto the tower and doesn't get the angle on it.
Yeah. So he hook shots onto the tower and waits until that Steadfast Presence is down, or until he thinks it's going to go down, tries to jump in, gets caught out because the Steadfast Presence still isn't down, then has to burn his flash, which takes him out. Yeah,
just the initial cast on hookshot was very small.
Holding onto the tower.
It's like the world's smallest bat zipline kind of thing at that point. But Kikis...
Grapple gun?
Grapple gun. That's what it is, zipline. What am I talking about? Not a DC
You could use it for a zipline, though, if you wanted.
Yeah.
From turret to turret, but not going to do that for the moment. Ever so slightly ahead in that top lane, but I think Jisoo will be incredibly happy that he's gone back and got a chain vest for himself. Mid lane, both the tiers have started stacking up as well for KOSQ and Niski, so they're looking to scale towards these late game carries.
That's...
not what
that wasn't what you were looking for. It's one of those ones where... So KOSQ's just throwing that out, because he's waiting for Niski to just turn into it. Yeah. If Niski turns into that, KOSQ basically wins the lane for the next couple of minutes, because he just chunks him down, forces him back, and basically pushes and gets the presence.
And it's the pathing as well. Niski continuously has been running away, stepping back to take a minion, running away, stepping back to take a minion. So KOSQ, deceived by that, thought he could go in. Jump in here by Kikis. He's going to get knocked back into the wall. Here's Amazing. Hextech Ultimatum comes down. And Amazing tanks up the tower. The invincibility frames on that Hextech Ultimatum allow Kikis to get the kill.
Getting that reset under the tower. Resets the aggro. Easy kill onto Jisoo. No flash was available for either one, and they knew that all they had to do was start out with the tank. KOSQ and Pridestalker, are they expecting
Who are they waiting for here?
That's what I'm going to say. Are they expecting Niski to be recalling on his inner tower or something?
So I was about to praise them because I thought they were doing what Fnatic did in the last game, which is as soon as you see two members top, you get in, you get deep vision, and you can track the enemy jungler. But that wasn't what they were doing at all.
Were they waiting for Amazing? Because he was topside.
Maybe they were waiting for Niski. Thinking Niski would come around.
Amazing doesn't have his ultimate because it wasn't available from the last attempt on top. If Amazing had his ultimate, Pridestalker was dead. Like 100% dead.
Once again, we see Pridestalker having a very slow early game, and this doesn't tend to work out well for Misfits Academy. They tend to need Pridestalker to kick off to get some damage down. However, Clyde's got caught out here by Yuki and Dreams. Mr. Rala steps forward, tries to keep his Lulu a little bit safer. We'll just back away for the moment. Both these AD carries very equal in the bottom lane at the time being.
Kikis still has his teleport available. Haven't used the teleport advantage once. Has Sheen now, and Jisu's going to try and trade into him.
Kikis continuing the trade, dodges the keeper's verdict with the wall shot
Really
in the
nice.
grapple. That's a really strong play.
Really nice little dodge out there. Kikis, I mean, if he hook shots in, maybe gets the damage reduction. Oh, look at Niski. Niski's roaming up. Pridestalker did ping top side as well. Jisu's pushed so far up because he didn't have a read on exactly where Kikis was. Now Kikis dashes forward. They sense something is up. Here comes Rise.
Niski's warping in. He gets the ward down, gets the prison down, and Jisoo is in for a world of hurt. Tries to flash in. Hammer shock down.
Oh,
he gets the kill, and he gets a shield out of it as well. I'm not sure he's going to survive for long, but he'll be very happy to make it a 1-for-1.
That was a little messy out of Kikis, sticking around. Thought he could get the trade, and then ended up trading on the Q pad that Jisoo had laid down. Kikis really shouldn't have died. That should have been a clean 1-for-0 in favor of Fnatic Academy. Now Amazing sticking around topside.
He's going to thrill of the hunt away, jump back in. Pridestalker there, Amazing looking for the stacks, goes back towards the tower, has to dodge. Battle Roar underneath the turret, takes the aggro. Kikis now in for a world of pain. Pridestalker jumped on. Kikis just can't get the kill. Tactical sweep will take him down. Now he needs to get away from Jisoo, who continues the chase. Flash. Kikis survives.
Kikis survives, and now he's going to take out the ward, looking for just that hook shot exit. And that was very messy out of Amazing, sticking around topside, trying to take a 1-for-1 trade against the Kazakhs. Not exactly something you ever really want to do. And this is where this whole play started. Realm Warp was channeling through. Kikis stays in this fight for way longer than he should have. Tries to hook shot out, gets pushed right back against that wall and taken out. Niski then is able to finish off the kill with Amazing's help. Then Amazing pushes the lane out and then decides to trade against Pridestalker.
So like here, he's out.
He's out. He could have jumped out. He thinks he has the damage and thinks he's not isolated. That's why Amazing's moving back towards the tower, is because he doesn't want to isolate himself, but doesn't realize he's still got tower aggro because I believe Red Buff actually procced on Pridestalker and forced the tick damage.
And that, I think it was the Battle Roar actually that did it. I'm not sure if Amazing had the red buff, so he was the causer of his own demise there. But we talked about it in game one. Kikis and Amazing sometimes overextend a little bit, and there Kikis was staying around to try and get an assist. Then went very aggressive for the second play, had to end up burning his flash. Did get out, and flash on Camille is not too impactful because you have the hook shot and the wall jump to get away.
Because you got like 2,000 units of range of escape.
I played Camille on Earth the other day. Did not go well for me. I don't have the mechanical intensity that you need to play her.
It feels like that would be, you know. Okay, we're going to show our age again. Did you ever watch Gladiators?
Yes, of
on
course
TV?
I did.
Of course you did. Okay, you know with the rings where they had to like swing it? That's what playing Camille
like
in
monkey
our
ring it across.
Yeah, exactly. Just like the entire rift. You must just
The entire
fly
rift's an
around.
obstacle course for you. It's the same as Talon, just continually jumping over all the walls. Pridestalker here going to get the Cloud Drake. Or look for it at least. Amazing did spot out the fact there was a ward, and Pridestalker decides he doesn't want to go too much for that pressure at the time being.
Fnatic are looking for it themselves, though. You can see they're clearing out a little bit of vision. Just setting wards around. They know that they've got enough pressure on the top side with Kikis being ahead, despite it not quite looking so straightforward as the last game. Is difficult to trade into some of Poppy's damage. You can see Kikis just being cautious of not going into a wall.
I think the thing is as well, Ninja Tabis actually can do a lot of work for Poppy in this
how much
matchup.
work
Like,
this is
Hextech
doing.
Ultimatum comes down, Kikis continually trying to trade, tactical sweep, but Jisoo's just like hammer shock after hammer shock. Thank you very much, Kikis. Adapted defenses might keep him alive. It doesn't, and Jisoo survives as well.
Another trade that Fnatic Academy did not need to take. Look at the level disparity between Kikis and Jisoo. Level 8 to level 10. what was a very heavy snowball in the first game going in Fnatic's favor has turned around now as they've completely misread this Cosq.
Cosq does get the Petrifying Gaze down, Realm Warp in by Niski. The Curtain Call opens as Yuki looks for some snipes. Dreams going low, and he'll get caught out by Fnatic as well. They'll get 2 kills. They didn't get the Drake, and they lost Kikis in the top lane.
They need to push out bot side and try and get that tower in response, though. They need to get something to accentuate this lead. They have got the kill lead. They've had the CS lead for a moment or two in some of their lanes, and that's where the gold lead they have right now, nearly 2,000, is coming from. It's some sense of the kills they got onto Niski earlier.
Kikis is realizing he can't just straight up trade at the moment with Jisoo. He's now gone for a Vampiric Scepter to try and get a little bit more sustain. Of course, you get some from the Tactical Sweep as well. This is going to be first tower for Fnatic Academy, and this tower going down means actually Misfits have never got a first tower in any of their first 8 games in the Challenger Series.
That is not a good stat to have. That really works against you. You can see, as you said, Kikis doesn't have any real sense of sustain coming through here. Tried with those defenses to keep himself alive, but Jisoo walks out of there in enough time. And this was the response on the bot side from Fnatic. Pop the Rengar ultimate and start running in. And they actually get onto Cosq, I believe it is. They get the exhaust down and burst him out. They attempt to steal the dragon, but that's not really what they're looking for here. Amazing jumps right onto Cosq. They get the knockup with the wild growth, and it's an easy first kill in this exchange. They continue and force Yuki to stop his ultimate because they're getting way too close.
And then they get the tower out of it as well, which gives them a substantial gold lead. 3,000 ahead, only 14 minutes in. Kick is continually trying to trade. Actually puts the Hextech ultimatum down. He wants this. He's 2 levels behind. It's Niski. Stalker catches him out with the Void Assault, though, and Niski realizes he doesn't want this fight. Tactical Sweep once again. Knock up onto Niski. He's isolated. And Pride Stalker sinks down the claws.
Fnatic Academy, you know, this game, they still have about the same lead as they did in the last one, but it is not the same playstyle.
Cosq with the flank. Rales has to flash away. Amazing Jay onto Dreams will get the kill, though. And now Yuki is caught in a bad situation. Amazing. Trying to catch up. I keep saying Amazing Jay.
I know, I'm like, we're casting LPL.
It's just amazing.
The Spirit of Pulse is still an EU challenger.
Oh, Petrifying Gaze onto Amazing. Dodge that, says Cosq. He chases down. He sinks the fangs in. And he gets 1. He's looking for 2 as Clyde has to flash away.
And this has been a very back and forth game. Every kill Fnatic have had has been somewhat to do with Amazing so far on this Rengar. 1, 2, and 6, but they have dropped a lot of kills in exchange from it. They still have the gold lead and the advantage, but that top tower fell for Misfits Academy. And this is another time in Challenger where we're seeing a team picking up Camille on the blue side and not doing very well because they feel forced to pick it in the draft at that point. This was second rotation, though.
Why has it done so badly, though? Because we said if Amazing puts pressure up towards that top side, if they get early kills, they can snowball this Camille, and that's what happened. And then it just turned on its head, and Jisoo started being able to 1v1.
Yeah, a lot of it is because Poppy is kind of not just a containment match, but it seems to be more of a skill match where if you do get ahead, you have enough damage despite building full tank to be able to out-trade against Kikis. You outlast a lot of the damage that comes through, so the burst that comes from building Sheen and looking for Triforce doesn't really have any impact in the laning phase. Now what I want to see is how does this matchup play when we go later, when Camille is 1v1 with the Triforce, with the Ravenous Hydra, with this extra itemization. Can the Poppy still take that trade? We'll find out.
Especially with a team that can come from nowhere for the rest of Fnatic Academy. You've got Thrill of the Hunt, you've got Realm Warp, you've got On the Hunt coming out from Sivir as well. So much mobility and so much speed for Fnatic Academy to collapse on a single member of the Misfits. And talking about collapsing onto Cosq, dodges it out. Cosq's just dead. Amazing takes the kill.
Same combo again. Now topside, Jisoo's looking for Kikis once again.
Doesn't get the slow, and Kikis will jump away. I think that steadfast presence really makes this matchup. If it's down, Kikis can engage. If it's up, there's not really much he can do.
Yeah, it denies a lot of that utility and the mobility that Kikis wants to bring. Now Fnatic Academy pushing onto the tower again. Pride Stalker and Dreams are here, but they've already lost half of that tower health.
A bit more than half now as well. Fnatic are going to be able to take it. Second tower of the game in the bottom lane for them. They kept Mr. Rales in the mid lane just to clear it out, and he'll retreat to make sure he's not caught out by Jisoo.
despite it looking rough around the edges, Fnatic Academy are starting to take full control of this game. They've got Civic clearing and pushing mid lane now. Yuki wants to try and look for this, but are they overextending? Amazing doesn't have his ultimate available yet. I'm going to double check when it's available since we have a little bit of an error on the spectator. 50 seconds until that is available.
Not too long whatsoever. Drake is up in about that time as well, which allows them to set up once again for perhaps a flank onto Misfits Academy, who you must say have played this early game a lot better. They've been able to capitalize on the mistakes Fnatic Academy have been making, and they have their Poppy scaling up. And Poppy, when she gets late game, especially considering it looks like she's either building an Iceborne Gauntlet or a Frozen Heart, is going to be very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that Iceborne Gauntlet do a lot of work. I feel like Jisoo and Pridestalk have done a decent job this game. Still, like Cosq, we've seen what he's been attempting to do. He's been just slower on the roams, though. Didn't get the trades in lane that he was really looking for, and I think those are kind of split-second plays that, if they go the other way, make him look incredible, right? If you get that trade in the lane, if you lock them down, if you roam just that bit earlier and get to the fight and have kind of presence, that's where you look great. But look, Fnatic Academy again are faster on the play. They're on the inner tower already. They've just taken 2 towers down very quickly.
They're bringing everyone up as well. They might just go for the complete push. Cosq and Pridestalk are still in the bottom lane, and Fnatic Academy say, okay, we'll just go for your top lane inhibitor tower. They have a lot of damage. You have to remember, if Amazing is there with any other member, they take towers incredibly quickly. They're just going to push in. This is going to be an inhibitor tower going low. Keeper's verdict knocks out Niski, but Fnatic just go for the turret. Amazing there as the front line. Klein knocked back. The turret will fall. However, Misfits still going in further. Jisoo caught out Hexagold and made him onto Yuki. Diving in. Kick is trying to sweep away the members of Misfits, and Jisoo is the first to get pushed under the rug. Now the inhibitor tower the target, but Cosq is still there. He's got bot lane inhibitor tower alongside Pridestalk. Kikis almost dies. They get the inhibitor, but I don't think they get back in time to stop Misfits. And Misfits, with only 2 members, get an inhibitor and get out.
Inhib for inhib trade, very messy, and I think Misfits will actually be fairly happy with that trade. No way should they have been in a position to get an inhibitor at 19 minutes, but Fnatic Academy just couldn't quite push fast enough. Yes, Fnatic Academy got a kill on that exchange, but so did Misfits. Jisoo died, Clyde died, and now Misfits Academy gonna get a Cloud Drake from it. This is actually a lot of gold generation that accelerates them to a 2-item gen point. We're closer to that Iceborne Gauntlet. Cosq picks up more as well, and they now have pressure on the bot side, which opens up some of that Baron control for Misfits Academy.
Yeah, especially at 20 minutes, just about to hit the clock. You've got Kha'Zix for the isolation damage. You've got Cassio there as well, who goes through Baron in a heartbeat. This opens up so much of the map for Misfits Academy, and off what looked like a bad trade, they're going to get a lot. Niski caught out slightly. Dreams is low. Cosq chasing in. Niski does just speed his way away. Noxious Blast lands though, and there's the exhaust. Clyde onto Pridestalk off towards the side. Teleporting by Kikis as Amazing is going to leap his way straight onto the Kha'Zix. He wins the hunt. He takes down 2, and there's another kill for Fnatic. They've collapsed all onto Misfits. Jisoo gets 1. He's quite tanky still. He might be able to knock up Rales. Cosq trying to keep himself alive off towards the side. Jisoo almost goes down, and Fnatic Academy are going to continue the chase in. Miasma, not enough. They don't aggro Baron either, which means Misfits do keep 2 members alive. They're going to lose their mid lane tower for it.
Yeah, they're going to lose mid tower for it. Kikis is still hunting around. They were waiting to see where Poppy was coming back through. And despite Misfits Academy being happy with the inhibitor trade, we can't forget Fnatic Academy was still the team in the lead, still the team wanting to force fights. Kikis wants to try and trade into Jisoo, but cannot afford to dive right into Cosq. They're going to forego this fight and back away.
Misfits are just continually like running around, being like, yeah, we can take you, we can take the fight. But not quite deciding to do it.
Hang on, Medic. Here's where the bot lane inhibitor is so influential, because look at that big wave stacking up there. Now Misfits Academy can look for the Baron. There's no teleport on Fnatic. Realm Warp is up, but Fnatic have to commit to denying this. The Baron is going so incredibly low.
It's taken. Misfits sneak the Baron right under Fnatic Academy's noses, and even though Fnatic Academy would have thought they won the fight, Dreams actually going to get caught out in the Baron pit. Fnatic take him down, but that means that now there is a Baron on 4 members of Misfits Academy, and they close that gold gap a little bit.
Dreams, the casualty for the greater good in a lot of these fights. So Fnatic Academy, they took this trade and were able to turn it back around. Watch how the fight ends, though. So Kikis jumps into the fight, very convincing amount of damage, just takes everybody down with Amazing. So difficult for Misfits Academy to survive through this. But look, Klai ends up dying. And with just Jisoo and Koskyu, they slow Fnatic Academy for long enough because look at the low health bars. There's no real way of Kikis closing the gap here. Good use of the Blast Cone to get Jisoo over the wall. Kikis clearly didn't have hookshot available at that point and never used the Hextech ultimatum in that fight. Didn't find the target he was looking for, and oh, Pride Stalker.
He's going to get Rune prisoned. He's going to be able to jump away, though, with the Void. Assault doesn't escape. Niski takes him out. Amazing with a massive leap across the wall. Tries to get onto Dreams, but now Misfits Academy can open up the big guns. Amazing dead. Klai almost sniped away as well. Does just survive. A 1-for-1 trade. Jungler for jungler.
And jungler for jungler, but the Baron's already down, and that means Misfits Academy still have it on 3 members. Fnatic still looking like they want to fight. Gotta keep our eyes on bot lane. That inhibitor has not respawned yet, so it means every time Fnatic want to try and push out, it's difficult not to deal with bot because they'll start losing Nexus towers. There has been some damage dealt to that Nexus tower already. About a third of the health has disappeared, and Kikis has had to recall and go down there to save it.
Now, in picked and bans, we talked about the power of this Fnatic composition later on in the game. You know, you said that Camille was there early game, then Ryze and Sivir would start to take over as we got later on.
Yep.
Sivir's at 2 full items, Essence Reaver, Phantom Dancer. Ryze has got a fully stacked Rod of Ages, a Morello, and that stacking up tier. Is this the point where that Ryze and Sivir really come online, or do they need a little bit more?
Sivir needs a little more time. I mean, still does have good damage in the fights. We've seen Rales picking up a few kills and dealing damage with the Ricochet, but here's another fight.
Jisoo on Kikis, it's a 1v1. The Hexagon comes down, and Fnatic try and collapse onto the Poppy. They'll take him out. And now Misfits on the back foot because Amazing comes in with a flank. Yuki dead. Dreams chased out by Amazing as well. The Realm Warp will bring 3 members of Fnatic forward. And they're going to continue the chase onto Misfits. Koskyu tries to turn it back around. Cannot do it. Misfits skitter. Scutter their way away.
Where was Koskyu in that exchange? Why was Misfits Academy pushing in the bot side of the jungle? As, again, look at the... Okay, inhibs come up. Kikis is recalled, trying to defend, but now Fnatic Academy are looking to push through. Why were Misfits Academy making a play in bot jungle with their mid laner so far away?
And we talk about Baron power plays. When Misfits took that Baron, they were 4,000 gold behind. They are now 5,000 gold behind while they've had a Baron buff.
Yeah, they couldn't really move out. So it all started with Pride Stalker getting caught out on this exchange. This is where Kikis went down. Amazing. Had so much damage. This was the fight before the one we just saw. This is the one where it was jungler for jungler trade. And then from there, we saw another trade later on.
That we did. You can see Kikis coming up to try and join the fight once again. He's still in that bottom lane, has the teleport up now. Ravenous Hydra and Trinity Force completed. So he's starting to get that later game Camille that we talked about earlier on. Jisoo there, though, with the Iceborne Gauntlet, and Misfits Academy are in the middle lane looking for this
TP coming in behind them.
Kikis looking for the flank,
but
he's going to flank straight into 4 members. Rengar ult is down as well. Pride Stalker perhaps the one to catch. Fnatic collapsing in for 4 different sides, and they'll take out one. Pride Stalker caught away to the side as well. Ooh. He's dead. Petrifying Gaze, though, from Koskyu, exhausted straight away. Misfits Academy running for the hills, but I'm not sure they get away from the Fnatic professorial squad. Misfits Academy, the students. Fnatic Academy, the teachers, and they're teaching them how to get kills.
Fnatic Academy with 3 kills on the board, looking perhaps for the second inhibitor of the game. That top inhibitor is easy target in the next phase of this play. Yuki will be up in enough time. Pride Stalker will be able to defend as well. So it won't be critical damage in the sense of a game-ending push, but Fnatic Academy have a good setup here. Jisoo wants to go in.
There's the inhibitor going down. Jisoo knocks Klai into the wall. The hammer shock down as well. Redemption comes out. Whisper looking for a kill. Gets onto Niski, gets onto Rales. Spell shield up, though. And they don't get top lane inhibitor alongside that.
But they will get an Infernal Drake in exchange. Pride Stalker is going to go down and try and stop them. So Fnatic Academy, every time they inch closer to getting objectives, they are somewhat halted by Misfits Academy.
You can see Mr. Wallace's decision making there. He's like, oh yeah, we've got this guy's Infernal Drake, chucks a boomerang out. Oh wait, teleporting by Jisoo. Nope, thank you very much. I'm going to retreat for now.
Doesn't want to have to deal with a Poppy, but this might be an overcommit here out of Misfits Academy. Look at how Fnatic Academy once again are closing in on them. Dreams already taken low.
Nisqy caught out though. He's so low. Uses the Seraph shield, but gets melted away by Pridestalker. As does Mr. Rales. Now amazing. It's up to him to 1v4, but he just can't do enough. Misfits Academy take out 3 members, and they'll get the Infernal Drake as well.
Fnatic Academy, they were trying to collapse on 2 sides. The problem is all their damage was one side, and Amazing and Kikis were up on the top side, couldn't close the net fast enough, and suddenly, Misfits Academy may very well have just done enough to hold on in this game. That's their 3rd Drake of the game now as that Infernal Drake was picked up.
Still one more before the Elder Drake comes up though, and that's quite big here. Misfits Academy would have probably wanted to delay that Infernal just a little bit more to bring that power spike ever so slightly closer for themselves, because they know if the Rise gets another item, he's looking towards Abyssal Scepter. If that Sivir gets another item, it's going to be too difficult for them to fight into this team.
And look at it, Nisqy caught out by Jin. Yuki had very clear target priority. Despite dying, was enough actually to set this fight up for the rest of Misfits.
Amazing was so close on 2 members as well. He's had such a strong game, because we used to talk about him very much as a utility jungler. You know, he'd provide for his team, he'd help his team out. Here he's playing the Rengar, he's got the Yumu's, he's got the Skirmisher Saber. He is doing a huge amount of work.
He has been involved in 17 out of 20 kills for his team. He's done a better job on this Rengar than I think a lot of people would give him credit for. It has been a messy game.
Oh, incredibly
really messy.
When you're 28 minutes in and you have 34 kills on the board, you know it's been pretty messy.
That'll do it. Which is a big departure from game 1, where we thought, hey, Fnatic early game looked solid, looked clean. This game, not so much. Early game, we had that weird tower, a tower dive where it was 1-for-1. And Fnatic Academy haven't settled in the game since that. They've always been kind of rushing around the map, trying to get anything they can as fast as they possibly could.
I think that's part of the situation they're in as a team and in the table at the moment as well, though, because both of these teams know they need to win this game to really have a chance of making it into playoffs. Misfits Academy play Schalke next week, and Schalke are undefeated thus far, and we expect them to go undefeated throughout the entire split. If they don't win today, they are stuck on 4 points. And Fnatic Academy, if they win 2-0, push themselves to 6. You can tell it's not desperation, but it's a realization from both of these 2 teams that if they don't win these games, it's a very real possibility they won't have a chance at that LCS spot.
Yeah, and from the organization, from Fnatic, I mean, just looking at getting Amazing on the lineup, of course, there were 2 weeks where he wasn't playing for Fnatic, that they didn't put him on the Fnatic Academy lineup, and now Kikis goes in.
Hexagon ultimatum, he just snipes away Yuki. That's great play by Kikis onto the backline once again. We saw him do it on Echo, now he's bringing it out on Camille.
Trying to chase a Camille through the jungle. Misfits Academy now have to be careful that On the Hunt doesn't get popped and the net collapses again. Kiki's going to push through on the bot side. The rest of Fnatic going to look through mid lane here as well. Maybe looking for the Baron. Is it going to be a Realm Warp over there? I don't think you necessarily need to do that, but they were all grouped together.
No vision here for Misfits Academy either, so this Baron's going to go down pretty quickly without them understanding that it's being done. Right, Sukka's on his way. Void Assault is going to try and jump his way, and if he steals it, this is the play of the game. Misfits Academy need it. He jumps in, they stop it. Misfits Academy gets the Baron! Bright Stalker takes it, and Kick is caught off towards the side as well. Round warp in though, Fnatic get 2, and they're going to continue the chase onto Jisoo. Mr. Rales chasing Dreams off towards the side. Fnatic, if they get these kills, they get the game. They'll take Jisoo as well. And now, with 4 members, they can push down mid and look for the win.
Oh, Fnatic Academy, they botched the Baron, but it doesn't matter.
Jisoo's got a blast cone.
Oh,
he's actually going to escape for the time being. Rune Prison comes out, Amazing, looking for the flank.
That's critical that the Misfits Academy get him away. The inhibit respawns in mid. I don't think Fnatic Academy have got enough time to push this through. They'll get the inhib again.
They'll get the inhib again. They'll probably get top inhib as well. I don't know if they can push into the Baron, though. The Baron is incredibly powerful here, so they'll probably get 2 inhibs off this push. Yuki doesn't have Curse and Call. Pridestalker's up as well, though. Misfits Academy, Pridestalker looking for the play once again. Edge of Night on amazing. Battle roars his way out, but Jisoo's got the flank on. Onto Cly, he gets him out. Kikis jumps onto Pridestalker, trying to trade back in, but Kikis now in the midst of 4 members of Misfits Academy. They're desperate, stressed, and desperate is costing them dearly here. Mr. Rales is dead. Misfits Academy have taken kill after kill after kill.
Fnatic Academy have just been trying to overreach. Gets locked down. Niski's dead. That might be enough with a Baron buff for Misfits to even up the inhibitor. Remember, there's an exposed inhibitor in the bot lane if they can push it all through as well. So Misfits now have the Baron buff. They have 30 seconds on most of Fnatic Academy to push back through. And what has gone wrong this game for Fnatic Academy? Everything has looked so messy.
Super minions in the mid lane mean this wave is quite a long way away, though, for Misfits Academy. They'll get 1 turret out of it. 10 seconds on Rales, 10 on Kickers as well. Misfits probably aren't even going to get an inhibitor off this push. They might continue it, but I think they'll back away and go back for that Dragon, which is spawning in about 40 seconds. Misfits didn't get as much as they would have wanted, but they're still in this game, which 3 minutes ago, it looked like Fnatic just had it on lock.
It looked like they had everything in control. A couple more kills would spell the end of this game. Kikis, oh no, if Kikis gets caught out here. If he steps
forward, there's a blast cone there.
Have they seen it?
No, they don't know.
But has Kikis seen it? Because he's very patient about this. Look at where the rest of Fnatic are going.
Oh, he's not patient enough. Kikis caught out once again. Dreams gets the kill.
And look where the rest of Fnatic Academy are. They're up through the top side of the map, trying to play the aggressors here, and they will be able to, but another Drake comes up in 6 seconds. They're going to end up losing this one out to Misfits.
Thing is, Cosq can just stay here and do this by himself. He doesn't need any of the rest of his team to do it. So the Drake will fall, it'll be the Cloud, and next up will be that Elder Dragon. Misfits Academy will be very happy to get that with 4 Drakes under their belt. Fnatic, it looked like Amazing might have been going for something there with the Yumus. He decides against it for the time being, but it reeks of desperation, Stress. It reeks of desperation.
It absolutely does. This was the desperate attempt to get a second inhibitor. They were not watching the recall or the respawn timers here. Amazing, way too low. Thinks that maybe he can stay alive for a moment longer. But, I mean, Edge of Night's not going to keep the rest of your team safe there. And Fnatic ended up dropping.
Kickers was slightly unfortunate as well because he Hextech ultimatumed on towards Pridestalker as Pridestalker leaped away, which meant he got carried a lot further into the back of the team than you would have expected to. At the end of that, of course, we saw Niski getting caught out with the Miasma, stopping the Realm Warp. And now it's even. The gold is even. Don't look at the kills. Towers, obviously in favor of Fnatic Academy, but Misfits have an open inhibitor in bot lane. Their Poppy's getting to a point probably where he can trade with Kikis.
And the big story is not on any of the overlay, any of the stat lines here. It's the 2 Barons that Misfits Academy have had this game. One, they rushed down because Fnatic were out of position, and the second, they stole away. Fnatic tried to stop Baron damage at about 1800, and I think between Yuki, with a bunch of damage coming from Curtain Call and some of the rest of the team, just bought Pridestalker enough time to get that smite down. Amazing didn't react in time. We haven't had a replay of it, so unfortunately we won't be able to break it down piece by piece, but for Misfits, that has been what saved them in this one.
However, Fnatic have now got to those later game spikes we were talking about in Pick and Ban. Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, Last Whisper, Phantom Dancer, all completed on towards Mr. Rales. The Rise has a Morello, a Rod of Ages, a Void Staff, a Seraphs, almost got that Abyssal Scepter as well. There's some big item spikes here for Fnatic Academy.
And Fnatic Academy do not need Amazing to carry these fights anymore. They don't need Kikis to carry the fights. Rales will do it alone if he is given the room and given the support that he needs to. 4-item Sivir is very deadly in late game team fights. Remember, right the way back in Champ Select Medic, we were talking about if this game goes past 35 minutes, it should be Fnatic Academies. Well, this game should have been Fnatic Academies probably about 8 minutes ago when they were looking for those inhibitor plays, looking for the Baron. They theoretically had the setup. Should have been simple for them, but it hasn't been. It's been very messy, very sloppy play, and Fnatic Academy need to catch up.
Misfits, though, are the kings of the late game. In EU Challenger Series, have the longest game time of any team. 3 have the most wins after 40 minutes of any team as well. They'll be comfortable in this position.
Another question we were asking was, could for Misfits, Jisoo on this Poppy maintain control against Kikis the later this game goes? And for now, it certainly looks like it. I mean, Kikis is shoving in and then Jisoo is receiving the wave, but apart from that, Kikis doesn't seem to be extending much more than a CS lead right now. It is a significant one. Can't really overlook that.
The CS lead as well for Amazing. 50 CS over that Kha'Zix, and he's been involved in a lot more plays. Only 7 kills being participated in for PrizeStalker as opposed to the 19 for Amazing. He's playing, as much as it's not a utility champion as such, he's still playing that utility role. He's still aiding and assisting his team.
And if Misfits Academy can take... Oh, hang on, Rales.
PrizeStalker jumps in. Rales is going to base down the curtain call. PrizeStalker looking for something here. There is a flank available for Amazing, but Kikis just wants the turret in the bottom lane. Amazing off towards the side, chased away. Misfits are looking for that Baron vision. PrizeStalker jumps forward once again.
Kikis is going to get that tower. He's going to push that through. The recall's coming through from Jisoo, but it's not in time to save the tower, and Misfits can't commit to the Baron at this point. So, you know, it was a couple of ultimates, like a couple of summoners used from Fnatic to disengage that fight, but Misfits don't get anything.
And now they only have 2 towers remaining on the map. Just those Nexus turrets between them and losing this game. And Fnatic once again call for the Baron.
This is not necessary.
PrizeStalker's there, the ward comes down, control ward's going to stop it out. PrizeStalker looking for the steal here. He jumps in a little bit early, 2,000 HP on the Baron. PrizeStalker in the backline, Kikis caught off towards the side. They're going to go for the fight. Fnatic are all low, but so are Misfits. Jisoo knocks him back, Yuki takes down Clyde.
Is dead.
2 members dead. Kosku goes down as well though, and now it's a 4v3. Amazing jumps in, Jisoo knocks him back and takes him out. Now Niski and Kikis get destroyed, but it's a double for Niski before he goes down.
3 members of Misfits survive. It's enough to get back, and with long respawn timers, it should be enough for Misfits to maintain control of the Baron pit. Kikis is going to try and heal himself up. He doesn't want to have to back away. He doesn't want to have to teleport back into this, so he's just going to assume control of the vision. It needs to kill the Rift Scuttler so that they can keep control of the vision, because still 25 seconds left on Amazing. This is going to have to be a standout play from Kikis if he wants to kill anybody in this Baron pit.
There's not a huge amount of damage, in all honesty, on
It's going to be slow.
They do have the Taste Their Fear isolation from PrizeStalker. Kikis is looking forward with the tactical
Rales
sweep.
is up. Klai is already on the way.
He's a long way away, but he might be there before the Baron goes down. Kikis steps forward once again.
If Kikis can get a massive Sheen proc as he jumps in.
Onto Dreams, 3,000 HP on the Baron. Here's the redemption, trying to heal himself up. Baron down to 2,000 now as PrizeStalker looks for it once again. Kikis jumps in, and here's the Baron going low. Kikis takes out Dreams, the Baron does go out. The Hextech ultimatum stops PrizeStalker in his tracks. He was trying to leap away. Has to flash to try and live another day. He gets taken out, but now Kosku opening up the twin bangs and the kill from the side. Amazing though, takes out Yuki. What is this game?
This game is a ridiculous back and forth Baron attempt that has been so messy. But again, Misfits Academy have taken the 3rd Baron this game, and it has not been enough to hold on for now. Elder Drake is going to go over to Fnatic Academy by the looks of things, but Jisoo and Kosku are closing in. Kosku is no flash. If he doesn't catch out Amazing, it basically spells the end of his life. Amazing's going to back away from it. And Fnatic Academy, that all started on a Baron call they did not have to make. They had already pulled Misfits back away from the Baron. They had vision control. And this was the Baron that Misfits went for. Kikis, he wasn't looking for a steal on this, but he's looking to clean up on the backside of the Baron. The only way he would have been able to steal was if he'd have been able to get a big Trinity Force proc jumping in on this. You can see he goes in, trades onto Dreams, didn't quite get damage down, and catches PrizeStalker with a beautiful ultimatum. But look at the damage that's going to come from Kosku. No respect there out of Rales and Kikis. They were desperately trying to kill Jisoo and PrizeStalker over the wall. And back and forth this game goes. We're on an Elder Drake. Amazing's popped his ultimate. Kikis has his teleport. They want to fight again. This fight will end the game if Misfits can pull out a win. They still have Baron buff on a couple of members.
I think it ends the game no matter which way it goes, assuming 3 or 4 members die from either team. Open inhibitors on the side of Misfits, and the same on Fnatic. Amazing jumps in. Baron, Elder Drake down low. Kick is looking for the flank here. Misfits try and get the knock away, but the keeper's verdict does not land. Kicker steps forward once again. They're going for the fight. Elder Drake down. 4,000. Pride it's a smite fight. Kickis tries to get onto the back line. Amazing now taking up the Baron. Kickis in with the Hexagon Ultimatum. He's dead. And now it's a 4v5 and Misfits can try and re-engage. Straight in. Yuki dead. Clyde's going to go down as well. Niski has to make a 1v5 play. Amazing there off towards the side. Can't get in. Can't engage. Can't join the fray. He tries to jump on towards Yuki, but he's dead. Niski's dead. Fnatic are dead. And Misfits will take the win.
They're going to tie this series, end the series 1-1, and stop the momentum of Fnatic Academy in its tracks. Fnatic Academy kept taking fights they did not need to, and nobody peeled for Rales, the late game carry. Kickis and Amazing continue to try and carry these team fights. Nobody kept the Sivir alive, the 5-item Sivir, and that's the end of the game.
Misfits Academy, the kings of the late game, stamp their place for this 1-1 against Fnatic Academy.
Oh, Fnatic Academy looked so good in Game 1, looked good at the beginning of Game 2, but Misfits Academy punishing them in late game fights. Every Baron in Game 2 went to Misfits Academy, and there was no way Fnatic could keep up.
It was just decision-making from Fnatic Academy in the late game. We talked about it. Their early game was relatively strong, although a little bit messy. Their late game decision-making was weak.
Very weak. Like, you get bot inhib tower from the Camille pushing. You've already got the win on that exchange. Don't start the Baron and just let them jump in and steal it. We've seen so many of these happen in the LCS that you have to learn from that. And it is so infuriating to see a team start the Baron instead of just stand there, bait the Baron, have vision control, and pick them off when they come forward. Otherwise, your Camille gets another inhib.
Exactly.
Like, I can't, so frustrated
I've
at
run
that
out of
decision.
words for that game. I think you have to look at Misfits Academy, though, and say, well played.
Yeah,
you do. A tough game to come back from. Pride Stalker, what a god of the steal, in all honesty, managing to take away those Barons and secure it when Kickis was jumping in as well. He played incredibly well that second game, and we focused a lot on him, saying he's the one who needs to step up, he's the one who needs to do well. Well, he managed to do it that game. But up next is our second match of the day between Paris Saint-Germain, who will be battling it out against Team Kinguin when we return after the break. Oh, Amazing jumps in, Jisoo flashes away, Kickis tries to get in, Steadfast Presence locks him under tower, but he hasn't taken aggro. He gets the adaptive defenses, but he doesn't get out alive. 1-for-1 trade in the top to Yuki, diving in, Kickis trying to sweep away the members of Misfits, and Jisoo is the first to get pushed under the rug. Now the inhibitor tower, the target, but Kozku is still there. He's got bot lane inhibitor tower alongside Pride Stalker. Kickis almost dies. They get the inhibitor, but I don't think they get back in time to stop Misfits. And Misfits with only 2 members get an inhibitor and get out. And Fnatic collapsing in for 4 different sides, and they'll take out one. Pride Stalker caught away to the side as well. Ooh. He's dead. Petrifying gaze though from Kozku, exhausted straight away. Misfits Academy running for the hills, but I'm not sure they get away from the Fnatic professorial squad. Misfits Academy, the students. Fnatic Academy, the teachers, and they're teaching them how to get killed.
And Stream's already taken low.
Niski caught out though. He's so low. Uses the Seraph shield, but gets melted away by Pride Stalker, as does Mr. Rales. Now Amazing, it's up to him to 1v4, but he just can't do enough. Misfits Academy take out 3 members. He jumps in, they stop it. Misfits Academy gets the Baron! Pride Stalker takes it, and Kick is caught off towards the side as well. Round warp in though, Fnatic get 2, and they're gonna continue the chase onto Jisoo. Mr. Rales chasing Dreams off towards the side. Fnatic, if they get these kills, they get the game. They'll take Jisoo as well. And now, with 4 members, they can push down mid and look for the win. Pride Stalker, it's a smite fight. Kickis tries to get onto the back line. Amazing now taking up the Baron. Kickis in with the Hexagon Ultimatum. He's dead. And now it's a 4v5 and Misfits can try and re-engage. Straight in. Yuki dead. Clyde's going to go down as well. Niski has to make a 1v5 play. Amazing there off towards the side. Can't get in. Can't engage. Can't join the fray. He tries to jump on towards Yuki, but he's dead. Niski's dead. Fnatic are dead. And Misfits will take the win. Welcome back to the European Challenger Series, where the football powerhouse Paris Saint-Germain are about to test themselves against the pride of Poland, Team Kinguin. Paris Saint-Germain are starting off on the blue side, and in their top lane they have a White Knight in the jungle. They've got Kyrie, Blank is their mid laner, Pilot is their AD carry, and their support is Frater.
And their opponents on the red side for Team Kinguin. It is in the top lane Ice Beasto, in the jungle Tabasco, mid lane Sebex, AD carry Woolite, and their support is Tilo.
I think we need to start off by saying PSG are looking better. However, is it too little too late for them?
Yeah, that's the question, right? Is how had this slow improvement to finally get them to a point where they got a win, they got the first win. It's all based off a strong early game from PSG, but it's still not enough to carry them through to the late game. They got weak decision making that we saw, errors in positioning in the late game really have cost PSG, and it hasn't been fixed fast enough. I mean, it's either Pilot or Blank, and one of them every game is getting caught out later we go.
However, they have brought in White Knight for this week. Steve put out a tweet about him earlier saying they're splitting the scrims across the week. It's a great attitude within the team. They think White Knight really fits into the composition of the team at the moment. Maybe he can do some stuff. Of course, he has played competitively before for Team Alternate in the LCS. It was in 2013, but he was a mid laner and an AD carry sub at that time.
Yeah, and now we get to see how much that'll play on the minds of Kinguin, because I know that they were looking for revenge against Steve, really. So it's not Steve.
Maybe that's why the
Knight.
sub's been made.
It's all a mind game.
It's all a mind game. Well, mind games are incredibly important. And Kinguin on the other side, their mind games really come back to how Tabasco plays, in all honesty.
Really, when Tabasco's looking great, Kinguin look like they can beat almost any team. At least in Challenger Series, but honestly, like, Tabasco's had some pretty shocking games at the same time. Like, okay, the first series was against Schalke, but we saw one last week as well, and the week before, where he just didn't really settle, and the rest of the team looked not great. They didn't seem to know how to close versus Millenium, very struggle-based play style they had. They just couldn't get anything.
It just felt very much like they didn't know, especially in Game 1, how to play against the Millenium composition. Game 2, however, they seemed to unlock that a little bit, picking up the Gragas so that they could isolate Pinoy, and it worked out pretty well for them. I think as well you have to look at Woolite and say his Jhin, when he gets it, is pretty darn devastating. Has the highest DPM on Jhin of any AD carry in the league, and by quite a margin.
Well, if you can't jump in, I guess kind of means he can't, you know, do the old saying of pulling a Woolite. But no, he's had good damage.
The old memes are the best.
Yeah, it's an old one, but a good one at that point.
Marinated.
But honestly, I think Kinguin, I want to see how their decision-making in the moment plays out, because they've been a fairly unflexible team when it comes to what they were doing in game, whereas we just saw Misfits Academy do very well, living in the moment almost. And, you know, Unicorns of Love are a team that do that up in the LCS very well. They've made a name for themselves.
Well, we are into Champion Select. I want to bring up the table once again, and we're going to be talking about it a lot over the next couple of weeks. That last result actually plays very much into Paris Saint-Germain's hands, because it now means if they win both of their games, they're starting to surpass other people in points rather than just equalizing and tying up with other people.
And it also helps Kinguin here as well, because if either of these teams gets a 2-0 now, everybody around them just only got 1 point from it. So very interesting goings on in the table. So PSG take the Shen away, take the Jace away, focusing on that top lane potentially, trying to give White Knight a more comfortable matchup.
And White Knight has never subbed in for a top lane position before. I think that's important to say. This will be his third different position that he has played competitively. And lots of people say, you know, having a sub who can play any role is good. But when you bring him in your first week of having him on your roster, he needs to impact. And against someone like Ice Beasto, he's going to have a tough matchup.
Look at the focus from PSG on top lane. Camille goes out as well. So what do we got? LeBlanc. Pretty much, maybe Blanc takes LeBlanc for himself. No, that's not the case. With Varusban, they take the Jhin as first pick. So Kinguin, if they really want that mid lane pick, can look to go for it here. Sebex, in days gone by, has played a ton of LeBlanc. We've seen him in Challenger Series play that before.
We have seen LeBlanc be countered, though, by Schalke 04. I believe it was in week 1, and that was against Kinguin. So when they played that LeBlanc, the Kassadin worked out very well into it. It's going to be the Maokai top alongside that Graves jungle for Tabasco, allowing him some early game aggression.
That's a very early Maokai pickup, but with that much presence on top lane, that's why Maokai comes out. Basically taking away a lot of the tank matchups with the Shen not being available. We've got the Camille, the Jace, the carry matchups that aren't Rumble taken away from them too. And like the Graves, farm-based jungler. We've seen what Graves can do. You put him in front of a turret, but it's on Tabasco now. He's going to have a little reduced impact earlier on in the game.
That he is. Kyrie now has the Kha'Zix as well, so he'll be looking to try and do quite a lot. I've actually got a note in my notes here that says, I want to see more from Kyrie in the early game, so I'm quite happy that he's picked up the Kha'Zix here. He's been playing a lot more Rek'Sai, which is much more of a utility jungler. I like these aggressive junglers, especially with the priority that's put on watching out the enemy jungler and spotting them out as they play their early game through.
Now, as we have a support lock-in come through on the Lulu, if Kinguin go LeBlanc here, they can then look to ban out. It's either LeBlanc or they have to go AD carries is another option. They can look to ban out a lot in phase 2, then get the first pick on whatever's the strongest that remains, or see what falls as a blind pickable mid laner, or, you know, as we come out of phase 1. There's a lot still available with that LeBlanc still being up.
It's going to be the Rise instead here for Sebex. We have seen quite a lot of different champions from Blanc in that mid lane. He's played Talia. He's got a lot of ability to work around his team and play exactly what's needed. The LeBlanc ban does come out from Kinguin.
I don't like the pacing of this draft anymore from Kinguin, in the sense that you're playing up against PSG, who typically have a good early game. You've got a mostly losing top laner who basically doesn't win most matchups. You've got a patiently waiting and farming jungler, a patient mid laner who needs time to play. You've lost out on the AD carry trade. Now you don't get a Sivir to go alongside it. Where is your early game? It's going to have to come from something like a Caitlyn that's going to come out for Woolite. We've seen Woolite pick up Tristana before as well in days gone by. I'm afraid for Kinguin if they fall behind here.
I think as well, like, because you're banning out mid lane, the top lane matchup for White Knight is a lot easier for him to pick. It is going to be an Ashe ban as well from PSG, so now Woolite will probably go towards that Caitlyn, as you said. Doesn't need to pick it up first rotation, can probably get it as that last pick if they want to prioritize anything else here.
But even then, you only have Caitlyn for that very early laning phase, and then suddenly the damage goes down.
Caitlyn Karma, perhaps, just to try and push the lane in consistently?
Yeah. I mean, yes, you could also go Nami if you want lane presence, and that's where they're going on this. If this isn't a Caitlyn last pick from Kinguin, I would be incredibly surprised.
Ezreal is the other option, but doesn't really fit into that pushing idea that you
especially with the Nami, you're basically picking a losing lane rather than a winning lane at that point. And the only other option would be if they wanted Tristana. And we've got a tank buster out of the mid lane. With a Rise on the opposite side, you have a little bit of freedom to pick up whatever you want. That's an Azir. We don't see too many. We've seen a couple in the last few weeks.
I don't think we've seen any in Challenger Series yet, if I recall correctly. Blanca's going to bring out the Azir. Showed he's got a propensity to play any mid laner, in all honesty, and not too worried about his mechanics in the lane. His ability to stay safe later game, perhaps helped slightly by this Azir, because he can always do that Shurima shuffle to get himself away.
Kind of a long-range comp, at least some aspects here for PSG. Doesn't actually mesh too well when you look at it. Like Kha'Zix jumps in, gets the Lulu ultimate. You've got the Jhin from behind, the Azir out in the backline as well. Doesn't really scream like they can push Kinguin in.
So why do you think PSG have gone for this composition if you don't think it's working out to what they would have wanted originally?
Well, the problem is, I don't think it doesn't work out to what they wanted originally. I think they probably got a lot of their picks that they were looking for, but the top lane matchup of going Nautilus meant they had to get more damage from elsewhere, like in the mid lane, where you have to be able to chunk through a Maokai. Just interesting pacing. I'm not super keen on both drafts, if I'm being honest. It's a very rare time that this happens, but
it does happen from time to time,
like,
though.
Kinguin's has a lot easier setup. You can see what it wants to do, but I think it could have been punished hard by PSG. They want to teamfight later on. You have fair damage coming from the Caitlyn, from the Graves, from the Rise. You have solid bases to go from. Like, for the side of PSG, you can't 1-3-1 because you've got Nazir. You've got this weird mix where if Nautilus can go down, lock somebody down, Kha'Zix comes in, Jhin comes in with the damage, you can actually get a fight started. But I don't see PSG doing too much without getting a kill or two and then getting a tower. There's no 5v5 big team fight set up for them. There's no 1-3-1 split push. This is kind of catch and punish.
But their catch doesn't seem incredibly good
Right,
either. Like,
that's the
you kind of got
problem.
the Azir and the Nautilus there who can do a little bit, and then the Kha'Zix maybe early game if you can start to catch out that Graves and take him out in those 1-for-1 trades. But usually Graves is okay into that matchup as well because of the end of the line. When you're fighting in the jungle, end of the line is so much more powerful. But we are about to get onto Summoner's Rift. If you think Paris Saint-Germain will take only their second win of the European Challenger Series, tweet out with us with hashtag PSG win. If you think Kinguin are going to take it, hashtag KGN win. We're on to the Summoner's Rift. Both these teams need a win today.
Well, Ice Beasto is playing goalkeeper Maokai. We'll see if he can stop this football team on the other side of the rift, putting one in the back of the net in game 1. Trying to just RP the best as he can. It's a very small goal, actually, to score in.
I don't know, man.
We'll see whether White Knight can kind of use the anchor. And
I think the ball is probably bigger than the goal. That's golf. That's not football. So a mixture of sports in the top lane for us here. Golfer Nautilus has to be a skin at some point. Can you please suggest that to the team? Golf is now an Olympic sport as well, so in an Olympic year, can put that on. But yes, early game jungle priority is what we tend to see from teams these games. And it's interesting that you say PSG haven't really set up this composition as well as we would have liked, because although their late game has been weak, their mid game hasn't been incredible, their early game tends to have been strong, and their draft has been pretty consistently good across the last few weeks. So it's strange to see them starting to falter on something we would have praised them for in weeks gone by.
And I kind of want to maybe clarify some of the discussion on draft.
I think that's important because it was a confusing discussion.
It
was. Everything was all over the place.
Yeah, and that's the problem with PSG is it is a little all over the place. I think that they have picks that can work, but certainly when you look at the meta, this isn't 5 champions that are exceptionally strong. I mean, yes, Kha'Zix, yes, Jhin, but then the Azir comes out for Blanc, and I really have to see whether he can punish Sebex. Try and shove him in, get damage down, and then look to make plays.
Is that what you're expecting in this lane? Is it about the Azir pushing that lane in and then roaming and trying to get ganks off in the rest of the map? Is he kind of playing the sort of LeBlanc idea where you just push the lane in and then go somewhere else?
Well, early on he can shove and get a good amount of damage down. The problem is it doesn't really sustain through, and Ryze has decent wave clear afterwards. So that is the very early laning phase for Blanc. You can see he's already at level 2 here, looking to push through. Has to be careful because Tabasco is around the mid lane. Tabasco is actually not just around the mid lane. He's potentially looking for a red buff steal, trying to get some of that trades. In fact, it's a mid lane gank very early on from Tabasco.
Blanc has got cleanse. The slow comes out. There is the flash away straight away, end of the line down. And Blanc will get himself out, but now lower mobility because he has to burn that summoner. And Kairi did a full jungle clear topside, which means that he wasn't able to counter gank or get anything out of that.
Yeah, that's a good play early on to get down into mid lane, get that flash from Blanc. I'm looking at bot lane at the same time. You can see Delord tries to trade. It's been very aggressive.
Ooh, that was close as well. A whisper from that deadly flourish. And now, Pilot actually tends to have quite strong lanes alongside Spartel. He has the highest CS difference of any AD carry in the league at 15 minutes. Tends to win out his lane. It's one of the stronger lanes that we've seen from Paris Saint-Germain, whereas Woolite and D-Lord tend to struggle a little bit, in all honesty, below average across the board.
This lane matchup, though, should be in favor of Caitlyn Nami. Very difficult to out-trade them. Once you have that Tidecaller's Blessing come through on Caitlyn, you just get extra damage. If you can land a headshot, just kind of takes 300 health off. No real way of surviving through that. And, of course, the sustain that Delord has, you saw just how much health you got back there. So, as good as Pilot's laning phase has been, the matchup in this game is going against him.
Have to see if he can perhaps keep even then and stop that losing matchup from causing him too much harm later on. Tabasco once again stepping forward, getting some vision down here. Not going to pop the Scryer's Bloom and give away his position because he wants a gank on Blanc, who still does not have that flash.
Yeah, but he will, however, have these shifting sands to get away if he feels like he's in trouble. There it does, comes through, gets the cleanse though.
Yeah, Sebex using Ghost to get the cleanse. Perhaps Blanc just being respectful there of the possibility Tabasco was around the corner.
And he's playing around topside here. Blanc had the ward, so they would have been able to spot Tabasco if it had come topside. Knows that as long as he hugs that wall, he can use that shifting sands very effectively.
I have to admit, I really like Azir's ability names. I think that's some of the best named abilities in the game. Icebeast getting traded in here by White Knight. Ooh, not going to get taken out, but interesting matchup here, because usually you'd expect it just to be a tank into a tank. White Knight's just pushing behind the lane here, but Icebeast's really getting shoved out of this one.
Yeah, typically Nautilus is able to push thanks to Riptide. Very effectively pushes through the minions. Normally, Maokai can sustain through a lot of the damage, but Icebeast looks like he took a poor trade after not having any corrupting potion stacks left, and White Knight used his to heal himself back up. Tabasco's around, but I believe they just spotted him. A ping went down onto those Krugs. A lot of that's to do with the wards where they've caught out vision on Tabasco recently. Again, they know he can only really be topside in Krugs if he is farming.
With the rise of aggressive junglers, we're seeing so much more impetus put on tracking your enemy jungler, knowing exactly where they're going to be. It's always been important, of course, but when it used to be junglers would farm up to the later game and then come in for the ganks, didn't matter as much. Now that junglers give a huge damage burst and can really change a fight in a matter of seconds, we see so much more about getting vision deep into the enemy jungle. D-Lord caught out, Pilot flashes in, into the bubble, exhaust down, Woolite gets a headshot and pushes Pilot back.
Good trade in response there. Didn't even get the flash out of D-Lord, and Pilot was the one that went aggressively there. I want to kind of follow on from what you were talking about of tracking junglers and how that affects the pace of the game. Teams have very, recently and over the last year or so started to figure out that there are only a set number of plays that can be made at any one time. Whether they're farming or whether they're ganking, there's...
Either Krugs or Razorbeaks trying to take down Kha'Zix.
There's only a set number of plays, and if you have a third to two-thirds of the map covered in vision, then the number of plays that you can actually be making is severely reduced. So that's why when they spot Tabasco, PSG can start looking to make a play bot side, because they know there's no way of punishing them. Ryze can't get there. You don't have any option of Graves getting there early either, and PSG had the option to make it. Didn't actually get the play to work out for them. Pilot flashes forward, couldn't get anything done.
Splashed into an Aquaprism as well, so great reaction from D-Lord. Did get the heal and the exhaust now, but they're much shorter cooldown than the flash, so Pilot now needs to be a little bit cautious. Sprattle coming up to clear out a little bit of vision in the river as well.
Yeah, I would rather trade heal and flash away and get the flash from Jhin. Sorry, heal and exhaust away and get flash from Jhin. Because theoretically, you can punish that with the Graves. Unfortunately, Icebeast has used his teleports. There's no TP advantage for Kinguin. Otherwise, that would have been easy to make a play. Like, look how far Jhin and Lulu are pushed up in this lane. If there was a ward next to them, because they have not control warded that bush, if there was a ward in this bot lane, easy punish on a flashless Jhin would be able to get a kill.
Speaking of punish, Kaire is looking towards this red buff, has been pinged out. They know the Razorbeak's dead. Tabasco's back here. Just trying to keep a track of the jungler. I think they warded over as well, so they'll know Tabasco's there. And Kaire, happy enough that he is aware of his enemy number, will now just give this blue across towards Blank.
Yep, Blank's going to go over get it. And Kinguin in the bot lane, still just sustaining through. Have a good lead. Comfortable back timing for Woolite. Got him the BF sword. Got themselves a control ward as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see Woolite place that in their lane brush just to defend against any type of teleport play, but they know TP isn't available. And as we say that, actually, a control ward did just get placed in that lane brush. Kinguin may be looking to make a play on top side here, but both junglers are here. Kaire is there too. Looking to equalize the numbers.
It's a little bit tricky to make a play onto a Nautilus as well, although Tabasco is 6 and Kaire is only level 5. Getting close, there's the 6. Levels up the Void Assault, gets those claws ready to sink them deep into the bark of this tree. White Knight will just push it up. Staggering blow, not going to be able to harass Icebeast down too low.
Much slower paced game than Fnatic Academy versus Misfits to start this one off.
I think that's important as well, because PSG have been the kings of the early game. That's the one real part of their game that we have praised and said, yeah, they're doing this really well. They know exactly how they're playing the early game. They take advantages here. A little bit of CS on the jungle, a little bit in the top lane, a tiny bit in the mid lane, but they're behind in bot. It's really, PSG haven't made the plays we'd expect them to do in early game.
And a lot of people will look at it and say, hey, that's probably a meta thing, right? Because they're playing with an Azir. They have a Jhin that didn't pick up Serrated Dirk to begin this game. Like, they don't actually have a lot of lanes that have the advantage this early on. Or at least, like, not critical advantage. They did that with Sivir, Ryze, Maokai as a composition against Schalke and looked really good, like, in the early game. So this isn't a team that have necessarily needed early game compositions to have a strong early game. but they are fairly slow on this one. 400 gold is the lead, just from a few CS advantages around the map.
But it's minuscule at best for these teams. No real chip damage on any towers either, which means we're probably in for a little bit of a longer game here. But both sides have players that will scale up pretty well with that longer game. Caitlyn, we always talk about 4 items on Caitlyn, does a huge amount of work. Rise there as well for Sebex. Blank has the Azir. Pilot as well on the Jhin, really likes to have those items under his belt. So both of these teams will be happy getting to that 25, 35 minute mark.
It's a really interesting focus from Woolite on this Caitlyn. When Caitlyn was fully meta, you used to max trap first. But because tower pushing has become such an important part of the game, he's maxing Q. Ooh,
flash away. Oh, Concrete Sands goes out the wrong way. Emperor's Divide not going to connect onto Sebex. Teleport in here by Beasto and Kinguin. Look to pull the trigger on this mid lane push. They know Blank hasn't got flash or cleanse, and Kyrie can't really defend either. Sputtle is here. They're just going to try and push it back. White Knight onto Ice Beasto. Aquaprism doesn't connect. This is just PSG trying to force Kinguin away from their mid lane tower.
Yeah, nothing's actually going to happen realistically in this mid lane. They got double summoners from Azir. Flash was used from Sebex to avoid the gank, and teleport out from Ice Beasto. So a lot committed with no real gain for either team. Woolite just really pushing in the bottom lane.
The only gain you could say is Beasto doesn't have that TP. Woolite has to flash away, but the cursor call comes down, and Woolite has been caught out here. D-Lord tries to heal him up. The final shot does not connect as D-Lord got in the place.
Yeah, Flash is in front of him just to save his life. Woolite nearly punished for pushing out heavily in the bot lane, but was enough from that Nami being there to keep him alive. We go back to the tanks in the top lane.
Still 400 gold as well. For a second it was about 200, now it's still at that 400 mark. PSG will be... I want to just come back to this early game versus mid game versus late game point, because there's been a lot of talk this week, and I think Weldon from G2 released a video saying, as a team, you have limited time to practice, and you have to decide what you're going to practice on. So he says G2 recently been practicing a lot on their late game decision making, because the early game, you always get to 30 minutes in a game, or you should if you're a strong enough team. And PSG might say, look, our early game's fine. Let's practice our late game for an entire week. And now we see perhaps the early game's lost a little bit of its impetus, lost a bit of its flair, of its pizzazz. But it could be that they're happy enough with their late game, they're just waiting it out.
That's fair. What I would say to that is, like, Challenger has a very specific set of kind of practice differences to LCS. There are almost no Challenger teams that do everything right between minute 1 and 30. And I think if you were a team that went, hey, we're just going to focus on late game, you're probably going to lose a bunch of games before then.
Emperor's Divide comes out, Sebex caught out, and there's the kill for Blanc. Snipes him away.
Finally, we see this type of play out of PSG where they're going for that one pick-off into now a tower push. This is what we were talking about. They don't have a team fight comp so much. They don't have any kind of sieging or 1-3-1 setup, but they can pick someone off and they can punish them when they're out of position, and that was exactly what they were trying to do. Kinguin now trying to do similar thing on the bottom, but they don't really have enough damage up front.
Pilot had to use the heal to get away, but there's a teleport coming in behind them now, and D-Lord and Woolite caught out, no summoners, knocked up. Woolite the target, the curtain call comes down, D-Lord tags up a couple, and there is the double in the bot lane. PSG react and take out the kills.
Finally, PSG use their teleport advantage. As soon as they make one play, a second one comes through right after. It's the teleport into the bot lane from the Nautilus, lands a beautiful depth charge onto two autos. You know, apply the staggering blows onto both members, and between Pilot and White Knight, they get a double kill in the bot lane. One of them went over to Sprattle, and this is how you started this off. Kinguin were chasing onto Pilot. You're a Nami, you're a Caitlyn. That's not going to happen. They don't respect the minion wave behind them. And watch this out of White Knight. Double knockup, one auto. Second auto comes through onto D-Lord. I actually didn't auto him. He was just auto attacking Woolite. I figured he would have spread the staggering blows around.
Didn't really need to do it. Even with the tidal wave coming out, they're still able to get the curtain call shots raining down. And actually, all of that play comes back to when Kinguin decided to teleport in for that mid lane tower because Icebeasto didn't have teleport to react. It made it a very safe play for PSG, and now they rotate their bot lane up top and they can look for their second tower. It's almost like PSG were listening to the stream. Obviously they're not, but we were saying early game's been a little bit weak. What are you doing, PSG? Waiting for the late game. 13 minutes in, they're 3,000 gold ahead, and they have that first tower.
On the plus side, we run in a fair delay.
Yeah, we have a big enough delay that it doesn't really matter.
That would have happened way before that, so nothing to worry about on that front. But now they want to go in. White Knight does get knocked up.
Yeah, Kaiwe gets exhausted as well. We'll be able to get out, but that's a summoner burnt. And it's only just come back off cooldown as well.
And teleport advantage is one of those concepts that this is what I mean about challenger teams is TP advantage is a concept top laners and teams should be very aware of because it's been this way for nearly 3 years. If you don't have teleport and the enemy team does, don't make a play on the other side of the map. That's how that goes time and time again. PSG, however, on the back foot of that tower push, it wasn't the first towers going down. 1-for-1 trade overall.
Blank now has that Nash's Tooth in the mid lane as well. Rod of Age is stacking up for Sebex. It's not lane. It's been relatively quiet apart from that kill that Blank got earlier on. Surprisingly so. PSG looking to try and steal away this Mountain Drake. Casing the hole will come down. Woolite's quite low on mana here. Tabasco's still there, and here comes Blank as well. They might look for this. Aqua Prism doesn't connect. 7,000 HP. The curtain call opens up. Tabasco there, and the dragon will go down. Mountain Drake used. There's the TP in as well. Tidal Wave knocks them back. But once again, the TP comes down, and Kinguin don't get too much out of that.
No, they don't get a whole lot from it. Now it's going to be in about a minute's time. TP advantage once again for PSG. Again, we see the impact of the Nami into the Jhin. You cancel the curtain call, and now because of it, PSG have backed away through that mid lane, and they're looking for the tower. Won't get it because the minions died fast enough. That's a lot of damage coming out from Blank already in this game.
Pilot needs to reposition his Deadly Flourishes just a little bit towards the bottom. Keeps missing on the top side. Just aim towards the bottom, and he'll start hitting them. Be great.
PSG, they are in a much better position now than they were 3 or 4 minutes ago. And we've been here before.
Yes, this is exactly what I was about to say, Stress.
We've been here before with PSG. They've got a decent lead. Now they need to continue, edge it forward in a way that they can maintain this lead and not overpush.
If PSG had won every game at which they were ahead at 15 minutes in gold, they would be on 9 points right now, not on the 1 point they're on at the moment. It's a struggle for them, especially getting up towards that 25-minute mark. We highlighted it last week. They tend to have about a 3,000 gold swing at that point, or at least they did at the time. Last week, they equalized that a little bit, playing up against Misfits Academy, but it's still not a good sign for them. Hopefully, they have been working on that late game and working out exactly where those decisions are being mismade.
Yeah, and one thing to note, follow up from earlier, that Woolite has now put points in trap. He put 3 points in Q and transitioned over to W. That's how he's got 4 traps out. The next one that'll come through will give him access to that 5th trap. It allows him to now control mid lane. This is why traps are so valuable, because it denies Blank's ability to push much further than he is now. Yes, he can get damage down from afar, but actually stepping forward becomes a little bit more difficult. However, Sprattle's there, Jin's there, everybody steps up, and it's not just the Azir on his own.
It's what we see time and time again from Jins these days. The curtain call isn't always used as an engage tool. It's used as a tool to make the other team think twice about stepping forward.
It's a please step back from your tower, we want to take it.
Please behind the yellow line or the red line of the curve. They're going to look for this red buff as well. No blast cone for them to get away from it. Tabasco is here. Smite comes down. Tabasco will secure it. Would have been a little bit of icing on the cupcake, but at the moment, Woolite has all of those cupcakes under his control.
They do seem very tempting.
Although these are the laser ones that I don't think are as tempting.
They're meant for Yordle, so Sprattle might find himself accidentally
hey, you never know.
Stepping on him.
See, role-playing. Do you do that when you play League of Legends?
I mean, Icebeasto is playing the
but
goalkeeper against the football team, so it wouldn't exactly be the most difficult of role-playing at that point, I suppose.
RPG lol. That's exactly what we want to see.
Playing on an old RP server, is that what you're doing?
PSG still 4,000 gold ahead as we approach that 20-minute mark. It's do or die for both these teams as well. Both of them need to get up those ranks in the table. We think about 7 points will be that cut-off. PSG still 6 away Kinguin only 1-2-0 away from getting there, but they do face up against Fnatic Academy next week, and if they've still got Amazing and Kickers, that is a tough lineup to have to play against.
But I think we just saw in that series that doesn't make it impossible. They, after winning one game, apparently lost their heads and were thinking that, hey, Rengar, that can carry late game team fights, right? Not the Civic.
I think part of it as well, though, is a little bit of synergy. You know, Kickers has been unwell and in hospital. Amazing hasn't been perhaps playing with the team as much. Tabasco's going to get knocked up here by White Knight. He's trying to get back to his turret, but his turret's a long way away. Anchor with the flash. Sprattle off towards the side. Does have the wild growth. Going to use it if needed. Will try and keep his top laner alive. Tabasco there. Splash across by Sprattle. Exhaust onto him. Kyrie now joins the fight. D-Lord stunned up. They will get one. Blank decides he doesn't want to get in. Blank trying to shuffle his way away and puts down the wall. Says, no further rise. Stop right there.
Pilot was out on the top lane pushing through. He's not going to get too much more done other than push this wave up. So Kinguin did have the numbers to some extent, and now Pilot's going to have to back away.
We talked about that lane matchup, though. The Caitlyn Nami should be able to push in that Jhin Lulu. Pilot's still pretty even on CS, even though he was losing in that lane. They did get the tower about 7 minutes ago, so has had some time to catch up a little bit of a deficit.
And a lot of that came from Kinguin trying to make plays earlier on, where they left Woolite on his own, and he was forced to flash out. Remember, D-Lo came in and saved him. Then, kind of the second time that happens again, they both die from it under tower. And this was the next play down on bottom side, where White Knight takes a lot of damage, tries to get away, and the rest of the team are regrouping. You can see just how far away they were trying to get there from, but Kinguin went back to the live action. Ice Beasto, no mana.
There's a red buff slow. He's going to stay with his minions for the time being, but I don't think he can survive against Kyrie. He'll take him out. 5 kills to 1 for PSG.
Topside, Ice Beasto's only clearing a ward. They're going to look for that tower. Pilot's there, and they could actually kill him and dive him here. Pilot, oh, he sends his Tabasco's around.
He's got flash. No, he's got flash and heal. He'll be able to get away to,
you're right.
to Sprattle.
And Sprattle's there.
Although if he hadn't noticed that Tabasco was there, oh, he's going to get slowed up. TP coming in here by White Knight as well. Has the depth charge. Tries to get away with the collateral damage. Sprattle couldn't get the slowdown. Here's Blanc. Is he going to be able to shift the sands on towards the pool party graves? This is not a beach he wants to be on, as Blank takes him out.
PSG turned that one back around. It looked dire for Pilot. I didn't think he would be able to get alive, but you were very right in the way that not only did he have his summoners around, not again. No, Tabasco's not alive. If
this is safer. This is a lot safer.
There should be no way
Sebex is going to join the fight. White Knight is there for the front line. Here's Ice Beasto as well. It's not stolen, but now PSG need to win the fight. Woolite dead. Ice Beasto off towards the top side as well. PSG are going to collapse on the tree, and they'll take him down. 2 kills, a Baron, 8-1 PSG.
Finally, we see a little bit better decision-making out of PSG. They kill the jungler and go right for the Baron. There's been a lot of finalies in this game, and PSG, it's because they're starting to find the form that we have expected from them for weeks. Yeah. It's still not perfect, but it is starting to get there.
There is a gorgeous symmetry between this game and their first game against Schalke 04, because in their first game against Schalke 04, the scoreline was 8-1, and PSG went for a Baron when they just killed someone, and they lost the Baron here. Here, they go for it, a lot safer. They kill Tabasco, they take the Baron, and they are playing, like, as you say, the PSG we always expected to see in Challenger Series.
Yeah, this is what we expected, and PSG want to close this game out as fast as they possibly can. Azir turret goes up in the mid lane. You can see the damage go down from afar. Now their composition is difficult to deal with because it's difficult for Kinguin to actually get on top of them with no teleport flank available. PSG have a fair amount of damage here.
How do you step up into a Rylai's Azir with the Nash's Tooth? How do you step up into White Knight with the Titan's Wrath? How do you step up towards Kyrie, who can always just jump on your face and sink in the claws? It's a dangerous game that Kinguin begin to play, and PSG are happy just to push them back underneath their turret. However, they do have Caitlyn there to set up that line of traps and try and anti-siege.
But that's only going to work in one lane, and look what Sprattle's picked up. Banner of Command for one of the other lanes. You've got a Maokai, you've got a Ryze, now you've got Baroned up minions, you've got the bannered up minion. Oh, Ice Beasto hooks
back, the Cursed Call comes down, and there's a triple knock-up with the depth charge. PSG only 1 the tower for now. Kinguin retreats, Sebex called out, White Knight doesn't land the anchor because Sebex flashes away, but PSG will continue this relentless aggression towards the turrets of Kinguin.
Look, the banner minion is still there. Now they loop over to mid lane. Maybe it's a fake here. They're trying to catch out Woolite. The shifting sands, the conquering everything is available for Blank.
Sands. It's all
Emperor's
sands.
Divide.
Emperor's Divide is what you're
It
thinking
was the divide I was looking for.
But Inhibitor Tower will go down and PSG put their foot firmly on the accelerator. They're looking for the inhibitor as well. They're 10, 11,000 gold ahead, and they are playing this mid-game incredibly well. Kinguin have no way of answering the aggression from PSG.
This is so much better out of PSG, and this is where it all starts. So this is where I said Pilot was dead, because I wasn't looking at the minimap. And then Sprattle comes over, Pilot gets saved, they turn this around, the teleport comes through, and importantly enough, okay, they know that the curtain call itself is never going to kill Tabasco, but the slow applies. White Knight is able to kind of track up through the lane. Blanc goes in for this, and it's an easy kill onto Tabasco. And they instantly turn for the Baron. This is the clean decision-making that we would expect from a team that has put so much focus onto a challenger lineup. Investing so much. That decision right there, knowing they could take this, there was no real way of having it stolen away, and Kinguin play right into their hands.
They do, they went for the engage afterwards. Icebeasto gets taken out eventually, and now we see PSG setting up towards the mid lane once again. Wait, curtain call opens up already, a kill onto Woolite, just got melted. Didn't even see that one coming. And
Pretty
now
sure it was just a W from Jhin mixed with maybe an Azir soldier attack. Whew.
I was looking up to see how the super minions were doing in the top lane because Icebeasto was pushing them in. Kinguin are going for a flank here. Icebeasto is not the situation you want to be in.
Well, you haven't got an AD carry, so I don't know really how you're intending to output that much damage in this fight. Okay, you've got Graves, but Icebeasto TP's in on the flank in order to deep push bot lane while the rest of the team is taking mid. Like, PSG are just getting too much from this.
They're going to get their second inhibitor of the game and go 12,000 gold in the lead. Kinguin's early game was weak. We've said it time and time again. If Tabasco doesn't kick off, they don't seem to have the shot calling and the plays later on really to be able to do too much.
And they picked into this, Medic. They picked into it. Like, they took the Maokai, the Rise, now they take the fight.
Conquering Sands comes out, the Emperor's Divide as well. Here's the damage onto D-Lord. Sebex, the frontline Spattle, snipes him away, and now they're going to look for the turret as well. White Knight flashes in, Woolite flashes away. PSG 11-1 up.
Caitlyn's only at 2 items. Kinguin have only had 1 kill this entire game. Minions are streaming in. PSG with a convincing win here.
Nexus towers are falling just to the super minions as PSG look to close out the game before even the 30-minute mark. They'll take their third inhibitor and they'll look for the win. The Nexus tower is their target. And now they might have to back away ever so slightly. The flash in by Icebeasto, he's got onto Pilot. The Wild Growth comes down and White Knight and Blank just take away Woolite. Icebeasto, because nothing he can do. Although he does kill Kyrie, he will fall. The snipes onto D-Lord, he just about flashes onto Fountain. PSG looking for that second Nexus tower, but Sebex is somehow back alive. I think this will be the Nexus as PSG look for only their second win in the European Challenger Series. They will not quite get it yet as Tabasco flashes in. He's exhausted. Blanca's unstoppable, as are PSG. They'll take the Nexus and they'll go 1-0 over Kinguin.
That was so much better out of PSG when it comes to decisions to close the game than we've seen nearly all split long.
Can't lose in the late game. You don't get to late game.
That is very true. But honestly, this wasn't even a game where like PSG crushed in the early game. 0 to 13 minutes, nothing in this game happened. Just laning. Then there was that failed TP play from Kinguin in the mid lane, and that was what PSG just go, okay, we'll make a play on bot side from that then. We'll use our TP advantage, we'll catch you out. And Kinguin just could not keep up as soon as that play had been made.
It's using Kinguin's over-aggression against them as well, because that play was facilitated by Woolite and D-Lord going aggressive on towards Twilight. They stepped forward, they were like, we'll catch him. He only uses heal, and then it's just teleport straight in behind him. very easy pickup for PSG, but I like it so much more because their communication has seemed to be what was weak for them in the last few weeks. And there were so many plays here and so many calls that just showed that they understand as a team what they want to be doing at any given time.
It just felt like as soon as Tabasco died up in the top lane and the Baron was done, that was PSG winning the game. Like from that point, they were very quick to push in mid, get the tower set up for Azir, move to the top side, get another tower, get the bot tower, push everything in, even to the point where like Sprattle has a banner of command before he buys anything like Redemption. It was just all about ending this game as fast as possible.
It's incredibly smart, though, because if you think about it, you have the Caitlyn counter-pushing one lane.
Yep.
If you go to another lane with a bannered up minion, you've only got the Rise there to clear it out.
Can't push it back.
Yeah, can't push it back at all. Well, we'll be getting into Game 2 between Team Kinguin and Paris Saint-Germain after this 3.5-minute break. We'll see you then. Twist Divide comes out, Sebek's caught out, and there's the kill for Blanc. Snipes him away. When D-Lord and Woolite caught out, no summoners, knocked up. Woolite the target, the curtain call comes down. D-Lord tanks up a couple, and there is the double in the bot lane. PSG react and take out the kills.
No way.
Sebek is going to join the fight. White Knight is there for the front line. Here's Ice Beasto as well. It's not stolen, but now PSG need to win the fight. Woolite dead. Ice Beasto off towards the top side as well. PSG are going to collapse on the tree, and they'll take him down. 2 kills, a Baron, 8-1 PSG.
Now you've got Baroned up minions. You've got the bannered up minion. Oh, Ice Beasto
hooks back. The cursor call comes down, and there's a triple knockup with the depth charge. PSG only won the tower for now. Looking for that second Nexus tower, but Sebex is somehow back alive. I think this will be the Nexus as PSG look for only their second win in the European Challenger Series. They will not quite get it yet as Tabasco flashes in. He's exhausted. Blanca's unstoppable, as are PSG. They'll take the Nexus and they'll go 1-0 over Kinguin. Welcome back to our coverage of the European Challenger Series, where Game 2 between Team Kinguin and Paris Saint-Germain is about to get underway. My name is Aaron Medic Chamberlain. I'm joined by James Stress O'Leary, who's probably going to mock me for my pronunciation of Paris Saint-Germain there. It was a little bit over-enthusiastic, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm deciding whether I should mock you about that or the fact that England are currently losing to Italy.
Are we actually losing?
But let's get on with this game, because we just had a great game with PSG.
Me. I can't check
PSG. Okay, right.
Okay.
Let's focus in on that. Sorry, you got so many last time that
What was Wales' result yesterday? Did they lose? Anyway, yeah, let's get straight into the game, because it's Paris Saint-Germain versus Kinguin. Paris Saint-Germain, with that, actually now have 2 points at minimum in the league. If they win 2-0, they go up to 4, and that's great for them, which is really important. But Kinguin's still looking for that extra point. You can see in my face, I want to check the rugby scores, but it doesn't matter. Let's talk about that game, because Paris Saint-Germain didn't even get to late game because of how well they played that early game.
The Baron decision was good from PSG. The early game, okay, they didn't necessarily have a composition built around it, but as soon as they got to the point where Azir had some damage, the Nautilus had good TP positioning, and Jhin had like Ghost Blade and most of Edge of Night, they were in a position to just kind of take fights and very easily deal with Kinguin. Now, on the other side, I want to see Kinguin change up their draft. Like, please don't pick a farming jungler, a mid laner that needs like 3 items, and a top lane that does nothing. You will lose the draft if you do that. And they did that phase 1.
It was odd to me as well, because Ice Beasto is so well known for his aggressive top laners. I know Fnatic Academy deliberately tried to ban out a lot of them, but Rumble was still on the cards if they'd wanted it. You could have gone for something with a little bit more early to mid impact rather than the Maokai, especially so early on in the draft, which really telegraphs what you're going to do as a team.
It was first rotation Maokai, which I understand. Okay, in that game we had Shen banned, we had Jace banned, Camille banned, all from PSG. But come on, first picking Maokai when there are other lanes available, like other, counters into it, the Rumble, whether we're playing that or, there's other matchups we've seen, like hell, even Kick is playing the Echo from times gone by. So just a really, really strange draft out of Kinguin that I want to see them adjust. I like Nami Caitlyn. I thought that was fine. I thought that actually could have been enough if they'd have been making plays on bot side. But again and again today, we've been seeing top side plays rather than bot side.
Well, bot side just seems to come down to pushing lane, who can push the lane better, who can get a little bit of a CS lead, rather than any lane which we're really going to see dominance in, mostly because of the supports. Lots of safe supports being picked, Lulu, Karma, Nami on the cards for a lot of people. We are into picks and bans. Kinguin, take away the LeBlanc straight away. Didn't ban that until second rotation last time.
And that's the most interesting thing, is this pick has gone from first rotation, from second phase priority up to first priority in the draft to be banned away. Very interesting move on that. I mean, yes, PSG would have had 2 picks if they wanted that LeBlanc to come through. Malzahar Shen off the board as well. Camille Rengar likely to join the fray when it comes to the bans.
Varus as well there as a possibility. So now, like, the question is, do PSG stick with that top lane strategy with their bans, or do they say White Knight had a pretty good time anyway? Well,
I think for the first picks of this draft, I think Kinguin can very easily ban Varus here and first pick the Jhin because it's worked for Woolite. However, it's going to be the Rengar that they take away.
So I expect a Jace ban here from PSG if they're going to focus, and then you get Varus open, and then you can take the Jhin away if you want to. Pilot seems a little bit more comfortable on the Jhin than the Varus to me, and it seems to work more with what PSG tend to want to do as a team.
That's fair. And yeah, there is the Jace ban. Great prediction. The other option now, if Kinguin go elsewhere on this pick, what have we got available for the top lane or anything else? Kinguin rush for the Varus. They want it for themselves. Despite Jace being a good pick for Woolite and Pilot, they will aim for that Varus first. So now it's going to be Jace.
Jhin.
I always say Jace. Jhin can be in first rotation. What else we got? Kha'Zix available in the jungle.
I think Kha'Zix is a very strong pick here. Graves still up for Tabasco if he wants to take that, though. We have seen some good Graves. Pride Stalker a week ago really springs to mind. So Jhin, maybe Lulu, just because there's been a lot of priority on it, and it works well with most compositions.
We could very well see a high priority Lulu here. Looking at other picks, Karma is available if you are looking for a support that isn't Lulu, but we have seen a bit of a drop-off.
Yeah, Karma seems to fall below Lulu in the terms of who is stronger now. It is going to be the Kha'Zix, we think, from what you were talking about earlier. Strong jungler, Tabasco can go Graves here, and you expect it to be taken on this rotation, so it's not banned out.
Kinguin, will they just go the Maokai here? I hope not. I hope they don't go Maokai Graves here. because I think it gives away so much pace. I think with the Varus, it's okay. With the Varus, it's not too bad as last time where they picked a Rise alongside it. This is a better decision, I think, actually getting the Lulu here. Now I don't mind it so much.
Okay.
Because Varus Lulu is going to push very heavily.
I just
will give you an advantage.
I love it when a color caster says, I hope they don't do this, and then immediately they lock it in. It's like...
Right, and the quantifier of that is that last draft it was very bad. Now, actually, I prefer this. Pushing power in the bot lane. You've got Maokai. Theoretically, you can now ban out his bad matchups unless PSG lock a Rumble or something here. They don't go for top lane. Now Kinguin can punish PSG for not locking a top laner this early on.
Totally agree, and you put White Knight onto lower down in his pool. Probably Nautilus Rumble ban is what you're looking at here because of how well White Knight played the Nautilus last game. And then PSG will really be working out exactly where they want to take that top lane role.
But now PSG can look to ban out the mid lane as one role. Now that they've got the Corki, probably Syndra will come through here, banning away from Sebex. For Kinguin, take away Tahm Kench is a big pick here. Likely that alongside the Karma is another option, could go alongside Jhin. There are a few bans available. We already talked about how top lane may be where they want to go.
I think there's a lot of options here for Kinguin if they want to try and close in on that support pool, but there's probably too many options for them to completely lock it out. So they've decided instead to go top, where they think they can get a much more beneficial matchup. The Ivern ban and no Graves ban is a little bit odd to me. PSG saying that they would much prefer Kinguin to take that Graves alongside this composition.
Which I actually agree with, if I'm honest.
Yep.
Ivern can have a so much bigger impact, so much easier than Graves. And look at you on fire with your Nautilus, your Rumble,
as if
your
I do research or
into Maokai. Got him already. I don't even have to do anything here. So what's first pick? What's the next pick?
Thresh, I think, probably
Thresh.
here for Spassel. It was Hovered by the time I said that. I don't know if you saw. I'm not going to be.
I saw a little bit. I nearly was like, ooh.
Kinguin go probably Graves here, in all honesty, as their jungler, and then mid lane. You're looking at lower down in the pool, but Syndra's still up.
Syndra's up. Syndra's up if they want it. I mean, other matchups into Corki, you got the Orianna if you want it. There's a couple of matchups that are good. So there is the Syndra. And you're talking about Graves. Lee Sin if they want early game against.
Tabasco.
Yep. If they want early game, he's looked a lot better on that Lee Sin
that he has.
Anything else. So now, what is it for White Knight? Where are we going? Is it? I was gonna say, is it Nautilus Biz banned?
Yeah,
Poppy,
you fall
maybe.
Poppy is possible into the Maokai.
Trundle, if you really want a counter matchup.
I think you would need a little bit more of a tank line though, because the Thresh would probably go Redemption into Locket of the Iron Solari build.
That's true.
Which is what we tend to see. Gragas is the pick, so still a tank, but a little bit unconventional.
Okay, so we've started to see this more and more. Saw it once or twice in LCS. Saw it a whole bunch out of Satoria's last year in Challenger, and of course we saw. I think Kinguin actually struggled. No,
Kinguin used it
played
against Millenium.
It against Millennium. That was it.
We saw it in IEM as well.
Yeah, we have. We've seen it a bunch of times. Good engage potential comes out of Gragas. Surprising amount of wave clear as well from the explosive cask that comes out. So, or from the barrel roll, if you'll excuse me. So PSG, good engage options. A little bit pick oriented again when you look at it. Like Thresh, Jhin, Kha'Zix is a good way of like setting up pick. They have a little more engaged this time than the last one.
I really like their isolation as well. With the explosive cast, with the Kha'Zix, if you do get one person caught out, you can Valkyrie onto them, you can use the package to get around the map. I really like that PSG composition. However, Kinguin, we always talk about their early game, and they've got the Lee Sin for Tabasco.
And that's what I was going to say, is we criticized their last draft for being so late game focused later on. Well, Lee Sin, Syndra, Varus, Lulu, that seems pretty strong when you look at early game pushing and ability to snowball. To me, I actually prefer this draft a lot more than game one out of Kinguin.
This draft feels a lot more standard for the meta at the moment.
Exactly.
There's no Azir picks, there's no off-the-wall picks. But if you guys have a thought or a say about how you think this game's going to end up, make sure you tweet at us with the hashtag EUCS. If you think Kinguin are going to tie up the series, hashtag KGN win. And if you think Paris Saint-Germain are going to get their first 2-0 of the split, hashtag PSG win.
Sometimes I have a thought. Just one.
Just one. Just one. Was that it?
One
Was
about
that
the
your
game.
one
That
thought?
was it for today. Yeah, that was everything.
Shower thoughts with stress.
We'll see if don't go there. We'll see whether PSG can get a second win. It will be their first 2-0 of the spring split.
It will only be their third win of the spring split.
They will have quadrupled their points if they win 2-0.
That they were.
Whew. That's
Spicy.
a spicy prospect. Whereas Kinguin, after Fnatic Academy got shut out in the first series to a 1-1 draw, we were thinking that's what Kinguin needed, was like a 3-point lead here would separate them from the pack. It would be really solid situation for them to be in. But unfortunately, game 1 did not go in the way of Kinguin.
No, it didn't, not at all. And PSG here will be hoping not to match up with their father team, the football team, who drew earlier on this week. They'll be hoping to take that 2-0. If they can do that, it really puts them in contention for the playoffs, especially with that draw earlier on. That makes it a lot easier for them to get through to the playoffs. And perhaps they're peaking at exactly the right time. I'm sure they would have wanted to peak earlier on in the split, but now, like we talked about the pick composition coming out from PSG, and it is very pick orientated, but that worked out so well for them game 1. I guess their argument would be, why change something that worked out so well?
That's fair. It worked out well once they got past like 13-minute mark, and I think there were options for Kinguin before then to do some work. So here's a reason why we're going to see a little bit of Thresh into Lulu. In the laning phase, Lulu obviously doesn't really have a lot of sustain. Shield-based champions can be punished around cooldowns. The problem is, you're now playing Thresh into Lulu Varus, and look at the trading damage that comes out in response.
It's such a difficult matchup for the Thresh in this sort of early game portion, especially level 1, when you've got the piercing arrow, when you've got the picks auto attacks coming out from D-Lord, and he's using the help pick shield as an aggressive damage dealing source as well.
Especially when all you have is Flay. It's the hook that you're relying on. You hook out Lulu, you deal half the health in damage, and suddenly one more hook basically wins the lane because you've got summoner spells from her already. So that's what PSG are wanting from this bot lane, and finally they're starting to have a little bit of presence now that they know that hook is available.
And the first game was all about top lane. In fact, a lot of the games today have been about top lane in the early portion. This game is going to be all about this bottom lane. We've already seen Kyrie pathing down towards the bottom side. Tabasco there as well, spotted out as he walks across. He's going to take the Scuttle Crab, so both the junglers realize bottom and mid is really where it's at.
When Sprattel came into the LCS a long time ago, all the way back on Elements, he had a couple of Thresh games went his way and started to look at a little more convincing, but you can see Pilots getting punished here. Of course, played a lot of Alistair alongside that as well.
The good thing for Pilot is because of lethality, he can go longsword pots to start off, which keeps his sustain in lane a little bit easier. He'll be looking for a serrated Dirk back timing and then get another couple of potions underneath his belt so he can come back into this lane. But it is a heavy harass lane for the Jhin Thresh, and they expect to get pushed in time and time again.
Yep, they will do as well, but top lane is where we've got to look around because that's where junglers are starting to head. Tabasco realizes that that Rift Scuttler has already been taken, so the Vision has spotted him out, and he thinks he's unspotted, but actually was on a ward, so they do know Tabasco was on top side.
But they know as well Kinguin know as well Kairei's over there because they see the Scuttle Crab go down and they knew it was over towards the bottom side a while ago. So both junglers being tracked. A lot of this as well, it's when you come into it from a sort of a lower tier perspective, you think, oh, how are they tracking them? How do they know where they are? Well, these guys will be intuitively deducing things from the positions they see on the map and what's been taken recently and what camps are up. They'll know timings, they'll know jungle paths, and they'll say, oh, we see Scuttle Crabs down. Couldn't have been bot, must have been top side. So now they'll play a little bit safer around that top lane.
Yeah, a bit safer around top indeed. And looking at top lane, White Knight just TP'd back into lane with a Dark Seal and no Corrupting Potion. Of course, he does have 2 regular potions, but normally we see that paired together. So indicating that perhaps he will recall later on. Just wants double Dorans to be able to trade. Of course, that Dark Seal will extend the the potions.
Yeah, it gives you 25% extra healing from those potions, but
extra healing.
Or increased healing technically, but it's not really that impactful. It's a build we see a lot on Singed. It's the triple Doran, triple Dark Seal, alongside a Corrupting Potion just to keep yourself sustaining up. But it doesn't buff the heal from his passive. No Happy Hour heal. Doesn't buff any of the other healing he may have.
The thing is, he had to. Oh, hang on, Kyrie and Tabasco. Sorry, just one of those things where you see them
you flick to it so quickly, and it's like, actually, they've used all their cooldowns already, so.
Yeah, White Knight TP'd back up to top lane, though. That's the important thing. And Ice Beasto has used all his potion charges and hasn't recalled, so we'll see whether he ends up backing away, because now White Knight's shoving him in, has the better trading potential.
That's the power of the double Dorans as well. You talked about his lane push with the barrel roll. With the double Dorans makes it even easier just to push up that lane, and you get AoE damage from the Drunken Rage auto attack as well. Now hit 6, Ice Beasto down to half HP, and if the junglers are parked up here, we might see a fight, but White Knight's probably just going to push it in and try and deny Ice Beasto some of this farm underneath the tower. Yeah,
that's all it's going to be. White Knight, I doubt, will go all in.
Oh, he got him! Oh, that was beautiful!
I was going to say, would doubt he's going all in.
Gets caught out though. Exhaust, unleash power. Sebix will take him down. A bit more talking for that second kill, but White Knight, that was pucker. That was crisp.
Oh, Kinguin answer it in mid lane. Didn't quite get the opportune first blood. I was looking at that thinking, White Knight, okay, it's a little difficult if Ice Beasto gets the auto attack off. If he gets the passive, maybe Ice Beasto can survive through, but he wasn't level 6. Didn't have his ultimate available. I don't believe he got the auto attack off. And it was pretty beautiful timing on the explosive cask into the barrel roll, into the body slam flash.
It was a max damage barrel as well, which is why it was so beautiful. But again, a bit of greed from Ice Beasto, staying around when he was half HP. Didn't need to be there. Spraddle and Pilot getting poked out by these piercing arrows down towards the bottom side. They're a little bit behind on CS. Hook's not going to connect. And PSG, they do get first blood, which is great, but let's have another look.
Here we go.
This makes me so happy.
Is it a charged barrel? Oh, that's beautiful.
He can't
with
even
a body slam flash
CC'd. Oh, White Knight, you absolute beauty.
That was beautiful. Like that actually.
And then this was really great reactions by Kinguin as well, because you have to make a play when you see that happen.
That's a highlight play for White Knight.
2 games in, he's made a highlight play. Kairei, again, going low to his jungle will be okay, but we've seen this quite a lot from Kha'Zix in particular. Tend to go quite low on their jungle clears, and I'm surprised a little, like we don't see as much counter jungling from Tabasco as perhaps he would have been doing in the first couple of weeks. He seems a little bit less confident in his own skills at the moment.
The problem with that though for him is topside has been fairly difficult for him to get into the jungle because Ice Beasto is losing this lane to White Knight. This is not a lane matchup that should be this heavily dominated by a Gragas. That was purely White Knight outplaying Ice Beasto and Ice Beasto not recognizing it.
That's why he got the Dark Seal.
Yeah,
he knew he was getting those 2 stacks.
He knew he wanted the kills. I really did not expect White Knight to go all in. Like, I thought...
Nor did Ice Beasto, nor did
No, neither did Ice Beasto.
The element of surprise, sometimes that belly can pack a pretty punch from White Knight, and now he's about 20 CS ahead of Ice Beasto, winning this lane, even though he's getting pushed in. Ice Beasto, however, late game will still become this unkillable tank Maokai that we always see later on, and White Knight, he did go double Dorans, so he's going to take a little bit longer to get towards those later item spikes.
Kinguin are trying to make a play on bot side, but they've just walked over a ward about 4 times, so they know that they can't really do it. TP available for both top laners, but White Knight, he is ahead in this matchup, and what a way to do it. Looking very, very flashy in the meantime. Bot lane though, Woolite, look at how far ahead they are. Varus Lulu has been pushing non-stop. They've got a good control ward in behind them. This is what we were talking about in game 1, where just to the bottom side of the screen, just out of view, there's a control ward to stop them. But Kira has just walked right over a ward.
That's spot him out. That's nicely done by Blank, just to make sure that his jungler wasn't walking into bad positions. Although we say White Knight's ahead, yes, he's doing a great job in the top lane. Mid lane is in favor of Sebix. He's 10 CS up or so. Bot lane, Woolite is 14 CS, 13 CS up, and PSG across the rest of the map aren't having the best of times. Blank getting caught out slightly, but not going to get taken down.
And this Corki, they're still waiting for him to come online, really. Yeah. Does obviously later on in the game have that utility with the package. He actually has the package right now and is utilizing it to try and get
out of base,
back
mate. Gotta get out of
base. Yeah.
He's got blue buff as well, so it won't really matter too much. Comes up again in about 4 minutes time, so he'll be happy enough to use it. It looked like perhaps they were setting up around mid lane to do something, but for now, PSG seem to be comfortable just waiting out a little bit longer and allowing this game to develop. The spikes are what they're waiting for. You know, you're looking for Yumu's on Pilot, Edge of Night on him as well. You're looking for the Trinity Force on Blank. You're looking for a couple of items on White Knight as well.
And of course, that Trinity Force has been delayed. The necessity of getting a Hex Drinker. I was going to say Hex at Gunblade, but that's what you'll get later. Hex Drinker early on to survive through that ultimate, of course, from Sebex. Now Blank wants to try and roam down. They did spot him out on that blue trinket.
Doing this without the package as well. He's going to blast Cone across, and they're just going to go in for it. Sprattle making it very clear and obvious what his team wanted to do. When a Thresh walks up to you like that, pretty darn clear that he's going for a hook.
Yeah, and when a Thresh loses half of his health walking up to you like that, it's pretty clear that PSG, they are not going to make that play anymore. Now they back away. Nice adaptation out of Sevex. Blue trinket fairly early on was the thing that spotted out Blank and gave Kinguin the knowledge that they were looking for bottom lane. White Knight is pushing out top, and again, Ice Beast still holds his TP.
Good jump away by Kairi to keep himself alive. Pretty safe play by both of these junglers thus far. Tabasco the only one really to have that influence with the mid lane kill. White Knight now able to roam, doesn't get the control ward. Another one came down across the map, and now we see Sprattle coming up towards the river as well to try and just gain vision around this dragon and help Kairi out. Kinguin know they can't play the 3v2, and so they'll have to succeed on that vision.
It's a better job from Kinguin early on, though. Decent leads in mid and bot lane. They are a little behind on the game itself, mainly because of that first blood gold going over onto top side, and there is a lead for White Knight still up there. But considering how quickly Kinguin lost game 1 after falling behind, this is a more steady approach.
Still got 40 seconds, Stress. It's not the 13-minute mark yet.
That's true. We'll see whether the 13 mark is
unlucky for some.
Unlucky for Kinguin.
I think there's both the compositions have a very set play style. Kinguin will be looking much more towards fighting later on. You know, Syndra and Varus do so much damage when you come up towards those more group team fights and when you're poking people underneath the turret. You've got the Maokai as the tank. And then PSG, much more pick orientated, will be waiting to play around objectives and try and catch people out with their superior vision control. But thus far, apart from really that first kill in the top lane and the kill in the mid lane, we haven't really seen anyone overstep. No. Which means that it's a lot easier for both the teams just to play pretty passive and safe.
Easier for the teams to play passive, but harder for Sprattle to get any hooks. Bot lane hasn't really seen much action at all. Nice little dodge out on the body slam.
That's one of the things with Maokai as well. Like, you can do this against Nautilus. When he riptides, you dodge it with your Twisted Advance, which mitigates a lot of his damage. So Maokai is one of those top laners who can win, or at least stay even in a lot of matchups against fellow tanks.
Yeah, he generally is, and has a significant impact through damage reduction and crowd control in fights. That's one of the real areas that Maokai excels. Is he's not just a tank to be a frontline. He actually assists the team in significant ways outside of that. Gragas doesn't do the same job, but as an engage tool is a magnificent tool if you can land that explosive cask onto a squishy target, get them out from their team. It's a lot more reliant on a flank or a body slam flash, that type of play.
However, we are starting to see Edge of Night. We see a lot of it anyway, and Varus is probably going to build it. Tabasco could argue towards building it as well, although he has Safeguard to get himself out if he's ever caught away. I wonder how explosive that cask is going to be later on, if it's going into all these spell shoots, probably Banshees, probably Edge of Night coming across from Kinguin.
It's difficult to get the cask in that setup, but there is still that 20-second window where if Woolite isn't respecting the engage potential coming from PSG, it's very possible that he could get picked off. So package number 2 comes out. Where's it going? Is it just going to be mid lane again?
I think the thing about packages, when we used to see Twisted Fate a lot, we'd say, you know, he's got to do something with Destiny. The first 2 Destinies are the most important. If you don't do anything with those, you can't impact the game for the rest of it. But Corki with the package isn't quite in the same boat. It doesn't, as much as you want to use it effectively, and it looks like they're trying to position down towards bot lane to do something with it, it doesn't really matter too much if you don't get that utilization out of the package.
And now that Rework Corki's been around for, you know, a good year, at least, maybe even longer than that, people have really started to realize, oh, that big siren that sounds when the package is picked up, we should probably not make a play when that's going on. We should defend against any plays that can be made, and oh, the Lord, he's going to get spotted.
He goes.
Patient.
Lulu.
Oh, the hook.
Box. Dead. Lulu. Kaime takes him out.
All too easy. just when you're warding alone, they thought Sebex was enough to keep him alive. Tabasco wasn't there. Ooh, Chains of Corruption will catch Sprattle, but that's not enough. And now they look for the play on bot side. Woolite, you cannot defend this on your own. Yes, you've got Tabasco, but... Ooh,
no Chain of Corruption.
This is tempting for PSG to just curtain call here.
It's very tempting. Corky's on his way down as well. They're going to look for it. Tabasco dodges the hook, lands onto Kyrie. Syndra's Sebex is trying to get round, but PSG have called it off. They don't want to go for it.
Yeah, it's taking too long for PSG to get that. That's the problem. There was no package available. Sebex was roaming down. Delord had respawned as well. After, you know, a bit of a bang in the top lane to start this game off, White Knight hasn't really found too much more.
Doesn't really, like, you don't expect him to. Yeah, he's against the Maokai. He's playing tank Gragas with a Spirit Visage. Not really going to get too much out of that. He's 20 CS up. Give the guy a break.
I am giving him a break.
It's his second game in the EU Challenger Series, Stress.
I want to see a TP play, explosive cast come out.
The problem is, the TP plays from PSG are when the opponent has burnt their TP, because we saw it in the last game. They know when they can utilize these windows. Icebeasto hasn't had to burn his TP in a long, long time.
That's fair.
So it doesn't really set it up. If perhaps Kaibe goes up towards top, they get some damage down onto Icebeasto, force him to back and then TP into the lane, that's when we'll see PSG making the play.
Kinguin may be looking to set one up for themselves. Look at where Tabasco is. I also saw Icebeasto drop back in the jungle, just, sorry, in the top lane, just looking to see whether he can TP into lane, but has traded again up into the minion lane.
PSG seem pretty happy to just slowly extend this gold lead, continuing pushing forward, getting vision control. They're now 1,500 ahead. Haven't really had that snowball or rocket away yet. Got themselves a Cloud Drake, but Blank building up towards Trinity Force still. Almost got the Phage. Going to be collecting those items. There's a Yumu's on Pilot. On the other side, though, Woolite already has his Yumu's and a Tear stacking up. There's a Morello Nomicon for Sebex. He's building up towards... It could be an Abyssal Scepter, although we do see a lot of people sitting on the Negatron Cloak alone and then building away from it. So he's got parts of an Abyssal Scepter, but it's not guaranteed to be one.
Oh, Blank's so close to having Trinity Force, but the back timing didn't line up. You can see the waves aren't there in mid lane, so Blank would have had to have waited around for a long time if he wanted to get that.
That final 333
well, gold. He's already got like 250.
Oh,
but
80 gold.
Yeah, that maybe in solo queue you
in solo queue, I just like type at team, get a turret, please. I need 80 gold.
No, you just ping in the shop on
can't
Trinity
purchase,
Force,
can't purchase,
so that it's
purchase,
just telling them that you're waiting 85 gold.
That's a long time to wait, and I'm sure Kinguin would have been able to react to it, but Blank realizing he can't quite wait that long. Although PSG seem happy with being patient and playing that waiting game.
Whoa. Quick moves thanks to that Cloud Drake for Sprattle.
And the Moby Boots as well. We do see a lot of Threshers going for this. Sprattle really needs to utilize the Moby Boots, because the risk with Thresh is if you get Moby Boots early on and don't start to roam and get those ganks off, they don't give you anything, and you invested a lot of gold into it rather than starting to build up towards perhaps your Redemption or perhaps your Locket of the Iron Solari.
Yeah, that's fair. It allows him to kind of stick around with Kyrie for the majority of warding. That was a nice piercing arrow.
It's a risk of Moby Boots as well. Don't have any more tanky stats.
Kinguin, have to be careful. They know Kyrie's there. It's been a lot slower pace game. By this point, PSG were basically looking like they were starting to wrap the game up. It was around about this time, maybe a couple of minutes later, that they caught Tabasco.
Yeah. 22 minutes, I think that Baron was. So, yeah, it was a lot quicker in that game. White Knight's still ahead in the top lane. But PSG will be happy to play this. Kinguin also don't really mind getting towards that late game. We haven't seen Tabasco really have a huge amount of impact since that kill they got in the mid lane. Blank does manage to sidestep at the end there. And it's still vision control just being fought for around this river. And we talk about it time and time again. Knowing where the enemy jungler is, gaining vision around that Dragon Pit is vital if you want to win games at this level. Icebeasto's starting to take a bit of harass from White Knight, but still, even with the Barmies ticking, it's the fire damage.
PSG right now needs something to extend their lead. And Kinguin are looking to make a play on bot side for bot tower.
Pilot's backed away already, so Kinguin know that this is pretty safe. This is going to be first turret going down.
Yeah.
PSG unable to react.
This has been a hard-fought turret. 20 minutes of pushing. Very extended laning phase out from Kinguin to get that first tower. I'm actually a little surprised that PSG didn't pull the lane swap that we've seen a few times, where you're already losing bot tower, so you consciously changed Jhin up to the top side with Thresh. You had Corki as well, so could have made a 4 versus 1 play under the tower. But PSG just opting to kind of lose their tower with no real response.
And it equalizes the gold as well. Only 400 the difference between these two teams.
PSG need to react quickly here, because look where Kinguin is sending Jhin. Sending Jhin to the mid lane, trying to catch out Blank, trying to get anything they can here.
Well, and D-Lord will come mid, and they can just force Blank back with these piercing arrows.
And this is a tough spot for PSG to be in, because without Sprattle landing a hook on someone, starting out at a small skirmish, they've not got too many options.
Well, we talked about the fact that it seems to be a pick composition. If you can't make the picks, if your enemy team has help from picks in the form of Lulu.
Hey, they got Rift Scuttler.
Ah, well, nicely done. Deadly Flourish gets it.
Yeah.
I thought you were A-ing at my pun.
No, oh, no, sorry, I was. They finally landed a hook, and it. Oh, I guess they landed one on Lulu. That's not bad.
But yeah, PSG seem to be playing just a lot slower than we're used to them. It's kind of like the start of the last game when they were able to force the enemy into a bad decision, they're able to capitalize. But if they're not, they don't seem to have the decision making. They don't seem to have the impetus to pull that trigger.
And to some extent, it does benefit PSG to be playing for later. Corki has insane damage the later we go. Jin's damage is decent, as I think everybody has seen that in team fights. He can put out significant amounts of damage with that curtain call, and just with those big crits.
Itemization differences here between the supports as well. D-Lord is building up towards his redemption, whereas we see Sprattle instead going Eye of the Equinox to get more wards out quicker.
Yeah, we don't see a whole lot of Eye of the Equinox on most supports. It's only really like Soraka that we see it on, and Thresh seemingly from Sprattle. Finally, PSG are trying to get top tower.
That they are not quite going to get it. They're going for Ice Beasto, though Sprattle will play him back. The dragon goes down, but Ice Beasto will fall in the top lane. They get the tower as well. Actually, see, was it a Mountain Drake or an Ocean Drake that went down there? Wasn't quite sure which one it was.
It was a
Cloud
that they ended up.
So it's Cloud for Cloud thus far, but mid lane tower is going to go down for Kinguin. Perhaps a collapse here coming out from PSG. Tabasco takes one shot at the curtain call. Gragas coming in. White Knight looking to jump on towards the Syndra, flashes away. And now PSG won't be able to engage. Tabasco's going to jump the wall. White Knight's going to try and chase him down.
But now PSG go towards mid lane. They're so healthy that they can continue this push. And if Woolite sticks around here, White Knight can sneak around the side of Woolite and get that explosive cask to land. He still has
Flash, play, hook, Woolite caught out. Don't flash in a line, man. Woolite gonna get taken down. PSG collapse, TP in though. And now White Knight and Pilot need to try and get away. Ice Beasto jumps onto Pilot. D-Lord there helping out as well. Here comes Tabasco, explosive pass, knocks Ice Beasto back. He's been hooked up and he's being kept away from the AD carry. PSG collapse and pick up another kill.
And look where they're turning.
Oh, don't do it. Don't do it, man. No, they're not
okay, no, they're not. Okay.
Not going to do it.
Tabasco is in mid lane. It means they actually might end up losing this if they're not too careful. White Knight comes out, will clear it through, but that fight, White Knight held his explosive cask for the entire duration of the fight. Only at the end did he use it. Sprattle now looking for the hook, gets Tabasco.
If it had been Sebex, I think they go in. It wasn't, so they don't. Sprattle dodges the Sonic Wave as well. No minions quite yet here, but I think this tower's just going to go down because White Knight is backing. Knocked back. Kyrie tries to come in from the side to stop it as well. Hook doesn't quite land onto Sebex, and they will clear out the wave, but the next wave is a long, long way away, so they should be okay. Sidewave's pushing against them, though. Bot lane is definitely pushing into PSG.
Yeah, and Blanc is there as well, so we'll be able to hold that tower. So this is the exchange. Beautiful flash into the hook from Sprattle. Is able to pick it up.
So I was wondering why Pilot was so out of position. He steps forward to take the lantern, and it's taken by Kyrie, who takes it away. So Pilot here, very lucky to survive, because Ice Beasto's hooked away by Sprattle. Great play by the support, but miscommunication amongst the rest of PSG.
Clicking the lantern.
But yeah, usually people don't do it, and this time 2 people wanted to do it at the same time.
Everybody wanted to take the Thresh Express at that point. We did see, during that replay, the mid tower actually did fall.
Oh, it looked like it was going to go down.
Woolite pushed up and got it. It was like 1 hit at that point. So, easy pick off. Redemption's been finished for Dilord, so we'll see how that affects some of these fights where they're a little extended and there's, like, Ice Beastos taking a long time to kill.
Battle deciding he doesn't want a redemption, instead going for the Aegis of the Legion. Probably going to get that up into the locket next.
Banner was game 1. Is that what he's doing? Is he going for the I think they can't play macro?
I can understand the banner because Varus is you know, he's going to push out 1 lane, and then Syndra can't really deal into a bannered up minion, although you can pick it up and throw it around. Yeah,
it's kind of for the same reason, though, as game 1, where 2 magic damage threats to clear through on the side lanes. But PSG are getting stalled again.
Not quite able to get into the gear that they want. White Knight's extended his gold lead in the top lane to 60. CS lead, sorry, to 60. However, 30 CS lead in mid and 80 carry for Kinguin. This game is extending bit by bit by bit. 2,000 gold lead for PSG, but it's not monumental at the moment. No massive advantages taken by either team. Tabasco, however, looking to change that as he collapses on towards Blank. This top lane tower is still there, even with 4 members. Blank should be able to Valkyrie away. Sonic Wave hits, there's the Valkyrie. Tabasco just pushing away that mid laner for PSG.
Yeah, Tabasco was hoping the Valkyrie would be used a little earlier. Oh, I don't actually like the straight out of Kinguin.
Because you lose mid tower for this, which is...
And bot tower.
And this is going to take them a while to take down as well. They do eventually get it, but they lose mid lane, they lose bot lane tower, as you say. White Knight's going to go for that. And this is macro. You said, can Kinguin play the macro as well as PSG do? Well, they just lost 2 towers for 1.
Yeah, I don't like that trade out of Kinguin. I can see that it's one of the remaining objectives for them, so that they really want to try and get the last remaining outer tower, but they just lost their entire ring of outer towers for that. Not exactly the most beneficial trade. They were behind, so I guess any gold generation is nice, but still, the lead for PSG just increased.
Only ever so slightly, though. It's gone from 2,000 to 3,000. It's still not a colossal lead in any regards of the word, but PSG still ahead, and we've shown that when they're ahead at the 30-35 minute mark, they tend to win out the game, although it's only happened a couple of times. They're now setting up a bait push once again. We've seen this happen before. Deny vision. Kaime goes in onto Woolite, snipes him away. Ooh. He's dead. D-Lord now the target of the curtain call. Teleport coming in as well by White Knight. D-Lord takes up 1. The hook doesn't land onto Tabasco, and PSG. This is the Baron call. Tabasco can steal. Tabasco can steal PSG. Don't do it. You haven't killed the enemy's jungler.
It could just be the bait, though. Look at it. 1 blue trinket remains. Tabasco's gone off the top.
It's PSG. It's not a bait. It's PSG.
They're feeling very confident
After game 1.
Oh,
no, they've backed away. They've turned straight away. And here's Pilot. He's by himself in the back line. The rest of PSG went one way, and Pilot was just on an entirely different plane to the rest of Paris Saint-Germain.
Oh, that is just the same mistake PSG made in previous weeks. We thought that they had fixed it.
It was a bait, but it was for themselves.
Why was Pilot going one way when the team were going the other? That's what I want to know.
I agree with you there. Kinguin getting vision around this mid lane.
PSG need to back off. They do not have their AD carry available. And Woolite is back out on the Rift. This is not a position that they can hold.
The reason they're there, though, is there's an Infernal Drake up, and they don't want to give it up without a fight. However, now with Battle using the Lantern back, I think
they had to concede it.
They just recede away. They've conceded it, and this will be Kinguin taking their 2nd dragon of the game. Still 3,000 gold the difference, but Kinguin get themselves an Infernal.
And now Blank is crossing a lot of wards, heading up past that Baron. He is, I think, killing the Scuttle Crab by the looks of it.
PSG just need to do what Fnatic had to do. Take a moment, take a breath.
Yeah.
Just be like, look, guys, we're still ahead. We still have great lanes. Ice Beast's going to check straight into Kaire here. Maokai's pretty darn tanky. He's going to try and blast cone his way, but Kaire will follow him. And actually, with the isolation damage here, Kaire can take him out. No one from Kinguin's nearby. The knockback from Ice Beast will slow the Kha'Zix in its tracks.
And Kaire didn't have vision on the bot side, so couldn't know there was nobody else to help. Again, we get slowed down in this game. The rest of PSG now moving up for Baron control on the vision. They've got White Knight on the bot lane with no teleport, so he needs to recall out soon. PSG have that package available from Blanc. Maybe going to try and punish Sebex, but Sebex has Flash, Exhaust, Ultimate, everything up.
Just having a look across the table, and I'm pretty sure if PSG draw this, they are mathematically out of playoff contention. Because even if they win next week, Fnatic and Kinguin face up against each other, and that would get themselves, whoever loses that would come into second last, and PSG would be with them as well. We'll make sure to get that checked out, but Kaiwei's getting taken out here by Tabasco, has to jump away. Tabasco flashes, White Knight straight in, knocks D-Lord back. Woolite catches Kaiwei off towards the side, and he'll take him down as well. Ice Beasto takes the brunt of the belly. Sebex takes the brunt of the curtain call. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot, Woolite low. And now the deadly flourish doesn't quite connect. Ice Beasto trying to tank up all of PSG. Tabasco around the corner trying to help out his mate. He just can't do it. Another hook from Straddle. Flash away by Ice Beasto. Pilot now chasing the tree down. The barrel doesn't get the slower. And PSG aren't able to get the kills.
PSG couldn't get the kills. Pilot was a little blinded by his attempt to kill Woolite or Sebex, but he got them so low in that exchange that they dropped very, very far away from that fight. Kinguin struggling against White Knight's involvement in this fight. White Knight had recalled and was there for the fight, and they burned Ice Beasto's teleport on that exchange. So soon they have full control. Spraddle's dead.
Yeah, it's not where you want to be, really. Not even Unleash Power there from Sebex, just takes him out.
And Kinguin are going to go for the Baron.
There's no curtain call for Pilot. There's an explosive cast for White Knight. Kaiwei has the Void Assault. Woolite, they're just clearing out vision on it for now. Ice Beasto has started it up. 2 long-range totems on the side of PSG. There's a lot of poke. Pilot catches Woolite as well. White Knight might look for the explosive cast. All 5 members of Kinguin in that Baron pit. Now they're back away, but look at the big one. Ice Beasto and Tabasco realizing they cannot stay around.
Kaiwei may just jump in on this.
Deadly Flourish not connecting. Kaiwei needs to be cautious, though. There's still an Unleash Power. There's still an Exhaust on D-Lord. PSG will take mid-priority instead.
Yeah, this is a much better decision. Not going for the kills, looking for the towers. PSG want to try and extend their lead on this game. They're the first team to crack an inner tower with 32 minutes into this game.
Mid-inner tower is exactly what you want as well. It opens up so much of the map. However, the lanes are pushing in favor of Kinguin, which will allow them the chance to respond, whether it be with vision control or whether it be with their own mid-lane push.
This has been a very different game to the 3 we've seen previous today, where PSG, we can see the struggles of playing a pick-oriented composition, where you really don't have a lot of targets unless this Thresh lands a hook on somebody that's completely out on their open.
As well, though, Pilot's gone down this full lethality build, which works so well into 4 of the 5 members of Kinguin, maybe 3 if you take Tabasco out, but into Ice Beasto, who continuously is the man just standing right in the front line, right in front of all of PSG. It doesn't do enough damage. Lethality is great into squishies. It's not so good into people who can just build pure armor.
And that's why we see Blanc going for the 3-item build on Corki. Maybe we'll see extra penetration coming later. That was D-Lord getting caught out. So this fight was a tough one, because look at how Pilot, look at the damage he does to Sebex and Woolite throughout this entirety of this fight. It's actually White Knight's cask that does most of the damage. I think they both walked over it. Pilot is kiting down here. Instead of trying to come up and assist the rest of his team, he's trying to chase for kills. You're talking about the lethality build. I like the Duskblade, actually. When you're playing a pick composition, it's so important to maintain vision control and reduce as much vision as you can. So in that aspect, I like Duskblade, but I completely agree with you that against a Maokai, good luck having any kind of impact when you have to auto him.
I don't know, the 204 true damage. All that extra damage.
A lot of damage.
Maokai isn't usually the one who you pick off first.
Exactly, and that's the other thing, is with a build like this and a focus like this for PSG, their main priority is not killing Maokai. Like, they will ignore him, and if they can kill all 4 other people from Kinguin, it should be easy to close out team fights.
That it should. White Knight still got that massive CS lead over his lane opponent, 60. Mid lane is pretty even, bot lane is pretty even as well. Have seen that Locket of the Iron Solari completed onto Sprattle. He does seem to be building.
It wasn't the banner.
Nah, does seem to be building up towards the redemption as well, doing those perhaps slightly out of order or in a different order to usual. Could, of course, still be a righteous glory, but I doubt it. I doubt it indeed.
Could be.
Better pick, because you just run at them, man.
Yeah.
You don't need to pick someone if you can just sprint at them.
Oh, no.
Oh,
No.
Kaiwei sees it. Kaiwei sees the ward.
Now they do.
Clear it. Clear that. Oh,
Yeah, they saw it.
there we
They
are.
saw it.
Oh,
They
of
saw
course.
it.
Fine. Thank you.
Whew.
So there's...
Oh, this is tense.
It always seems a little bit odd when people leave wards up in the back of the pits when they put a control ward down, but the reason you do that is if you clear it, they gain vision of you.
Yep.
If you don't, they don't have vision of you or of the Baron.
So you could still be doing the Baron.
Yeah.
But
They just wouldn't know.
there was the blue trinket that was used, so PSG now move away. They know to some extent that Tabasco is separated. That was good damage that came from Warlight.
We've seen a lot of Varus damage these, especially against people like Kaiwei, who's built so aggressively early on. Warriors, Enchant, Black, Cleaver, Edge of Night.
Oh,
Tabasco, exhaust down, but he's just going to jump his way away.
As a
Now-
Guardian Angel,
That's the exhaust, but they're going for the Baron. Safeguard up. Maokai's all the way down towards the bot
he
side.
has
Beasto
TP
does have
though.
TP. There's no Syndra. Sebex is nowhere near this. They hook D-Lord. He's going to not quite go down yet as he wild growths. White Knight now needs to be the front line as Beasto knocked back. PSG deciding if they want to re-engage. Sebex finally joins the fight. White Knight's still there. The hook onto Ice Beasto. Sebex flash away by White Knight. Redemption in by Kinguin as well. And
please
PSG forced
stop
away.
doing Baron, PSG.
Why, man? Baron's the best.
They've picked themselves into a difficult composition to execute. Oh, they're going to try and hook over. Are they? Is that what's happening here? Are they going to try and do the Baron while Kinguin are on the bot side doing Elder?
Got the wave pushing in.
I
I think they now realise that perhaps that's not the smartest.
now
option
there's
in the
hang
world.
on, no, PSG just kind of
They
messed up here. If Kinguin collapse,
Turret falls in the top lane because of a massive minion wave. Tabasco can't land the Sonic wave. And PSG just back away.
so they back away and nearly made a mistake for PSG. This is it's been a very tense game.
It's just always been on a knife edge. It's always felt like if one team gets a fight, they can win it out. I thought early on White Knight would be able to utilize this advantage a little bit more, but
Yeah.
he's always playing into a Maokai, which is very difficult. No, neither of these teams have a team that can entirely snowball from getting one kill. You need a couple of kills to allow your team to snowball.
And it's been so difficult for PSG to find them. Like, Kinguin, for the most part, have played well around it.
They're going to do it.
They
Oh,
saw
there's
Ice Beasto bot.
Have they seen the other? Ooh, have they seen the other ward? They're going to go for it. There we go. They've started it up. Tabasco around the corner. Blank going in as well with the Valkyrie. Now Pilot. The rest of Kinguin are going to collapse on this, but the Baron is low. PSG
no,
getting
that
sniped
damage came
away.
down.
Kaiwei dead.
Oh!
The Baron goes down. White Knight gets it, but PSG are getting destroyed, decimated, melted away in the pit. PSG get out with only 2 members, 1 member left alive. It's only White Knight, and now he has to defend versus 5 members of Kinguin.
1 member left with the Baron. That was the play PSG did not want to make. Why are you trying to rush down the Baron again and again and again? And again, it fails for them. PSG, they get the Baron, but they're going to lose a lot from this.
We thought PSG's late game shot calling may have improved. It obviously has not. After that debacle, Kinguin collapsed perfectly. They'll get mid lane in Hib. They won't be able to push any further. PSG have 1 Baron, which is just not enough, and actually looks like Kinguin are going to go straight to Elder Drake here as well for that Infernal double buff.
White Knight cannot die while this Baron buff is still active. They need to get more from it, and PSG are looking to close in on Elder Drake.
It's going to be gone by the time they get
6,000
there.
health.
White Knight comes in,
Redemption,
there's the redemption
yeah, it's
used,
gone.
but that is just the Baron, the Elder Drake going down. Kurtikul comes up looking for the snipe on Sebex. They
Ooh.
get 1. Woolite caught out as well. Kaiwei will
Oh,
take
they
him
can
out.
combo.
They're going to combo. D-Lord is dead off towards the side as well, and now they're looking for Ice Beast, though. He dodges the hook by the narrowest of margins, and Blank might be able to get there. Flash, exhaust, Blank. He's getting minions. The rest of your team is chasing Ice
No,
Beast.
he's pushing mid lane
he's
so that
pushing
after
mid
they
lane.
get the kill.
Ice Beast's going to go down as well into the GA. It's the game of throws, Stress. It's the game of throws.
And PSG, they had to push mid lane back out. They had to get this wave as far forward as possible to equalize the inhibitor trade. Tabasco's the only one alive, and why are you trying to go in 1 versus 5?
Shame
trying to
Bell.
slow him down.
We need a Shame Bell stress. Don't go for objectives. Get that Shame Bell out. Tabasco hooked up. He's going to die as well. 9 seconds on D-Lord, 13 on Sebex. Tabasco, oh, the hook doesn't quite connect. Blank, even through the redemption, could take him down, and now PSG continue to push in. 30 seconds on Ice Beasto. PSG are looking for the win. However, Woolite's back up, as is Sebex. These turrets are going to fall incredibly quickly. I think PSG are going to call it a day after one Nexus Tower, though.
They're very
Sebex
low, though.
Wants to stop them. Sprassel with the Locket Shield, tries to keep himself alive. Woolite looking for the snipe. Just needs a piercing arrow straight to the heart of Sprassel and straight to the heart of PSG. They get one Nexus Towers, they're gonna have to get themselves out. Look at the waves pushing in for Kinguin.
PSG back out with the empowered recall only on White Knight. The rest of the team have to run it back down mid. They equalize the inhibitor trade. They're gonna lose a top tower by the looks of that wave. I don't think White Knight can get there in time. Yeah, there it goes. Ice Beasto just TP'd in to try and stop Kirei. They want to try and get bot lane, but I don't know whether that's actually going to end up worth it. Kirei can cut half of the minion wave out. They'll get bot tower, but they won't push in for the inhibitor. They're just too strong on the side of PSG.
Redemption finish now for Ice Beasto as well. Look at the gold, it's only 3,000. We're 41 minutes into this game, and there's only a 3,000 gold disparity. It's a game of playing around objectives and getting them and then losing the fight.
Yeah, look, this is Kinguin sticking around with too many people on low health. They underestimated the amount of time it would take to actually kill that Elder Drake, and this was where Blanc was pushing mid lane through, make sure they can move through after this play. Ice Beasto takes a long time to die, but they get his GA, they get everything from this, and PSG, from what should have been a game-losing move on Baron and trying to rush it down, have actually stabilized in an okay manner.
Sebex! Deadly Flourish knocked away. Sebex into the Zhonya's. Tabasco's here as well, trying to save the day. Sebex flashes away. Unleash power onto Kirei. Sebex somehow survives. Tabasco will not, though. Kairei's going to get taken off towards the side. He jumps back away. White Knight getting knocked around. Spraddle's dead. Here's Blanc. He's flashed in. He's exhausted, though. And PSG lose 2 members. The chase is going to continue as Ice Beasto looks for it, but cannot get anywhere near close enough to get onto White Knight.
That all started from a hook on Sebex, and Sebex lived through that engage, had the Zhonya's available. This has become incredibly messy. It went from having no action for the majority of the game into complete mindlessness.
It's the game
so
2
far.
curse of today.
Oh, this game, as you said, very much like game 2 between Fnatic Academy and Misfits Academy, where there is no logic in so many of these plays.
Is this NALCS? Because this is counter-logic gaming stress.
Good save on that one. I was wondering where you were going, because look, PSG start out with a play onto Sebex. Great hook. They knock him back out of the lockdown from Jhin, and through the Zhonya's, the redemption, the Lulu ult, everything keeps Sebex alive. And what I want to know is, what is Blanc looking for here? He's looking to Q and then get a Gatling gun and a massive auto to kill Sebex, but gets exhausted, did not have a read that Sebex still had his exhaust, and you know, good survival instincts out of Sebex in that fight to spot him flashing on top of him. But next time that happens, Sebex doesn't have his flash, doesn't have his exhaust, and PSG shouldn't have anything to stop them.
Summoner comparisons, White Knight has both, Kirei almost has his flash back up, Pilot has everything, Spratle has everything, only Tabasco with that flash. Oh, Woolite's got his as well, as has Ice Beasto, but across the board, PSG in a slightly stronger position to fight soon. Rev Inhibitor has respawned in that mid lane, which means there's a minor window where PSG have supers pushing in, and Kinguin do not. However, it's an ARAM now, Stress.
Aaron, it's not an ARAM. It's all about that Baron. 1 minute until PSG get another attempt to try and start a Baron when they really shouldn't. White Knight, if he can find Woolite, if he can body slam flash in and get Woolite with the explosive cask, that ends the fight.
The poke damage coming out from PSG is pretty monumental as well, although piercing arrows do answer back. If you're wondering why the Lee Sin's model looks a little bit bigger than usual, he's got himself an elixir of iron. I think it's just run out. But he's just ever so slightly bigger boxer than he usually is.
He's got to get that the path.
I think it's run out now.
Goes behind him. Yeah, I was looking to see. Couldn't remember what
he looked big for a while. Not quite as big anymore. But PSG trying to make the big plays. 3,000 gold ahead still. 45 minutes into this game. They've got both the waves pushing in their advantage. Bot lane is going to take a little bit of time, but Baron is the call. Icebeasto doesn't quite have TP up, but is running up towards that top side. PSG have complete vision control around that Baron pit.
Please, PSG, do not.
They're doing it, man.
Start
Pilot's half health, and they're going to do it.
White Knight's.
Why not?
Okay, so what White Knight's doing here is he's sitting on the side of the entrance, so that if Woolite comes forward to start poking, he can cask him into the rest of the team and Woolite dies. He's looking for it, but Icebeasto checks first. Good due diligence there.
Icebeasto does check it up. PSG still 4 members off to one side, 1 on the other. Kinguin can just push mid. They've got a wave going in. Oh, Woolite!
He's got
engaged on explosive cast. Kyrie takes him out. Now Sebex the target as Kyrie jumps in. Kyrie survives as well with the shield. White Knight takes the kill. A killing spree for him. And Kinguin are running for the hills. They need to escape because otherwise PSG can just push down. There's only 1 turret remaining in their way. Tabasco and D-Lord trying to delay. Icebeasto there as well. I think White Knight can just tank it up though, and I think that's PSG's mindset as well.
Yeah, I think it's the same kind of thing. They got 280 carries worth of damage on towers. PSG, they're going to take their first series 2-0 here, Medic.
2-0 they will go. It will only be their 3rd win. Icebeasto and D-Lord trying to back. D-Lord gets it cancelled. PSG take the Nexus tower. They're going to turn their attention over to the Nexus, and PSG will go 2-0 up versus Team Kinguin.
It was a messy second game. Baron throws, team fight throws aplenty for both teams.
It was the messiest second game I think we've had in a long, long time. And PSG, we thought they'd learned their lesson, but Baron, it's like a siren calling to them, just being like, do me, do the Baron.
Please don't just run for the Baron at that point, PSG. However, for PSG, the playoff dream is still alive.
Still alive. And their first game was so clean and crisp. And you have to go back to it and say, if they play like that every single game, they were a contender for at least a spot in the promotion tournament.
Kinguin, on the other hand, I mean, they had so many exchanges where it looked like it could have gone their way. And now Kinguin find themselves in a position where, after a couple of wins earlier on in previous weeks, they might miss out on playoffs because of this.
Yeah, sitting at the bottom of the table at the moment on only 4 points. Millenium face up against Schalke, they're at 4 as well later on. So it's very, very tight in the standings at the moment. In fact, we might even get into next week with 4 teams on 4 points.
And 1 team on 12.
1 point on 12, 1 team on 12, 1 team on 5. That will be where we stand. It's going to be great. I'm looking forward to it so much. I think looking at Kinguin, where do you correct? What do you change for them actually to have a chance of getting through to those playoffs?
Draft was an issue in game 1, and then game 2, just a couple of minor things early on. They actually punished fairly well with Woolite being able to poke down around objectives, but they just let too much go early on. The decision to trade top for like 2 towers was another one of those moments where I'm like, Kinguin, this isn't the kind of trade that you want to take.
Well, might not be the trade they want to take, but PSG will be very happy that they did. We're going to go on the hunt for more action between Millenium and Schalke 04. It'll probably take us about 3.5 minutes to seek out our prey. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, we got him!
Oh, that was beautiful. Lulu.
Oh, the hook.
Box. Dead. Lulu. Kaime takes him out.
As
Flash, play, hook. Woolite caught out. Don't flash in a line, man. Woolite gonna get taken down. PSG collapse TP in though. And now Kaime's getting taken out here by Tabasco. Has to jump away. Tabasco flashes. White Knight straight in. Knocks D-Lord back. Woolite catches Kaime off towards the side and he'll take him down as well. But the Baron is low. PSG getting sniped away. Kaime dead. The Baron goes down. White Knight gets it, but PSG are getting destroyed. Decimated. Melted away in the pit. PSG get out with only 2 members. 1 member left alive. It's only White Knight. And now he has to defend versus 5 members of Kinguin. Up looking for the snipe on Sebex. They get 1. Woolite caught out as well. Kaime will take him out.
Combo.
They're going to combo. D-Lord is dead. Off towards the side as well. And now they're looking for Icebeasto. He dodges the hook. The wave going in. Oh, Woolite. He's engaged on explosive cast. Kaime takes him out. Now Sebex the target as Kaime jumps in. Kaime survives as well with the shield. White Knight takes the kill. A killing spree for him. And Kinguin are running for the hills. They need to escape because otherwise PSG can just push down. PSG will go 2-0 up versus Team Kinguin. Welcome back to the European Challenger Series, where we're about to get into our final matchup of the evening. It's Schalke 04 versus Millenium. On the blue side, to start us off, it's Schalke. In their top lane, Smitty J, their jungler, Lulex. Selfie is their mid laner, Upset, their AD carry, and their support is Van.
They've been looking very strong. Let's see where the Challenger mainstays Millenium can do anything to topple them from the top. Because in the top lane for Millenium, it is Mimic. In the jungle, it is Steel. Mid lane is Pretty. AD carry is Panoy, and their support is Norscary.
Yeah, Schalke looking unquestionably the strongest team in the league at the moment. I think before the action that happened today, this was first versus second. Millenium would be very, very happy to be grouped in the same sort of area as Schalke at the moment.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, we're going to have to see how they can actually perform, because Schalke right now, last week we thought, oh, let's question some of Schalke. Their early game, it didn't look so great the week before, and then they come through in week 3 and actually look really dominant. So, I mean, Schalke have looked so good, winning games so quickly, that it's hard to deny how strong they look.
Yeah, and you have to put a lot of it on their support as well. Vander, the previous world semi-finalist, has played incredibly well. He's sitting at a KDA of 35.5. His kill participation is 70%. He has yet to die, so he's died twice in the entire league, and it has been over 74 minutes of in-game time between this today and his last death.
He's been letting people know as well. He was tweeting about smurfing in Challenger and all these kinds of things, but as much as the individual plays for Vander, who, you know, competed at Worlds and looked great, it's not only been about individual skill. A lot of it has come from draft as well. Seemingly the support staff, the coaches, veteran works with them. Like, their drafts have been solid. Swain pick into Camille last week worked very well for Schalke, and it wasn't just the lane matchup. They utilized it very well. Despite losing first blood over to that Camille, they just bounced back.
Although Fnatic have shown us that they can't really snowball even if they have a Camille.
That's
so
true.
it seems to be sort of a thorn in their side. On the other side of the rift, though, we've got Millenium. Last week, they looked okay against Kinguin. Didn't look dominant. First game was very strong. Second game, not so much.
It didn't look so good. And, you know, they couldn't really play around Kinguin's Gragas, which, ironically, we just saw Kinguin not be able to play around from that top lane. But Millenium have been fairly cookie-cutter on their drafts. They've had a lot of Lulu priority. There's been a lot of bans over Lulu as well. And honestly, now that we're on 7.3, that's kind of meta at the same time, which is weird. They were doing it before it was meta. My worry for Millenium, or maybe it's the other way around, my worry for Schalke is this time last year, Millenium were on top of Challenger, undefeated, and we were saying they look so great, nobody's going to beat them, they're going to go to LCS, they look better than LCS teams. Well, Millenium lost and then didn't get through playoffs. Can Millenium do it to Schalke?
Possibly. Like, Schalke still, they're guaranteed playoffs at this point. They're the only team that can get to 9 points, so they are guaranteed that playoff point. But they still have to win out. They still have to win their games. They still have to be consistent. We are into picks and bans, and Jace is the first ban here coming out from Schalke 04. Millenium, expect to see similar bans from them. Mengar, Camille, LeBlanc.
Not all three. We'll see the Varus come through as well as a high priority. With Jace already off the table, I wonder whether we'll see Shen priority taken away as well. We talked a little about the Lulu. Wouldn't be too surprised to see first rotation come out from Millenium.
Actually going to be a Graves ban here from Schalke. Obviously on blue side you have a little bit more flexibility as to what you ban out and how you decide to prioritize. Schalke have been one of the best teams for adapting to their enemy team as well, understanding exactly how to play around them. I'm a little bit surprised by the Graves because Millenium haven't really played that aggressive jungler.
But is it an indicator that Lulex wants to play something like an Ivern that farms up alongside? Is that the indicator here? We haven't seen a lot of Ivern first pick, but it is a possibility. Whether it's first phase, I think, is the more likely threat. That's if they're going that way. Obviously, Graves has just been banned out in general from his strength of getting a kill and then taking towers from it.
I think Schalke are a lot harder to predict here than Millenium because they have such a wealth of champions that they can pick from. Millenium, if you were going to give them their perfect composition, it would probably be something like Shen. Oh, Varus is the final ban coming out here. Shen, Cassio mid lane, Caitlyn, Lulu their bot lane, and then any jungler that fits into that as well.
So Millenium likely ban Camille here, because you don't want Smitty J to have it. Where does that leave us? Jhin as first pick would be the most likely one.
However, Millenium won't mind that too much in all honesty. So it's going to be a Shen ban instead. And the question here for Schalke is, do they take the Camille or do they take the Jhin?
Or do you give over both after Millenium just banned the matchup against Camille? That's why there's a Shen ban right there, is because Millenium are anticipating that Schalke get the Jhin and give the Camille and pick the Swain into it or something like that.
The thing is,
would be the next one.
This totally changes Millenium's usual playstyle, because we see them play Caitlyn all the time. If you pick the Jhin instead of the Caitlyn, it's very different.
You're right, but I think this is Schalke on the next level of this. They're leaving Camille open because they played the Swain into it. That's one of those key picks that they played against it. This Shen ban theoretically doesn't do much specifically against Schalke, because if you do play Camille, that's what'll come out. Jhin has to be a priority here for Millenium if they want to play in the current meta right now. Kha'Zix, I don't know whether you had to pick it here. If you don't want to be forced into the Camille, then yes, pick the safe jungler.
I don't think Millenium care too much about the current meta. They've been playing Cassio, Caitlyn, Lulu a lot of the time, so I don't, as much as I agree with you that Jhin is priority in most people's comps, they picked Fiora, so... I mean, Fiora is known as a counter to Camille.
Yes.
So that's probably what they're saying, but Schalke don't really care. Like, they'll let Camille go all the way through.
But there's an easier solution to this.
The banning Camille.
No, it's you don't pick Fiora in Phase 1 if they don't pick Camille in Phase 1. You would pick it as the last pick. You could have taken something safe like the Jhin here if you wanted the straightforward draft. Now you've given away Ivan, Jhin, and potentially Lulu or Karma, something, you know, one of these big ticket picks for Schalke.
Or Rise for Selfie.
Or Rise, yeah. But Selfie's shown he's been very confident in a lot of matchups. He's played Katarina, he's played, you know, Kassadin, Cassiopeia. We've seen, like, everything from him.
So it's going to be the Tahm Kench lock in here. Keeps your Jhin a little bit safer from the Kha'Zix and the Fiora. Is something we've been seeing banned out on that second rotation. In all honesty, this draft has kind of just confused me slightly because of the weird priorities that we've seen. But neither of these teams have been known for being meta. Schalke can kind of win without meta. So.
This is a draft of people not wanting to pick Camille, but picking things so that if the enemy does pick... Okay.
This is AD carry.
Yes, it is.
This is AD carry.
Tell us why, Medic. We were talking about this earlier.
So I was watching the Challenge France games from the week. And in the semi-final, Millenium faced up against Gamers Origin. No relation to either of the two teams, by the way. And Pinoy played the Ziggs AD carry, and it worked out quite well for them with a Syndra mid. So Millenium here decide to pick up the Ziggs early on, take it into that AD carry role, instead of going for the Caitlyn, who could have been sort of taken out a bit easier by the Jhin and the Tahm Kench. Gives them good pushing lane as well.
It does. The Taliyah being taken away, that was one of the picks that Selfie had. So this actually does play around this Ziggs in a weird roundabout way, in that you don't want Taliyah coming over to bot lane to push, to you know, make a play on bot and not allow Ziggs to push. So this is these roaming mid laners being taken away. We've already had LeBlanc off the board. There goes the Taliyah already.
Just this draft, man. The Fiora early pick is so odd. I want to see how Schalke decide to answer it. Like, already they've got the Tahm Kench, which works well into it. Ivan's fine into it as well.
We've seen a bunch of Fiora out of Mimic in days gone by, but don't first rotation it.
Well, there's the Rise ban as well. Schalke probably going to target out Karma here, in all honesty, take away, or Nami. We've seen a lot of Nami from Norscaran. Yeah,
we have. Just something that can facilitate this Ziggs, give it push on top of it, so that Karma would make sense. Unless they were looking for mid lane and banning away Syndra, if Selfie doesn't feel particularly comfortable just into that Syndra matchup.
I think Selfie will feel comfortable into most matchups at the moment. He's riding high. He's playing incredibly well. There's the Orianna ban, so just mitigating perhaps some of that later game coming out from Millenium. But now we will start to see this composition perhaps form a little bit more of a coherent structure.
Millenium is just like, well, they're on top of the table, let's do something different.
Just pick Camille. Just pick Camille now. Support Camille.
Or mid lane Camille. If they play it.
If it's not a pretty champion. No.
It is absolutely not a pretty champion. So if it actually gets picked up, I would be very surprised. There's the Karma for pushing alongside Ziggs. So Selfie, will it be the Syndra? Top lane into Fiora, we may see the Poppy or the Trundle.
Could be Renekton as well. Just go for the pure outplay potential in the top lane.
Could be Renekton.
The problem is here, like usually I can read teams pretty well. Like we've gone through most drafts today and been like, yeah, we can kind of expect what's going on. This draft, every pick has just been like, oh, Ivan might be picked up. No, Ivan priority, obviously.
Of course you'd blind pick Fiora into the top lane and then pick Kha'Zix and then blind pick Kassadin. Okay, so based off this, you want a roaming mid laner. That's what
Yep.
they want to do to shut down the Ziggs. You've got a strong top lane already with Renekton. You've got Ivan who can play a supportive role, and theoretically there aren't many mid laners outside of Syndra that can actually dominate mid lane pre-6 against a Kassadin, unless you play an AD matchup, in which case that would do it.
Yeah, because of course Kassadin's passive gives you extra magic resist, which is the reason that we don't see many AP laners into it. Corki makes a lot of sense.
That'll
You know,
do
it's
it.
a lot of AD, magic damage mixed in there as well to give you that mixed damage.
It does get converted, but it's okay. It's still ranged versus Kassadin pre-6, which is fine. Really, really interesting draft in this game. So Smitty J should have the early game focus on top side. Lulex will have to concede some in the jungle. Mid lane will have to concede as well. And then we got this weird Ziggs dynamic in the bot lane where like Schalke can't really pressure out, can't push too heavily, but will have this really strong global presence with the Kassadin, with the Tahm Kench coming through from Schalke. This is a very unorthodox draft by both teams, and I'm looking forward to this game.
I'm really enjoying looking at the draft and trying to work it out, and I'm looking forward to the game. However, I'm worried that I'm going to get surprised more than excited at points. Just be like, what's happened here? Why has this happened? Sort of thing. So I think there's going to be a lot of macro play we need to discuss when we get into the game. I think the play styles from both the teams is going to be incredibly exciting as well, because Millenium have not played a composition like this before at the EUCS.
No,
they played
they
Caitlyn,
haven't.
Nami, and they played Cassio. And why didn't they do that? Because that's all that my notes say over here.
No, because you
Ruined
had
my
one
notes,
note.
guys.
You got the note that says they played Ziggs.
That's true.
That was
is
the one
true.
you got.
Well, that is the important note. And the important thing for now is make sure you guys tweet at us with hashtag EUCS if you think Schalke 04 are going to take their 7th win of the European Challenger season. S04 win. And if you think Millenium are going to win, hashtag MIL win. S04, by the way, guys. Make sure it's a 0 rather than an O, as in the letter. But, yeah, so Schalke have a wealth of pools, as we can see here. They've gone through a lot of different things. Excited to see Lulex playing the Ivan. He's tended towards more aggressive matchups like the Kha'Zix. Can still do a lot of work on this. We saw Broxer in week 1 showing us how Ivan can be an aggressive carry.
Can be aggressive, and we'll watch to see where that aggression comes from. Some interesting things to note. We've gone back in time. We got double TP. We see double TP from time to time. It's because it's a 1-3-1 setup. You've got Renekton wants to dominate in the side lane. You've got Kassadin, who will end up dominating on the other side lane. And then you've got good defensive capabilities out of Lulex, Upset, and Vanda. On the other side, Millenium, they've kind of got this pushing composition, sieging. We'll see how they can utilize it.
So there's a couple of interesting points that tie into these compositions as well. Both of these teams have a 100% first tower record across their first 6 games. And if you look at Millenium's composition, they push towers incredibly well, especially bot lane with the Ziggs. That's kind of what he came into meta to do. Alongside that, only once have Millenium ever been behind at the 10-minute mark, and only twice have Schalke ever been behind. And the reason that's important is it tends to show us who's going to win the game. Because if you're behind at if you're ahead at the 10-minute mark, 70% of the time you go on to win the game, which is quite exciting in my opinion. And getting that first tower is vital to being ahead.
It is, unless you're PSG, in which case,
I think that's why it's only 70%. It would be like 95% if PSG didn't exist.
I was going to say, if you took away the PSG games, you'd probably have like 90, 95% on that one. But Schalke, they've been ending games very quickly, and that, I think, is the other key stat. That 28-minute average game time over 6 games so far. It's an impressive stat. They've been a level above the rest of the competition here in EUCS. We'll see whether Millenium give them a run for their money here in what is sure to be a very interesting game coming from this Champion Select.
I'm already enthralled by it. I want to talk about this top lane matchup because it's not one we see too commonly. Renekton has snuck back into some people's pocket picks, power picks into certain matchups. Why do you pick Renekton into Fiora, and why does it work so well?
So I can't guarantee that it will work so well, because there will become a point where Renekton cannot push against Fiora. However, for the laning phase, Renekton will be as strong as he always is. You get very good damage trades early on. Mimic, however, can trade back. Smitty J, when he gets the the slice and dice and the Color Meek, gets all that damage out. you can trade early into this Fiora, force out the health potions, and you can see Renekton able to start longsword 3 pots. Fiora's gone for only 1 health potion, so it can out-sustain very effectively in the laning phase and make it hurt while doing it.
Continually trying to trade. The riposte does come out, and that, of course that can stop the Ruthless Predator stun. Smitty will be continually trying just to harass and get in there. Lulex spotting out Steel. Puts a push down for that root caller, but the Scuttle Crab does go in favor of Steel, and now Lulex perhaps caught out slightly. Steel decides he doesn't want to go too aggressive into the enemy jungle.
I wonder whether we'll see the tank build out of Smitty J that we've seen a few times, where you're getting like Cleaver and all that kind of build. There was the old Renekton build where you go Blade of the Ruined King, and on your the W, you 2-hit them and take so much health off. I wonder what build we'll see out of Smitty J. Looking for the 1 versus 1 setup. He wants better laning trades the later we go.
But we know Smitty J is going to push up, and Steel realizes that, tries to come in for a gank, is on a ward, and will get spotted out. All lanes actually push advantage you have to give across towards Millenium, which is something that Schalke especially have prioritized previously in their drafts. Only perhaps top lane is where Smitty J will be pushing in, but mid's going to get forced back by the Corki, and bot lane, Ziggs Karma, always going to force that wave up.
It will, but not in very early levels. You can see they're actually getting pushed in. For Pinoy, his damage is kind of low early on. Yes, Bouncing Bomb does damage to the majority of the wave, but then you're mana dependent. You don't have the ability to trade effectively. Ziggs' passive works very good for harassing in lane, because of that short fuse, that additional damage. But you can see Upset, he started Boots 4 pots. It allows him to move in and out of trades very quickly and deny a lot of what Ziggs brings to the table bot lane.
Vander there as well on the Tahm Kench, going to be able to keep his AD carry safe at points. He's trying to dodge out the Mega Inferno Bomb with that Devour from time to time. Still trying to maintain his unkilled streak as well. It's now up to 79 minutes. Just going to continuously remind you.
You just got a stopwatch for the last
It's not that difficult.
weeks.
It's 74 plus whatever's on the clock at the moment.
That maths will go awry if you keep trying to...
Are you going to test me at random time, Stress?
Maybe I'll be like, how long's it now?
As long as Vander doesn't die, we'll be fine. But both teams playing a relatively slow early laning phase. Expected to see Pretty perhaps slightly ahead in CS. He's not really managed it. Selfie was able to get back into the lane with the Catalyst of the Aeons, so he'll be sustaining himself up with that mana and health you get back from the heal.
And it's actually difficult to deny Kassadin's laning phase. A lot of people used to say way before that Kassadin pre-6 was so easy to punish. That's why you had to beat the Kassadin. Well, after he got the adjustments and his shield changed around on a lot of things, it's actually difficult. Despite it being melee into range, he hits 6 very effectively if you just play smart. And from there, Riftwalk gives you the survivability in mid lane. So no surprise that Selfie isn't too far behind, is able to kind of sustain up with that Corrupting Potion and just farm easily under the first few tower shots.
Lulex and Steel are going to meet here. Steel jumps into the pit, smited away by Lulex, gets the root caller down as well, but here comes Pretty. Off towards the side, flash away by Lulex, but he's still going for it. Exhaust down onto the Ivan. One more auto is enough. Pretty gets the kill. Selfie now needs to retreat. Does have Riftwalk. Should be able to get himself away. He'll notice that Steel's getting a bit of an invade down into the jungle, and Steel will decide against it.
Now, that was Lulex making a play on top side because top was pushing out, but mid wasn't. And they were a lot closer to mid, so Pretty could regroup alongside Steel and take the kill. That was just Lulex with mispositioning on the map, trying to go aggressive when he really shouldn't have.
And although the lane's pushing in the top side, no CS advantage taken here for Smitty J over Mimic. Mimic's half HP, but could just dodge in and out and get those minions underneath the tower. Won't be too worried about this at all.
Nope, not worried. Selfie is 2 versus 1, but knows with Riftwalk available. Kha'Zix, Corki, no crowd control, so not going to lock down a Kassadin. And that, honestly, looking down the line, is a major problem for Millenium. No heavy crowd control.
Satchel charge, man, it's so good.
If Ziggs is satchel charging Kassadin to start a fight, Ziggs is already dead.
That is true.
But that is going to be a problem for Millenium, is they have no real way of starting fights. They won't have control of both side lanes. Yes, Fiora will outscale, but Kassadin will be able to fight anybody the later this game goes.
I think also there's an interesting point about, we talked about Vander in picks and bans. Well, he's actually tends to be the support that buys his Sightstone the latest as well. I'd like to see if he gets it on this back. I assume he will on the Tarm, although he hasn't backed away yet. We'll just try and catch Pinoy out. He's the support that buys the Sightstone the latest. And as a team, Schalke 04 actually have some of the lowest wards per minute out of any team in the European Challenger Series. Now, I talked to a couple of people about this, and because they tend to get early game advantages, and because they push up, they don't need as many wards to cover the map because they can just cover the enemy's jungle, and they know they don't need wards on the rest of the map. So that explains that to some degree. But usually that's because they get ahead in the early game. Here, they're not getting ahead in the early game, so they need to adapt and make sure they are actually lighting up the map with those wards.
Also, there's an interesting thing with wards per minute where I almost feel like wards per minute should be wards per 6 minutes post 20.
Okay,
because if you only have 2 cycles... Okay, has he picked up Sightstone?
He has, yeah.
Good. If you only have 2 cycles of Baron and Baron control, because your average game time is 28 minutes, then teams that are playing 40, 45 minutes, yes, okay, you're dividing it by more minutes because it's wards per minute, but around Baron, there is so much of a collection of wards that you know, it's one of those stats that, yes, it kind of works out, but the same with damage per minute, where the later you go, generally the higher the base number before dividing it is. So.
Alongside that as well, teams against them tend to place less wards. So there's 25% less wards placed against them and 25% less wards killed against them as well, which means that the wards they put down stay for longer, meaning they don't have to place as many wards per minute.
Yeah, that is another factor that goes into it. Statistically. I mean, Schalke are basically statistically the best team. In Challenger.
They're 9 points count for that, considering no one can even match that. Mimic puts down the Grand Challenge. Smitty J's going to get the Ruthless Predator stun. Mimic tries to flash away. Smitty deciding he doesn't want to flash in.
And I like that he decided not to flash in. The problem is, he's now got people coming up through the river. He should be able to get out here. He can slice and dice his way out of this situation.
He could probably just take this fight, in all honesty. Ruthless Predator, Cull the Meek, slice and dice back in, and Steel works out. He's in a bad spot. TP comes in from Selfie. They're going to try and chase Steel down, but instead they might turn their attentions over to the tower. Selfie's continuing to chase down here. Steel does get taken out. Selfie gets the kill.
Really important kill that it goes on to Selfie here. He expended so much for it because he knows what he can do with that first kill on Kassadin. Now he'll look to snowball this game effectively, and it's difficult once Kassadin gets 2, 3 kills in a game to shut him out because you can't lock him down, you can't out-damage him. There's not a lot to do.
Yeah, Smitty didn't really take any damage in the trade with Mimic. Now Pretty's going to get forced back by Selfie once again. So Smitty, it was really overextension by Steel trying to go for the kill. Smitty realized in a heartbeat that he could turn it back around, and now Schalke continue to push in this bottom wave. Cleared out with the Mega Inferno bomb, but still Millenium getting pushed back.
And importantly...
Curtain call. Norscarin takes 1, takes 2, takes 3, takes 4. Heal keeps him alive.
But now they're pushing onto the tower with the next wave of minions. Pinoy had to use his ultimate to clear it out. This Ziggs has not been able to push out effectively in the bottom lane. This is where Smitty wishes he has his Tiamat already. At any point here, if he had Tiamat, he kills Mimic because he can animation cancel and get the extra damage down and keep himself out alive. And the same happens, actually, when Steel comes up to the top lane. If he'd have had any ability.
I'm not sure what Steel was thinking here, in all honesty.
The empowered autos at any point would have killed Steel. So Smitty J is really hurting from that. Actually goes back off this fight and buys it straight away. And Selfie realizes he doesn't really have time to wait around, doesn't want Lulex to get the kill. So flashes over, gets it. Rod of Age is completed. Good spot to be in.
Schalke, still only 300 gold ahead though, do have the redemption on Lulex, Tiamat and the Ninja Tabi in that top lane that you were talking about. Rod of Ages now finished on Selfie. Yumu's on towards Upset. They're starting to hit this first round of items. However, so are Millenium. Trinity Force on towards Britty, and Pinoy has his Morello Nomicon.
Worrying though that Pinoy and Norscarin haven't had much presence in that bottom lane. They've been clearing very effectively, but of course, they need more than just the two of them in the bottom lane. You can't kill Jin and Tahm Kench. But Steel has been so focused on the top side in this game because this Renekton's causing a problem that Pinoy and Norscarin haven't had any help.
Pinoy has been a focus of the Millenium team, and Norscarin as well. They tend to be the lane that gets ahead, that wins out. Smitty J trading in towards Mimic. The Dominus is just too darn dominant for Mimic. He's going to have to just catch himself away. Once again, no flash in by Smitty J.
Yeah.
Lulex caught out. Redemption comes down, trying to heal himself up. Has the blast going there. Steel caught out by Selfie. Has the flash. Daisy looking for the knock-up. Steel trying to avoid a sold around. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, but it's not enough as they take out Steel. But he's going to continue to chase in. But here's the Abyssal Voyage. Vander onto Pretty. Smitty J gets the stun. Selfie gets the kill. 2-0-1 on the Cass.
Schalke again just accentuating this lead, bringing them to the fight with the Abyssal Voyage. Now they're going to look for mid. Pinoy will be able to clear it out easily. Again, from this Renekton, they are opening up such a pressure lead on this top side that Mimic is forced back away from the tower. Again, it opens up the fight. Selfie and Lulex are able to catch out a couple of members of Millenium crossing through the jungle, and it just continues to go in the favor of Schalke.
That it does, and it looked like such a slow start for them, but they managed to extend their lead. 1,300 now, the difference. Lulex has been impactful in all of the kills as well. Let's have a look at this once again. Starts off with Lulex catching Steel out.
Yeah, catches Steel. Steel was heading top to try and help out in the engage between Smitty J and Mimic. Ends up on the receiving end of a lot of damage here. As Selfie tries to chase him down. This one actually goes over to Lulex, which is probably going to anger Selfie a little bit just because he wants to snowball as heavy as possible. But thankfully this one goes to the Kassadin. They give it over, make sure that they end up getting kills. Oh, Nosker instead.
Nosker caught out, tries to flash away, might survive. Curtain Call comes down, pretty forced away as well. Steel takes up
Selfie
a lot
should
of the
look
shots.
for this.
He's deciding against it. They're looking for the turret rather than for the dive for the kills. They decide against it. We'll just back away. Once again, just go back to their lanes and farm up some CS, get themselves further in the lead.
Yeah, they're going to push around mid. Smitty J and Mimic is still trading up in the top lane again. Mimic put a bit of damage down, but it wasn't much. But now you can see Mimic has been able to push back out. Now that he's building towards that Ravenous Hydra, he's pushing the lane, getting further and further towards the point where Fiora can actually contend in this matchup. It does take a lot longer than the point we're at now. Smitty J can still trade on an all-in very effectively, and it's not enough to win the matchup for Fiora yet.
Millenium are known as slow starters, though. They tend to wait out the game a little bit and then really wait for their composition to come online before they extend their gold lead and put their foot down on the accelerator. It's going to be a difficult one to do against Schalke, who have been consistent throughout all portions of the game. Looks like Millenium are going to set up around the Mountain Drake. Neither team taking it yet, but Millenium do have good isolation damage, of course, with the Kha'Zix if they want to go for that objective.
They also have Abyssal Voyage up now as well, so if, or at least Schalke do, if you'll excuse me, to try and punish any dragon attempts, any fights that start between Millenium and Schalke around that dragon. You can see what Millenium have done here is they're trying to restrict Selfie's movements on the map here. By putting Ziggs in the mid lane, you are normally guaranteeing that you can push out. Pinoy doesn't want to have to use his ult yet to push that wave out, but it does leave a little bit of an opening bot side for Schalke to make a play here.
And they're pushing forward. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb just to clear out the wave. Pretty dodges out the Deadly Flourish as well. Devour on towards Lulex will spit him out back towards the river.
And the theory on this one is, as always with any roaming mid laner, if you push them in, get the minion wave under their tower, they lose tower health and potentially lose the tower alongside that. But Schalke go for the second attempt now onto this tower, should get it. But they've run out of minions actually. Yeah. Again, the wave clear comes through from Corki, from Karma, and it's going to have to be the next minion wave that they get it.
Eventually they will get that tower down. It will be the first tower of the game and ends Millenium's 100% record for those first turrets. Schalke will continue to maintain theirs, unsurprisingly.
I was going to say, somebody had to lose that record. You can't draw on first tower.
Unless no one takes a tower for the entirety of the game.
And then someone forfeits.
Yeah,
if you forfeit with all your towers available,
game for
I don't think
it's a null game, because both teams have played perfectly.
But here comes the Ziggs, because that tower's low enough that
Satchel charge. And
Got
mid lane
it.
tower for bot lane tower is the trade they decide to go for at the end, and Millenium will take that.
It is a good trade because you can continue to push the Kassadin in. This is where this Corki, the Ziggs, has had effect on the game so far. However, Schalke at this point are in the phase of putting Kassadin in the side lane. You got the teleport, you move him out to the side lane, you just push in. Corki can't really take the trade, neither can Ziggs. So I kind of anticipate them to put Fiora up against the Kassadin, because Fiora should be able to maintain. And then if you require the Ziggs ult, you use that on the side lane just to hold.
Well, it will be the Fiora up in that lane. Selfie's deciding to roam around the jungle now as well.
Looking to
He's
get
going
behind
up
the
towards
turret,
Lich
maybe.
Bane as well. He's got that sheen. The Aegis finished for Lulex, Smitty J, building a Phage. And the Corefield's Warhammer, I assume he's going up towards the Black Cleaver next. And, a lot of damage coming out at the moment from Selfie, but he needs to work out a way to actually get in there because Millenium are playing incredibly passively and just taking trades where they can. Does mean a 2,000 gold lead's extended for Schalke. However, Schalke do need to be cautious about, late game Ziggs, late game Corki, late game Fiora.
Schalke, however, are not really under too much threat because Millenium don't have too many ways of actually forcing any kind of engage. Millenium have good ways of poking and disengaging, but actually starting the fight is another story, and that's where this 1-3-1 will end up succeeding unless Schalke make a mistake, because if you can't force a fight on the 3-man stack or can't force a fight on the Kassadin, you run out of options, and now Steel has to be careful that Selfie doesn't just jump over.
Selfie's jumping onto Northscaren, though Deadly Flourish doesn't connect. Millenium back away, but Northscaren takes half his health. Does still have his exhaust and flash up if he wants to get away. Rift Herald has returned to the Void Stress, just so that you know. Whenever I see that announcement, I'm like, whoa, something's happened. Like, no, it hasn't.
Yeah, it's always a little confusing.
Vinny J going in with a Dominus, Redemption used as well. Riposte comes out, Abyssal Voyage, Mimic realizes doesn't want to be there and flashes away.
There's a lot used on the top side. Schalke used that Abyssal Voyage, now they're going to try and go for that tower, but look, Steel is around. Selfie doesn't feel confident enough to take that 1v1 against Pretty. He's looking to just shove out and get side wave control. Ooh, that's a big crit.
Oh,
he got him.
He's dead. Upset takes out Steel, and now they can look perhaps to push in towards this mid lane.
Schalke have not, I may be mistaken, haven't used their TPs aggressively at all this game.
Selfie used one towards top lane to get the kill
towards top lane. You
Mimic.
are right,
Yeah.
they did. One into the top lane, but now that we're over in the side lanes, they haven't yet. We, of course, will start to see that happen more.
At what point does it happen, though? Because we were talking about this 1-3-1 in picks and bans. We said, Schalke can set this up, especially if they get the Kassadin rolling. Smitty J will be fine in the side lane, although Renekton does fall off as we get later on into the game. At what point do you start going, and Credit Pretty gets caught out there as well? Too easy, Schalke say, as they take out Pretty, who was overextended.
The point at which the enemy mid laner moves too far out in the lane and can't retreat from a Kassadin, and Ivan comes along just to help out on the kill.
No ward coverage at all for Millenium in that blue side jungle.
Now Selfie heads back, he's probably going to finish that Lich Bane. There you go. Actually completes it at 3-0-1, and now he's going to be able to do that even faster with that Nether Blade. Just basically going to 3-shot Pretty if the same exchange happens. That was through a Hex Drinker as well.
It's what you said, though. You said Pretty can't deal with Selfie at the moment if he goes into that side lane, and even though Lulex was there, he didn't really do too much in that fight. It could have just been all Selfie all the time, getting that kill. Mountain Drake still on the cards. Neither of these teams prioritizing that dragon, although it looked a couple of times like Millenium may have been setting up for it.
May have been, but haven't been able to convert it actually into the objective. My next pondering, if that even is a word, is going to be about whether Mimic at any point in this game can deal with Selfie. I think it's possible. Like, Fiora may be able to out-trade, but Selfie's so strong.
Jumps in onto Pinoy, has to flash away, though. Even through the Cursing Core, Pinoy will escape. And Selfie was getting collapsed on there by Steel. Millenium unable to get the counter kill that they would have liked. Schalke are grouped up as 4 here against a Ziggs. It's perhaps not the best idea in the world. Bouncy Bomb comes out, but Pinoy caught up with the root caller. Selfie jumps away once again. Upsets low. Deadly Flourish doesn't connect. Pretty back alive now will run his way out with that package. Smitty trading into Mimic, and Mimic with the Ravenous Hydra now trading pretty effectively.
Yeah, knows that he can trade into Smitty, and we are reaching the end of where Renekton has that side lane control against Fiora. Both top towers still stand though, so nobody has tried to punish. Lulex is going to attempt to. He's going to go right into a control ward though.
It's a control ward. Smitty engaging with a slice and dice, keeps a Ruthless Predator. Mimic tried to riposte it, puts the Grand Challenge down, trying to trade into Smitty, but all of Schalke respond. And there's going to be 5 members of Schalke 04 in the top lane. They will look for the turret as well, and as soon as you say it, Stress, they take the tower down. Yeah,
Millenium are going to look for mid tower though as a response. Of course, keep in mind with that Ziggs, if they get it fairly low, they can take it quickly. But look at how Schalke are moving now. They don't have Abyssal Voyage. They do have the Rift Walks obviously available from Kassadin, and they're going to deny any push onto mid lane. Pretty's going to try and get damage. It's not going to result in the tower. And actually, Selfie was going to go aggressive onto Steel. But again, it's all Schalke all the time in this game. Millenium have not really been given much to go on.
And the problem for Millenium is the problem judging Millenium is we've only seen them play that one composition really in European Challenger Series. And this isn't that composition. They don't seem to be as experienced with it as they are with others, and it just doesn't seem to be working for them.
And the other side of that is, I know we discussed that they played it in Challenge France against Gamers Origin.
What a team name.
Which still confuses me, but anyway. There is a very different level of play here. Challenge France is one of the regional leagues that plays up into the Challenger Series qualifiers. And this is a team that is looking stronger than some of the LCS teams for Schalke's sake. Maybe not as dominant in this game as we've seen, but more coordinated.
I think the thing about this game is as well, like, you don't have to win a game by 10 minutes to be a strong team in it.
Right.
You don't, like, they played very well around what they needed to play around. They've had 1 death, there's 6 kills, they're 5,000 gold up. Yes, we're 25 minutes into the game, but they're playing a Kassadin comp that just plays into the lane.
That's what I was going to say. If you've won the game at 10 minutes with Kassadin, you did a real good job of snowballing. Of course, the only part that doesn't really play later into the game is this Renekton. I think everybody knows that Renekton is a champion past 20 minutes. Not the most useful, but still can trade a little against Mimic, but here's where Mimic will take over the rest of the trade.
As soon as Mimic gets the Grand Challenge down, he gets so much healing. Smitty is going tankier with the Titanic Hydra Black Cleaver build. Mimic still only on 1 completed item with that Ravenous Hydra, but probably going to get Black Cleaver next as well with the Phage in his inventory.
And that's because all they need to do is have Smitty go into a fight, lock someone down, and the rest of the team deal with it. He's now not so much about the
Mimic's going for this Vital Box. Will just get himself away, but Smitty cannot trade at all in towards that Fiora now.
Can he take on Tom Kench?
He can probably take on Tarn by himself, but Upset is here as well. Exhaust down, the Tongue Lick doesn't connect. Redemption, Deadly Flourish, stun, and Mimic will go down to Upset.
It was all too easy for Schalke at that point to pick off that kill. Now Selfie in the mid lane shields through most of the damage. Here comes Daisy. They want to take this. This is 2 versus 4, not the fight you want.
I think Lulex wants to take it. I don't think the rest of Schalke really wanted to take it. As soon as Pretty came down, they realized perhaps not the best idea, but they are delaying and allowing Upset to push in that bottom wave tower.
They drew 4 people in, and it looked like Millenium were thinking about Baron for a second there. Ziggs Bomb has just cleared out the bot wave, so no way that they can take the turret on this wave of minions. And welcome to playing against Ziggs, where mid tower is going to stay alive for a very, very, very long time.
Ziggs and Corki are very good at keeping towers alive. Smitty is going to get forced back here, but the Mounted Drake will eventually go down. 27 minutes in, Schalke will take that to 7-1 up and 6,000 gold ahead.
It's a good lead for Schalke. The only thing really stopping them from ripping this game open is the fact that they can't take mid tower. Which, obviously, once they take it, access to the jungle is increased. Their ability to create picks, to catch people out with this higher mobility Kassadin, Tom Kench comp is increased. Mimic's out on the side lane, a little too far pushed up. Now we get the answer to the question. Selfie showed for just a moment, I think.
Yeah, decides not to go for the fight. And as much as you say, you know, mid lane tower's still alive here for Millenium. 2 of the outer towers are alive for Schalke. They've only lost their mid lane tier 1. In fact, that's only the 8th tower they've lost this entire tournament. And they've taken 3 this game. I think that adds up to 58 overall. 8 for 58 is a pretty good trade in favor of Schalke.
It is only a matter of time, though, before this Kassadin snowballs so heavily that Schalke kind of just win. They'll win one fight, get a Baron, and then probably close this game out, which sounds very like pessimistic towards Millenium. But Millenium don't have ways of doing anything on the map. They don't have ways to contain the strong picks. They don't have ways to force fights. The only possibility they really have is by split pushing with Fiora or Schalke making a significant mistake around the Baron.
And Schalke have not looked like a team that will make a mistake around a Baron as well. And as much as you can say, oh, you know, it feels like Schalke aren't doing anything, it feels like this game's just getting delayed and delayed and delayed, that doesn't mean that Schalke aren't playing to their game plan.
Yeah,
it just means they're waiting.
Watch how fast Kassadin's going to take that tower. They had to use Zig's bomb on it, so Selfie loses a lot of his health. If they get a moment where Kassadin can push up, they can take that tower very quickly. But you can see Schalke clearing away the vision control, pushing all 3 lanes out as best as they can. Pinoy doesn't have his ult to clear mid lane now, so he does have to be careful. If he dies, if Pinoy dies, they will lose mid tower in an instant.
That they will. The curtain call opens up. Schalke looking for the kill on Noscarin. Smitty J is right there. He'll take that one. Mimic caught out as well as Smitty continues in with the aggression. Blast cone popped by Selfie himself. But Pinoy now caught out. Upset jumps in, gets the kill onto Pinoy. Pretty in steel. Trying to defend the tower. Schalke might just turn towards the Baron.
Instant turn towards Baron. Redemption comes out. This is what Schalke they've been doing.
Selfie onto steel, Riftwalk in, Selfie's on a rampage, Schalke on a rampage as well, and Pretty doesn't realize he cannot kill the Kassadin.
Selfie is on fire this game. Schalke, they've been doing the Baron this entire time. Steel is still dead. No way of him stopping it. Schalke look like they want to get the kill.
4-0-3 on your mid laner, 4-0-3 on your AD carry. You've got a Baron, you're 11 kills to 1 up, you're 9,000 gold in the lead. This is Schalke's game for the taking.
And it's clean setups and execution and decision making, which is why so many people expect Schalke to relegate one of the bottom LCS teams this split. And when you look at how crisp their play is compared right now to what we've seen Origin do recently, there is no surprise why that is the rhetoric going through the European community right now. Look at this setup. Instantly punishing on Noscarin. Smitty J follows it up with a kill onto Mimic, and as soon as they start seeing Pinoy come through, Root goes down from upset. Daisy's in the fight. They get the kill onto Pinoy and just turn, instantly turn. There is no second guessing that they're turning for Baron there. Selfie knows he can hold them off 1 versus 2, and it's an easy, easy continuation of a clean, crisp play.
I think the Abyssal Voyage continuation is what makes this for me, because the coordination you have to have as a team to get a max range Deadly Flourish from an Abyssal Voyage from Baron Pit to get the kill onto someone is incredible.
Schalke, we talked about, would it be the first place curse that Millenium had inflicted upon them? Well, it doesn't look like it, because Schalke are setting sights on a win here.
Curtain call comes down once again. Noscarin gets swiped off the face of Summoner's Rift. Selfie jumping in onto Mimic. He's unstoppable. Schalke are unbeatable, and they're going to take the inhibitor tower. They'll go up towards the top lane as well. They've got waves pushing everywhere because this is Schalke, and they're looking for their second inhibitor.
It's been a long time since Vander died, and in this game, he's got the license to kill. 007 on the board. It's going to be a win for Schalke.
Yeah, Nexus Tower is the target after Pretty goes down as well. A 32-minute ace, and Schalke will take the first game in this series versus Millenium. Great play by Schalke once again. Took their time about it this time, but ended the game 16,000 gold in the lead. Still only losing 1 tower And that's only 8 towers across the entire split.
It's becoming more and more difficult to cast games with Schalke in the sense that I really want to be optimistic that a team can challenge them. And, you know, we saw potentially Smitty J being contained. Later we went against, you know, Mimic in the top lane, and maybe it was enough. And with this Ziggs tower pushing potential. But Schalke, just their plays that they're making are so much cleaner than all 5 other teams in Challenger Series. And no team looks like they can actually consistently shut Schalke behind. We saw PSG try. They got a great lead.
PSG did really well.
But then they made a mistake.
Yeah.
And teams are making mistakes against Schalke, and Schalke go, okay, thanks for that mistake, we've won the game.
I think part of it is the way that Schalke make decisions as well. I was talking with Veteran, their analyst, and he was saying, we don't have a dedicated shot caller late game. Most of the game, we don't have a dedicated shot caller. It's consensus decision making. It's everyone understanding. They've been in that situation. I bet so many times they've had 3 kills and be like, do we turn for Baron? And everyone knows, because of how many times they've done it, exactly what to do in that moment. And
that's actually an evolution that we've seen in the last couple of years of the LCS, which Unicorns of Love were one of the first teams in Europe specifically to be like, oh, we have diplomatic shot calling where everybody's voice is heard. Other teams were still back on like, oh no, we have one shot caller as a primary and then a secondary shot caller.
Fnatic is still very much like that.
Right, and we've seen teams that are doing that kind of be behind the curve on a lot of how plays are made, which you'd think would be a weird thing where if you had one strong voice, it would kind of unite the team. But Schalke, they're very crisp, very clean. They know what they're doing. They're on top of every single set of plays, and like it's gonna sound like bias, but when they're that clean, Schalke look unbeatable in Challenger Series right now.
Well, I'll give you some of the stats as to how clean they are. I've mentioned it a couple of times. They've only lost 8 turrets throughout the entirety of the EU Challenger Series split. They have taken down 64. They've not lost a Baron. They have taken 7. They've lost 2 Dragons and taken 14. That's pretty darn clean play, in my opinion. But while the players prepare for picks and bans for Game 2, we're going to take a quick break. We'll see you when we return in 210 seconds. Knighted away by Lulex, gets the root caller down as well, but here comes Pretty. Up towards the side, flash away by Lulex, but he's still going for it. Exhaust down onto the Ivan. One more auto is enough. Lulex caught out. Redemption comes down, trying to heal himself up. Has the blast going there. Steel caught out by Selfie. Has the flash. Daisy looking for the knock-up. Steel trying to avoid a sold around. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, but it's not enough as they take out Steel. Pretty's going to continue to chase in, but here's the Abyssal Voyage. Vander onto Pretty. Smitty J gets the stun. Selfie gets the kill. 2-0-1 on the cast.
Oh, that's a big crit.
Oh, he's dead. That they will. The curtain call opens up. Schalke looking for the kill on Noskera, and Smitty J is right there. He'll take that one. Mimic caught out as well as Smitty continues in with the aggression. Blast cone popped by Selfie himself, but Pinoy now caught out. Upset jumps in, gets the kill onto Pinoy. Curtain call comes down once again. Noskera gets swiped off the face of Summoner's Rift. Selfie jumping in onto Mimic. He's unstoppable. Schalke are unbeatable, and they're going to take the inhibitor tower. They'll go up towards the top lane as well. They've got waves pushing everywhere because this is Schalke. Lighted away by Lulex, gets the root caller down. Welcome back to the Challenger Studio for our final game of the evening between Millenium and Schalke 04. Now, Schalke looked devastating in the first game. I'm pretty sure I've said that every single week we have watched Schalke play.
You're going to need new adjectives.
I've got a list. I've got a list here. Do you want me to go through them? They looked destructive. They looked disintegrating. They looked incapacitating, dismantled the enemy team. It was a catastrophe for Millenium. They looked devastated and decimated at the end, dilapidated and bedraggled.
Wow.
Both battered and eviscerated.
All right, Dr. Seuss, you can calm down on this one.
I do not like them, Millenium.
Yeah, I was going to say there's no green eggs and ham on this one. And there was not a lot of real hope for Millenium in that first game, which is really sad because like Millenium have in Challenger, they've always been a strong team. You know, initially we said, okay, Millenium actually look like an LCS team all the way back this time last year. Yeah. And they got rocked, and then Summer Split was kind of okay for them. And now this split, they've looked good in some games, but they just don't look up to Schalke's level.
They look good when they get their composition, and and it works for them. I was a little bit surprised to see them go for a totally different composition against Schalke, who have been like so consistent. I thought they would have gone for something a little bit more comfortable on. Maybe we'll see them reversing back to their normal comp this draft, but we'll have to wait and see. And
as we narrow the the last amount of time before our sixth game of the day, as Schalke. You know, I'm looking forward to pick and ban phase on this one. Like, will it be the unorthodox, weird first pick Fiora, like blind pick Fiora, blind pick Ziggs?
I hope not. I hope not.
Not blind, but...
Just as the thing, though, if Millenium do end up losing this, the standings will be thus. Are you ready for this? This is great. PSG in first place with 12 points. In second place...
You mean Schalke?
Sorry.
Whoa, you scared me on that one.
Schalke in first place with 12 points. Second place will be Misfits Academy with 5 points.
Got it.
Everyone else will be at 4 points.
Good.
This is Europe. Welcome to Tiebreaker Central.
That's what it'll be. You'll have only 3 places in a 6-team group.
I know, right? First, second, and tie third.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, Schalke, if they don't end the day on 12 points, it's a surprise.
Yes, it is, in all honesty.
I know there's going to be Millenium fans that'll be really frustrated to hear that, but after game 1 performance, realistically, if Millenium pull out a win in this series, it is huge.
Yeah, and again as well, like we saw Schalke have a slow start to game 1 last week against Fnatic Academy. They were still able to win the game there, and then game 2 was over in 22 minutes.
Yeah, so that's true.
Schalke, they're very good at adapting their playstyle to who they're playing against, and I have to feel if Millenium go back to their normal composition, which is what I expect from them, because it's what they're comfortable on, Schalke will have worked out a way to unpick that lock. And they'll be able to play really early and aggressive, which is something Millenium struggle against with that composition, and they'll get caught out.
And that's my question now is like, where do you pick apart the composition? Because we had so much focus on top lane, and then there was this Renekton came out. And then do you take away the Ivern from Lulex? I'm not so sure whether that's actually that necessary.
Because if you give him Kha'Zix or if you give him Graves or Lee Sin,
like, I mean, Kassadin, you're not going to ban that. Like, you shouldn't ban that. Yeah. That would be almost a waste of a ban because the Talir will come out. We've seen so much out of Selfie. So maybe you have to try and put Upset and Vanda on something that's less comfortable. Take away the Jhin as well as the Varus.
You have to take away Varus, Jhin, Sivir, Ezreal.
Right, you can't take enough away.
Exactly. That's the problem with Schalke.
They don't get Tahm Kench. I was going to say they still get Tahm Kench. I like this takeaway. It's too good of a playmaking pick for Schalke.
And Ivan actually banned out here by Schalke themselves, so they decided they don't want to give that away to Steel, who has played it a couple of times.
Or they want to play a game with like LeBlanc,
Camille, Rengar, LeBlanc.
Yeah, you name it.
Somehow they get all 3 picks in the first rotation.
Yeah.
But we will have to see how Millenium react to this, because of course, as you say, it does leave up a lot more power picks later on. Who do Millenium not want to play against, I think is the question. Shen, once again, is the answer.
Yeah, I can see why you want to take away some of that presence over in the side lane again. Smitty J did an okay job on Renekton, but he wasn't the winning factor for that game. They won
it did
a lot
work out well for
them.
Like him being able to push back Mimic early game allowed, Mimic went low, which is what allowed Selfie to snowball because he got that first kill. It's going to be a Rengar ban for Schalke, so they've taken away 2 junglers thus far. Maybe trying to narrow the pool of Steel.
Yeah, I think Steel. They'll probably just end up going Graves or Kha'Zix. Or I hope
He's played a lot of Rek'Sai.
If he plays Rek'Sai, I'm not happy.
There's been a few times with draft that you haven't been too happy recently. Jace is the ban here for Millenium, and Schalke and Lafayette will decide what they want to ban away from Millenium to finish off.
Well, if they ban Varus, it means you got to first pick Jhin. Or
but Pinoy plays
Schalke
Caitlyn, yeah.
I know Pinoy plays Caitlyn, which will indicate that Millenium will go towards the composition that they've already run. But it's first pick priority here if you want it. In the last game, it was Ivern that was first picked. There's Graves, there's Lee Sin, there's Kha'Zix as junglers available, so you're not rushing to pick up one of them unless you really desperately want one. Oh,
there's LeBlanc and Camille up as well. Yeah, there's a lot of different options. As much as I agree with the Jhin being priority, I think Schalke will pick it with Camille up here.
Yeah, I think you go Jhin Camille here, and then you take your pick of the jungle matchup as your last pick.
Of course, Camille, we have seen Mimic play a good Fiora, so there's still that. Like we saw Camille go all the way through picks and bans last time.
They're not doing it at all. Likely, we'll see Selfie play Kassadin into this LeBlanc. It is a good-ish matchup
played it
for
week
the
one
Kassadin.
against Kinguin as well.
He played it and carried. It is available. They will ban it if they don't pick it in the first phase. If Schalke don't pick it, Millenium will ban it.
Schalke will be happy enough just to pick it after this rotation. Get Lulex's Lee Sin, Karma as well for Smitty J. They don't really mind too much about the Jhin at the moment. They know that Upset can play Sivir if they want to go towards that. Take the Kassadin next rotation. Millenium here probably looking at taking Jhin and a support.
Either that or the jungle matchup if they want to take the Kha'Zix here. Otherwise, Steel is going to get forced back onto something like a Rek'Sai from ban phase 2.
I think the problem is, though, right? This is me trying to think a couple of steps ahead. If you get past this pick without taking your AD carry, Schalke ban out Caitlyn and ban out something like Ezreal.
Yeah.
If you're not banning out the Sivir, Upset just first picks it, and then what AD carries you have to go back to?
Well, at the same time, then, we have to look at, like, Jhin would be available in phase 2.
But you ban Jhin.
Right, exactly. Like, I see what you mean. That Malzahar is an interesting one. There's the Kassadin we were talking about. So I actually think Schalke leave Jhin open here.
Okay, take it for themselves.
Yeah, I actually think you leave all the 80 carries. Okay, no, I think you do, but you don't. You don't at this point. You ban all of the 80 carries, apparently, because you're not confident in what Pinoy is going to do. So it has to be a Caitlyn ban.
Yeah, Caitlyn ban second. I think then Schalke pick up the Sivir first, unless Millenium realize this and decide to ban out the 80 carries themselves.
Unless Upset picks the Caitlyn is the other option.
Upset has been more comfortable on the Sivir than the Caitlyn, which is why I think it's probably going to happen. But this is going to be a very narrow AD carry pool when we get to the end of it. And there's the Caitlyn ban, so it's going to be a lot, probably Ashe, Ezreal, as the, like, if you're Schalke here, do you just keep up the Ashe yourself?
No,
Sivir's there.
So they ban Sivir here, as in Millenium ban Sivir here, so you just either get Sivir or, like, Millenium ban it away, I think.
Okay, and then Millenium pick up the Ashe probably for themselves?
Yeah, this has been a weird draft on, like, the pacing, but it does make sense the later we've gone into this draft. So I'm kind of waiting with bated breath. Okay, there's the Sivir. So where does that leave us? We're looking for a top lane and an AD carry for both teams.
So you leave your top lane counter for Schalke, so you get Smitty J that counter in the top lane. Camille is still up if Millenium don't pick a strong top laner. Having that last pick gives you that strength. I think you take Ashe.
My gut feeling is not Tristana, but Tristana pushes very effectively. I was going to say my gut feeling is unless you're knowing you can kind of destroy this matchup, you could pick Maokai into the top lane and play it safe.
But I don't think you need the AD carry counter, in all honesty.
No, I don't think you do either. But yeah, it's a very odd draft. We've got
Pinoy has played Misfortune before, and alongside the Malzahar, you nether grasp and then you chuck down the bullet time. It can work out incredibly well. So
it can.
He has locked it in now, so that's good. Top lane.
A lot of damage coming out.
That would be more damage. Maokai is what tells what in my heart.
But then you have so much magic damage on top of it. But I think it's fine. I think you pick the Maokai here. Smitty J will Camille into it. Yeah, Camille's actually open.
That's why you've left Camille all the way to this last pick, which is why the top lane counter is so important to me. I think you take Camille into Maokai. It's a pretty good matchup.
And you need something that wins. Otherwise, you've got Kassadin, you've got Ezreal, so you pick Renekton for winning top lane along the same vein. So this has been a weird draft. So Schalke,
it was a typical one to predict again.
Schalke theoretically lose the bottom half of this game.
Yeah.
Kassadin, Ezreal, not good early game champions. So if Schalke get a lead at 15-20 minutes, Millenium theoretically can't win.
Theoretically, that draft phase was meant to go very different as well.
Very differently.
I'm not sure how good our prediction has been.
Awful. I think we're like 0-20.
The middle two games, we were really strong. And then after that, it's kind of fallen off a little bit. But
like game 1 threw us already.
Yeah.
Like this
It's odd to see these lanes picked because Schalke do put so much priority on having pushing lanes and having winning lanes. Cassidin into LeBlanc is something we've seen them do before.
We have.
But with that, I would have expected them to take a pushing lane bot lane, which is why I kept saying the Ashe, because Ashe Karma is a relatively good push, even into Malzahar Misfortune.
Yeah, it is. And I'm a little surprised, as you said, that the Ezreal came through and it wasn't more of a winning bot lane. But with that much focus on AD carries, I think there weren't too many options. They've just gone like, okay, let's take a very defensive focused lane. Like, you're never going to kill Ezreal Karma. And they know that they can just outplay on the map because they did the last couple of times. So I think this is Schalke basically saying, okay, well, we actually just are a better team, so we'll pick later on in the game. It doesn't matter. We'll win this game early or late. It doesn't really affect us.
It has been evidence thus far that they are the better team all around. If you think they're going to take it 2-0, tweet at us with hashtag S04 win. If you think Millenium might equalize this series and take the first game Schalke have ever lost in the European Challenger Series, tweet at us with hashtag MILWin, and make sure you include the hashtag EUCS alongside that so we can see your tweets. Millenium need this win. If they don't win here, they put a lot of pressure on themselves next week to beat out their opponents, who are PSG. And PSG, of course, will be wanting to win that, because 7 points is definitely approaching that cutoff now. That's where you need to get into playoffs. It might be lower than that because of the draws that have happened earlier today. 5 points may be where we start to see it, but all of these teams playing for points, although Schalke have already got most of the points and now we're just playing for pride. Already sitting on that 10-point mark.
I love how Upset started the long sword. Just because. Doesn't really
it means you get your tier quicker. Oh, no, wait.
Exactly. It's
Should have started Sapphire Crystal.
At this point, he's already saying, I'm going Trinity first. Because it's going into Phage. Pinoy lost a lot of his health on that early trade.
Because it was so early, though, he can back before he needs to get back into lane.
It's all fine at that point. So Schalke, 2 losing lanes, with a third that will run out of effect later on into the game. But you kind of got that easy takeover point that we saw in the last game with Renekton, with Cassidin, where they will swap over their effectiveness, especially if Selfie picks up 3 kills again, like the last game.
But Mimic on a safer top laner now, not in the Fiora who's looking for those aggressive trades, on the Maokai rather, who can just be defensive. It's going to be a very interesting matchup, especially in that top lane, because they picked the Renekton deliberately into the Maokai. It was a conscious decision, and they think that that is what's going to win them this game, keeping it for that last pick.
But Malzahar Misfortune, bottom lane. High damage, high harass lane. Of course, this is Malzahar after some of the changes, so it's trickier to get a lot of the damage down that Malzahar offers, but it's still possible.
Oh, definitely. If you land a Malefic Visions on someone and put down a couple of Voidlings, those Zergs just roam straight over the enemy. Be devastating. Selfie's going to struggle early game, of course, ranged into melee matchup. We talked about it last time.
And that's the exchange, though, that he can punish. When Pretty W's forward, if you can hit him with the Q, get yourself the shield in response, and then trade back with W on, you can actually out-trade the LeBlanc, but it's going to be the farm game that things really get punished on.
Upset and Vander getting the push advantage in bottom lane as well. Vander using half his mana just to push up that wave. Norscarin and Pinoy hit level 2 second, which makes it a lot harder for them to get the push off, but now they're back at it. We'll have to see those double ups if they connect. That's a lot of pain that's going to stick on towards Upset until he heals it up, of course, with those 3 pots.
As Schalke try and settle themselves in the bot lane. I want to keep my eye on the junglers. Where is Steel headed? He just pinged on the top lane. There is a ward up there, so I don't think he's going to go aggressive.
Once again, we just see that exchange of Scuttlecrab vision. Lulex took bot side. Steel is going to be happy with the top side scuttle, and now perhaps looks for a little bit of an invade, just seeing perhaps If he can spot out where Lulex is, once again, we'll get a deep ward in. And Selfie winning the trade onto Pretty once more as he distorts straight in.
Oh, watch what Steel's going to do here. Lulex is going to run right past him. Now, can they collapse with Pretty?
It's dangerous though, because Pretty is half HP. Lulex jumps in, Sonic Wave connects, and Pretty has to flash. Follow flash by Lulex, can't get the kill as Pretty distorts away. And as much as Steel was waiting in the wings, he wasn't able to make his grand entrance. Gets caught out once again, and Selfie's around the corner. Steel's gonna have to try and flash, but I'm not sure he'll get away from Selfie. Oh! He cancelled the auto attack. Teleport came in by Mimic, perhaps. Oh, it wasn't Mimic, it was Pretty.
It's Pretty, yeah. Pretty's running teleport this game. Was able to come back to the lane, picked up that second Doran's. Oh, Selfie cancelling that auto. Thought it was already enough to get that kill.
He'll be kicking himself for that.
Yeah.
That's not the sort of mistake that we're used to seeing Selfie make. He's gone back, got a Dark Seal, but his flash is now burnt. Thankfully, got the teleport out of Pretty, got the flash out of Pretty as well. Upset's going to take a lot of damage from these Voidlings jumping in. Can, of course, Arcane shift away and then take them down as they try and chase him in.
Yeah, that's one of the benefits of Ezreal. Although that is a long cooldown, but look at how they're out-trading. There's more damage dealt to Pinoy in between the rotations of Norscaren's cooldowns. Then they're trading back onto Schalke. However, Selfie, no flash. Oh, he's overextended.
Gonna try and get away. Steel is here as well. Pretty jumps back. Selfie taken low. Tries to get the kill on Pretty. Just not enough. And first blood goes to Steel.
And that's where you can punish the Kassadin. If he's pushed up in lane pre-level 6, Selfie shouldn't have been there. It looks like he's just a little frustrated off not getting that first kill, trying to just recoup as much as he could mid lane. If he TPs back to this lane, you might see the same thing happen again. Wait, top lane.
Smitty J just trading onto Mimic. Will force him back. Has got the teleport up though, so can just recall and then TP back in. We saw this in the last game though as well. Millenium got first blood. Weren't able to convert it into too much. Oh no, yeah, they did get first blood.
This was the attempt. Selfie's trying to play this in the midpoint between Pretty's origin location and where he is there, because as soon as he was snapping back onto that pad, Selfie was looking to try and capitalize, but was only level 5. If he'd have had Rift Walk available, he would have been fine in that situation, but he did not.
It looks like Selfie will be level 6 soon though, so we'll have the Rift Walk to keep himself a little bit safer. However, still getting that first kill means that he can now get the Tracker's Knife and start to try and control the vision game. Vander doing exactly the same. Norscaren will be able to chase him out here, but the Inspire will keep Vander safe. Selfie caught out with the Ethereal Chains, his steal as well. Vander's just around the corner, they're going to jump in. Selfie's dead. Call of the Void. Vander jumps away with a flash. And Millenium collapse once again onto some poor decision-making from Schalke.
Yeah, at this point, Selfie has been just in positions that Millenium is punishing right now. And it feels as though Schalke are playing with the same confidence as the lead they had in game 1, where they actually can't afford to do that. You've picked 2 losing lanes, and those are the ones that are being focused to some extent, especially this mid lane. Schalke getting focused heavily, and Pretty hasn't picked up a kill. That's a difficult spot to be in. If they got some of these kills on the LeBlanc as well, that would be a fairly difficult game to come back in.
Even with the rework, LeBlanc still snowballs incredibly well. And actually what I really like from Millenium is the amount of focus they have put towards that mid lane, because Pretty burnt both of his summoners. Let's have another look at this. Vander caught out a little bit, and I thought he was going to be safe.
Yeah, and the real distraction there is that Norscaren's keeping Vander away from Selfie, because Selfie had moved forward in the lane. It was enough to easily pick him off. Unfortunately, it was Norscaren that picked up that kill. He would have liked that to have gone over to either Steel or Pretty, but hey, if Malzahar snowballs, that's okay. You get that Leandries and that Rallies. Slow everybody down.
This skin especially snowballs pretty well.
That was terrible.
It's the 6th game of the day. What do you expect from me? Upset taken quite low here. Vander chased away. Bullet time! Not quite time for either Vander or Upset to die, but they are forced away. Pinoy burnt his flash for that.
Steel's coming. He wants to end the streak.
Pretty's coming in as well. Upset's dead. Vander still looking for the final swing of his bangs. Gets the kill. Smitty J will get 1 in return, but that's the first kill on the board for Schalke. 8 minutes in and already they're 4-1 down.
What was it? Was it 74 minutes?
It was 74 minutes, and then however long last game was.
So it's been 104 minutes until that kill, give or take a minute or so.
Oh, Vander.
All the odd seconds on the end of it.
He died a Centurion at least.
Gets a card from the Queen. That's what happens in the UK if you make it past 100.
Don't miss position on Karma, please. One does not like it when you miss position on Karma.
I'm pretty sure we lock you in the Tower of London for an impression like that.
Do it.
Desecrating our own heritage at that point. As Millenium, so far, a devastating Schalke in the early game. This is a real different game to the first one, where it was Schalke that were taking the lead, pushing their advantage against Millenium. This time, Millenium have a much early game focused draft, much more early game focused draft, and looking to punish.
Yeah, and we'll see this once again.
Yeah.
So Pinoy flashes in, the heal comes out from Schalke to keep themselves alive, but it's just delaying, really.
Yep, just a matter of time, because from the jungle comes Kha'Zix. Steel wanted the blue buff, but realizes a double kill is way better for him.
And they get the exhaust out from Vanda as well, so it's a lot burn. Eventually, Smitty J cleans him up, which is great for the Renekton, but into a Maokai, that Renekton's going to start losing his efficacy as we get later into the game. He's about 20 CS up at the moment, though, so he's going to continue scaling probably until about the 25-30 minute mark. Yeah,
we'll continue looking to push his advantage. It is only a 700 gold lead, despite 4 kills to 1. There is that CS advantage. Jungle creeps also is in the advantage of, or are in the advantage of Schalke. But if first tower goes down, that would be a big swing over to Millenium.
And this is the swap we were talking about in game 1. We thought perhaps it would come out from Schalke. This time Millenium have realized they've got the winning lane in bot lane, but they haven't got the lane that can take the tower too easily against the Karma Ezreal. So they get tower. They've got 4 members here for Schalke in the bottom lane. They're going to get a tower in response, but first tower and perhaps some damage as well. Selfie has teleport, but no teleport for Smitty J. Means the Millenium can continue to push this in.
Yeah, this normally you'd think would end up as a dragon, but look at how the rest of Schalke have backed away to defend. Upset should be able to get this. Yeah, he will. There's one more auto on top. There we go. Gets it as the last minion dies.
So Mimic had to be really safe because he didn't know who could have still been around there. If he'd known, he could have actually gone really aggressive onto Upset there. Selfie jumping away, and Millenium going to get some chip damage onto this mid lane turret as well.
Watch Lulex on the side,
looking for the flank onto Steel, gets jumped on. Has to safeguard away. Schalke react okay to this, but they lost the turret and they lost damage on their mid.
Yeah, they lost tower first blood, so Millenium ever so slightly extend their lead. It hasn't gone up by much because that tower was traded in response, but if they get mid tower, this would be a big
Nethergrass bullet time, Selfie's done! Millenium coming up big this game. They've taken all the outer, they're looking for bot lane as well, taken 2 of the outer towers, they're looking for a third, and Schalke just look a completely different team.
Well, Selfie didn't respect the Nethergrass. Pretty, hang on.
Lulex going for the chase, kicks him back. Pretty gets onto Vanda, but Lulex will be able to kill him. Actually gives the kill across towards Upset. That's just overextension by Pretty, in all honesty.
Yeah, important kill going over to Upset here just to kind of regroup any kind of advantage they can. Teleport used by Selfie to hold the bot side tower push. Millenium, that was what they needed to open this game up. Mid tower plus the kill. They've really shut down Selfie early on, punishing this later game draft out of Schalke.
TP coming out by Mimic as well. Smitty J, of course, there's still TP on Pretty and Smitty, so try saying that one quickly. Millenium going to force back this. The problem with Pinoy is he's quite short range. Upset going forward once again. This is one of the problems with MF. She's great in lane because she trades really effectively. You've got bullet time later on if you can position properly, but she's quite short range. Steel's going to face into Smitty. Void Assault used right at the right moment, and Mimic comes in. Steel still goes down. Pinoy, not very much mana. Smitty tries to flash away. Mimic continuing the chase, but the Inspire will get Smitty away. Pretty, however, looking for Lulex. Going to chain him up and take him down. Jump all the way back to the red buff.
It's messy. It's messy from
What
both
is it with game
teams now.
2's stress?
Yeah, all of our game 2s today. The team that looked so good in game 1 have looked so bad in game 2.
I think, again, like, it's important to stress how well the other team has played.
Yeah.
Like, Millenium here, this, apart from the PSG game, which was a lot cleaner than this is the best performance we've seen against Schalke early game. Now, there is still a possibility, and a strong one at that, with Ezreal and Kassadin, that Schalke can come back and win this game. But Millenium have set themselves up to be the first team to defeat Schalke 04.
They have. They're in a good position for that. To be that first team to beat Schalke in Challenger Series here. It's an odd turn of events, but Millenium, this has looked way better out of them. But you have to then start thinking. Millenium need to snowball this. They're going to try and snowball now against Selfie.
Jump
half
in.
his health.
The problem is there's no way for Steel to get here. He was looking for the flank. The ethereal chains onto Selfie, though. Those are going to lock him up, and here comes Steel. Selfie looking for the red walk, tries to jump away, but cannot escape from Steel today.
Good. Continuing the snowball. Millenium focus on this Kassadin. Every single time they're catching him out, punishing Selfie for being way out of position. And he's 0-4-0. This has been an easily punished late game pick. Remember, this is orchestrated from picking LeBlanc in phase 1. They knew the Kassadin would come out as a response, so they pick an early game jungler to go alongside that LeBlanc, and they look to snowball heavily.
0-4-0, Kassadin not found on Summoner's Rift at the moment. Doesn't quite work because it's 4-0-4.
Yeah. See, the one you could have gone for was Schalke Null Fear. Well, it's Null Fear Null.
Nice. Oh, mate,
right
you should
now.
become a play-by-play caster with that
And
sort of
honestly, it's
punnery.
not just Null Fear Null, it's Null Spheres Null.
Oh,
the
Nethergrass onto Lulex. Pretty gets the kill. And this is great because Pretty, a few moments ago, you were saying, you know, he's 0-0-2. He's not had the best of early games because he hasn't got the kills.
Yeah.
Now got 3 kills under his belt.
Now he's in a good position to carry this game. Pretty and Steel can basically duo carry the game.
Steel chasing out Vander. Upset there as well, but the exhaust comes down onto Steel. Upset might be able to take him out. Norscaven joins the fray. Of course, no Nethergrass, but the Call of the Void does come down. Pretty now chasing off towards Smitty. Mimic there as well. Pretty's looking for the kill, but takes a massive kill. The Meek almost gets the 2v1. Smitty on a killing spree, shut down by Pretty. Upset
look at the cooldown.
has True Shot Barrage, might look for Pinoy though instead. Here it misses.
He was trying to predict a flash come through, but Pinoy had already used his flash. So actually that one could have just put it straight over where Pinoy was heading.
Vander's going to spot out Steel, but Steel might just trade straight back into him. Steel's got 4 kills. Upset's going for it though. Steel still has jump here if he wants to jump back in. Decides against it.
Oh, Vander. Smurfing in Challenger. I think that's the end of that tweet. Vander. So I like what he did. So Vander played the tricky play where he mantraed his W to get the health back so that he was not going to get insta-kill.
Waiting for Selfie. Call of the Void comes down. Norscaven didn't have it off cooldown, so probably wasn't waiting.
This game has gone all sorts of crazy. Yeah, so Vander was trying to get the health back so he didn't get insta-killed by Steel, and he did not anticipate after being isolated. Why wouldn't the Kazakhs just two-shot you?
Millenium still only sitting on those 3 outer turrets, though. We'll be looking to try and force a few more. I just want to say, of course, Schalke lost their 100% first turret ratio in this game as well, so no team now has 100% first turrets. Lulex waiting in the bush here. Pretty's used that Mimic. It's a difficult one, perhaps if the Maokai comes up. Ethereal chains onto Smitty J. Steel waiting around the corner, but look at the damage onto Pretty just from that single Calder Meek. Upset Nethergrass. Pinoy here as well. Upset trying to jump away. The Boiling's chasing. Bullet time will take him out. Selfie, however, can chase in. Vander's going to get caught out by Pretty. He's 0-3 now on this comment. Selfie can't trade into the rest of Millenium. Millenium are playing this incredibly well. Perhaps they are those giant beaters. Perhaps the Millenium curse lives on in the form of Schalke.
Maybe. I mean, we have to now look at this in the way that we were talking about Schalke at the end of Game 1. People expect them to relegate LCS teams. People think they're, one of the top, they're undoubtedly the top challenger team in Europe. Not with this performance, you don't. Like, this is a different Schalke to what we've seen. Maybe more akin to that PSG game where they fell behind. This is a disappointing Schalke that seems to have been way too cocky coming into this draft. They pick 2 losing lanes, refuse to play around them early on, and get heavily punished by mistakes by Millenium, who have shown up in this game.
The thing is as well, like if Millenium had been a bit more fortunate with their Drake spawns, and perhaps, say, it had been 2 Infernals, the fact Millenium have had the early game on lock would have given them so much more than these 2 Clouds will. Now, we can see here, Upset just gets caught out, doesn't realize.
No QSS. Like, at this point, you're 2 items in there or thereabouts. You've got to buy a QSS against Malzahar. You didn't pick a Tahm Kench because it wasn't available. You don't have anything that can deny that Malzahar. You cannot afford to do that.
Has gone Iceborne Gauntlet as well,
yep.
instead of going towards the Triforce that we thought he was going to. Gives you a little bit more kite ability against the LeBlanc, against the Kha'Zix, against the MF, who one of her main problems is her low mobility later on in the game.
I think that's fine. It was more of a throwaway line earlier when you started Longsword. I was like, maybe. You know, if that turned into a Triforce, everyone's
We've all done it. We've all tried to predict things. You know, Amplifying Tome definitely going in towards Proto.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That was good.
Schalke struggling now, in all honesty. They're only 3,000 gold behind, though. It looks
feels,
a lot more. It looks a lot more.
It feels so much further because the composition still needs time from Schalke. Still needs time to get back into this. Upset, he's at an okay point with 2 items, but he's not going to out-damage the LeBlanc, the Kha'Zix. Millenium just can continue to push their advantages.
Especially if they group up with Mimic. Without Mimic, they've got quite a squishy composition, in all honesty. You saw Steel getting chunked out by a Matrid in a flame there. And we can see Schalke's decision-making at the moment is just saying, look, we'll put Selfie in another lane, we'll let Millenium take what they want. But with 5 members, they might be able to take this inhibitor tower.
And without hard amounts of wave clear, high amounts of wave clear here, like you look at it, Kassadin can't do much without stepping up. Renekton can't wave clear without stepping up, and you're only relying on the True Shot barrage in that fact. And Schalke are going to start hemorrhaging more and more objectives. Like, Selfie's pushing, but they're going to lose an inhibitor tower here.
This is weak for them. Lulex there, the bullet time comes out, looking for the kill, can't quite make it. And here comes the TP in by Selfie. He has to jump away straight away. Nethergrass onto Smitty J, steal the front line. Selfie jumps in. Smitty J's low though, and Pretty comes back in once again, exhausted. Just about escaped.
So low.
Upset going for the chase. The True Shot barrage is huge. Mimic gets chased out as well and sacrifices himself. 2 kills for 1. Inhibitor tower down for Millenium.
Overextension from Millenium allows Schalke back into this game. The first kill goes over to Selfie, and they get another kill on Upset. It is still a win when you look at the damage done to the base of Schalke for Millenium. They still come out ahead from that, but they did just give over a little gold to Schalke, and that might be enough to be the basis of a comeback.
We talked about, we'll have another look at the replay and then I'll come to my point. So all this time, Selfie split pushing and then eventually realizes he needs to TP in.
And it's just at the right time as well because it's Mimic going in that forces the TP out from Selfie. You can see Smitty J just dives right onto Pretty, takes away half of his health, and that reduces his ability to impact this fight. If Pretty ever jumps in, he loses another half of his health, has to continue pulling back, and Upset with a True Shot barrage, Steel flashes out of the way of it. And Schalke could have looked to continue further on, but didn't want to isolate themselves by jumping forward on the Kassadin. But, oh man, that might be the play that turns around Millenium's fortunes for the negative.
Possibly. Maybe turns Schalke's fortunes back into the positive. We talked about ward control earlier on, especially about Vander being one of the lowest warding supports in the entire EUCS. The rest of its team very low on those warding stats. In fact, Upset is the only one who wards in the top of his group. Look at the coverage at the moment for Schalke. There's not much at all. Yeah. They have been forced back, but they've got a control ward, and they've got one really deep ward in the blue side, in the red side jungle for Millenium. Millenium have control of the majority of the map at the moment.
They do. Pretty is looking to try and get control of top lane. I actually think he's running out of ability to trade here against Selfie.
Oh, you say that. Oh, Selfie's going to trade back, though. Rift walks in. Pretty ethereal chains down. Selfie has the Zhonya's. Pretty might look for this. Lulex kicks him away. And that is a dead LeBlanc. Lulex jumps onto Pinoy, though. He's going to get taken out. Steel on a killing spree. Schalke looking for another turret. Smitty J is pushing in another lane. Has the TP up, though, if he wants to join Upset. Caught out. Nethergrass cleansed away. The QSS finally been bought on that Ezreal.
Yeah, he learned from the last time that caught him out that he needed the QSS. Schalke are just trying to maintain a push in one lane while defensively holding the other. This is a risky game they're playing. They're balancing on a knife's edge to keep in this game.
However, they maintain the gold at only 4,000. That's the difference between these two teams at the moment. It might feel like more. It's 7 turrets to 3. It should be more. It's 2 dragons to none. It should be more, but it's not quite. And at the moment, Millenium they haven't quite cracked the code. They're so close. If they got that inhibitor, you would think that they'd broken down Schalke's defensive, but Schalke still have this final line of defense.
Yeah, because if they had got that inhibitor, it would have spelled Baron. Mimic is trying to...
2v1 here. Smitty J and Selfie happily just trading into him. Mimic didn't realize perhaps that Schalke had 2 members here, and he's not going to be able to get away from this one for long. The rest of Millenium close in, but Smitty J and Selfie welcome the fray. Pinoy and Norskeren in an awful position, and Schalke find themselves 3 gifted kills. Able to collapse onto Millenium. Now Pretty and Steel seeing what they can do. Not really much is the answer.
And it's all gone wrong for Millenium. Now Pretty comes in. Lulex jumps right back out. Steel didn't quite make it to the position he was looking for. Schalke, again, look at the clean decisions. 15 seconds on the death timers. Millenium cannot really contend against this Baron. No TP wards in the pit. There's a couple around the back.
Does Steel just jump the wall and try and steal? Hasn't got flash. It would have to be a big play. He's going to get caught out. Selfie can jump onto him as well. That's what he's setting up to do here. Upset actually goes in instead. Pinoy, Pretty there as well. Selfie tries to take him low. Steel's so low though. Chains onto Selfie. Pretty's going to get caught out as well as Upset jumps the wall. Mimic teleported in. The Baron's going to go down for Schalke. And this is what we talked about. One mistake and Schalke just pounce.
Yeah, they're punishing, and now Mimic continues to just funnel into this fight.
The rest of Schalke just going to chase in. Here comes the bullet time, though. Does force them all low. Maybe Millenium could get something out of this. Smitty J's TP'd in. Realizes he doesn't want to face up into these 3 members of Millenium. The rest of Schalke back away, and now they've got Baron, and the gold is even.
Oh, it was looking so good for Millenium. It was looking so good. With the advantage they had from the early game, Mimic did not expect both side lane threats to be in that bush, and it was a slow kill, but looked pretty. TPs to the bot lane. Instead of trying to push out top, instead of trying to get anything here, they commit to saving Mimic and don't respect the damage that Smitty J and Selfie have on these 2 squishies. As Norsker and Pinoy fell, then Pretty and Steel get their health chunked through, and it was not enough to survive, and Schalke, now they have a Kassadin that's gone from 0-4-0, and he's just instilling fear in the hearts of Millenium.
Schalke engaging onto Millenium. Selfie comes in with a teleport, looking for the flank. Riftwalk is available onto Steel, would be the target. Lulex here as well. Force Pulse not going to land. And Millenium will back away. But it's the comparison between the 2 teams, because we saw Millenium continually pushing a wave. And Schalke would say, okay, look, we'll try and deal with you 4v5, or we'll have 1 person split push there. Mimic, just no respect for the fact there might be 2 people there, and the rest of Millenium try and collapse on it, rather than taking an objective on the other side of the map.
And now you don't have a lane that can contend in the side lane against Millenium. You don't have a Fiora against the Renekton. You have a Maokai, who will get pushed in and will lose that trade gradually. You have a LeBlanc into a Kassadin who is strong enough to deal with it. You have an immobile or low mobility AD carry against a high mobility AD carry, and a champion like Lee Sin that can catch out that misfortune and just kick it, and instantly the fight is over. This is an easy setup for Schalke once they start going out to the side lanes, but they're fighting over a dragon right now.
And Lulex isn't actually there to try and smite this one away. Steel tried to get in, it does reset. It's now the Infernal Drake that spawned. Obviously first 2 were clouds. But look at the damage. This is the problem for Millenium. They've got 1 tank, and the rest of their lineup is incredibly squishy.
There's a big wave bot lane that's pushing out. Look at Selfie and Smitty J. Oh, there's the tandem gymnastics getting over that wall.
As if Selfie needed more mobility.
I know.
This Kassadin. But yeah, huge wave pushing in. They're going to just look for it. And actually, you can see Norskeren realizing his team lacks tankiness. He's gone for the Locket of the Iron Solari over that Leandries or over that Rylai's.
Yeah, a lot of the time he'll pick up the Rylai's, but he's trying to just bestow more health onto his entire team with that AoE shield. Oh, where did it all go wrong?
I can tell you where it all went wrong when they all tried to collapse.
It was more of a rhetorical question at that point. It was in the bottom lane when they were trying to get the inhibitor, when they overpushed.
This is what makes a good team great, though, from Schalke. Like, we talked about how they always take advantages. They're very rarely behind. Only one game we've seen them behind, and that was against PSG. Now, they were miles behind. They were being devastated by Millenium, and they capitalize, and they catch out mistakes, and they play well around their other team's mistakes.
They capitalize. Some people will say it was a lucky break that Millenium pushed in, but you've got to catch it.
Yeah, and you've
got to punish it.
You've got to have 2 people bot lane.
Yeah.
You've got to set that up. You have to control vision so they don't know 2 people are bot lane. It's very easy to say that you're fortunate. You know, you see it all the time in solo queue, people being like, oh, it was lucky that you caught me out. It's lucky that you got that kill. It's like, no, controlled vision. Obviously, at my level, you don't do that because no one knows what a ward is. But Millenium now trying to recuperate, understand how they get back into this game. It is going to be difficult because they had a snowball in composition that now the snowball is just stopped rolling down that hill.
Yeah, realistically, they don't have a late game threat anymore, whereas Schalke have 2. And they are in a position to output damage. You can see how much Upset's doing. Ooh.
Pretty looking for the flank here. Does get the chains on towards Upset. Redemption comes down, will heal him up. Look at the Mantrid Inspire as well. Teleport in by Smitty J. He's just helping out his team. Meanwhile, Selfie's still pushing out that bottom lane. Upset is low, but he's going to jump forward once again. Lands the chains onto Smitty, but he's just going to slice his way away. Lulex, yeah, you've been spotted there, mate. Call of the Void. Call of the Q, perhaps, as Lulex looks.
Pretty's gone bot to clear it out. Now Selfie's coming around the backside of this fight.
Oh, Nethergrass onto Lulex, the engage. The bullet time down as well, but it's not going to connect. Selfie joins the fray. He's caught out. He's exhausted. He's going to get twisted advanced on by Mimic. He's in the back line, but the rest of Millenium just aren't there to kick away. Smitty J with the flank. Onto Pretty, takes him out. 1v1. Gets the kill. Smitty will fall. Pinoy manages to get the kill, but Mimic is still a strong front line here.
So low.
Schalke are also low. If only Pinoy had a bullet time. He's already used it this fight, of course.
If only Steel could get a reset here. He couldn't
so
jump
low
in.
On energy.
He doesn't have the evolved leap. So if he does jump in, it is a 1-kill, one-way trip.
A one-way ticket to the highlight reel of the EU Challenger Series. If you'd managed to pick up 2, it would have been, but they're not able to push down mid. And even though it's a 1-for-1 trade, Schalke will be happy enough with that. They didn't get the turret, but they managed to get out alive.
Millenium will breathe a sigh of relief that Selfie hesitated.
And was exhausted straight away.
And exhausted, yeah. That exhaust isn't available if there is another fight soon.
And of course, Pretty with the teleport. Worked out really well for them earlier on. Now puts him in a side lane where he can't trade with any of the opposing side laners. And means that he doesn't have the exhaust. He doesn't have that ability to shut down the Kassadin. Double exhaust into Kassadin is something you really want late game because of how much damage you can do jumping into your team.
And look at what Schalke have got. QSS on Smitty J. QSS on Upset. There's a Banshees on Lulex. So even though it didn't absorb that, he's still got the magic resist that comes through. Helps him to survive through some of this. This is where Selfie got exhausted, and now he's going to kill Pretty.
Yeah, Pretty's just dead. This is what we were saying, though. Yeah. Pretty cannot 1v1.
Nope. Pretty much impossible for a LeBlanc to 1 versus 1 a level 17 Kassadin when LeBlanc herself is only level 15.
Yeah, and now Schalke take the gold lead. 3 turrets down, and they're ahead in the gold. A lot of it being that 90 CS lead in the top lane, of course, and the 40 CS lead in the mid. Upset's just going to hop his way over this wall if he needs to. Doesn't even decide to do that. Very comfortable just standing around here. And with a 2,000 gold lead, Schalke starting to look to close out this game. It was very messy from them early on, but now it's a lot more decisive, a lot more difficult for Millenium to capitalize on any disadvantages.
And what a start Millenium had. It was good.
Perfect
hang
start,
on.
in all honesty. This is the Baron. Upset's had to jump away.
TP coming in from Pretty. I think Schalke just peeled back away from this here.
They might try to. Smitty J gets
Pretty's
onto North Gavin. Pretty's onto Upset. As you say, he kills him. The bullet time comes down, and Schalke will remember down as our Millenium. Pinoy kicked in the kill. The double for Smitty, but Pretty's still doing work. Schalke is so low. Mimic and Pretty trying to clean up onto Lulex. Get the damage down. The red buff is going to tick. Lulex somehow still alive. Millenium will chase him down. The final auto comes out. But still, it's a 3-for-3 trade, and Millenium don't get anything out of it.
3 for 3, Millenium got a little run around, so they couldn't clean everything up there. And again, this fight, that time the teleport paid dividends for Pretty. We were talking about how without the exhaust they couldn't really last through the Kassadin. Well, Selfie couldn't last through the fight, and Pretty had already found Upset on the top side of this engage. Look at how Upset has basically isolated himself from the rest of his team. Pretty comes in from the side, high movement speed, couldn't get through the damage, and Selfie forced to Zhonya's early and then jumps back and gets big damage down onto Pinoy and Steel, but cannot survive through the damage coming from the LeBlanc, from Mimic as well. And then it's just a matter of wasting Millenium's time here for Lulex. He knows he's not getting out of this alive, but buys enough time for Karma, for Renekton to get back.
Gold equalizes a little bit once again. Only 1,000 the difference between the two teams. Now there's a dragon on the rift, it's a mountain. Millennium will be dismayed that that wasn't up earlier on. Instead they've got the two clouds, but that does help with Pretty being able to get those flanks off. Renekton, of course, now 7-3-5 on Smithy J, but he falls off later on. Is this at what point is it that we will start to see him fall off? Because at the moment he's still a main damage threat for Millennium, for Schalke.
I mean, you still are seeing his actual impact fall off. He still can push out on the side lane, but Schalke have not played the side lane game. For the most part, they've had Kassadin go clear it out, Renekton go and clear it out. They've actually been moving with Renekton and Kassadin to the same side lane, which is an interesting choice.
It's how you catch out Mimic.
It's how you're trying to, chunk through that Maokai massive health.
Of course, Pretty doesn't have his teleport, and there are double teleports up for Schalke, so they can try and play around that. They're looking for this perfect split, in all honesty. It looked very much 20 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, like it wasn't going to happen for them. Millennium seemed to have this game on lock, but Schalke have come back into it after a couple of good plays. And now they're still trying to see if they can go undefeated in the European Challenger Series. A good omen for most teams. Look at Origin, look at Misfits Academy.
Yeah.
Something that usually spells that you're going to get into the LCS.
So, Selfie has bought himself a Rabidance. A lot of extra damage, and this against a team with double TP. They've seen Ezreal in the mid lane.
Ward comes down straight away. Smitty J is going to join the fray. Selfie, Rift walks forward. Millennium disengaged smartly, but the Voidling kept that Baron aggroed, and Lulex might go in for this. It's off towards the side. Smitty J still taking it up.
Half of his health.
Selfie steps into the pit as well. Mimic's still there.
I don't think
trying to distract. Upset's jumped on. Pretty jumps in, exhausted straight away. The bullet time up. Vander just about survives off towards the side. Smitty J on the back line now. He's down into the GA. Mimic trying to do what he can. Upset still alive. Steel tries to void assault in. Smitty J's dead now, and Millennium might go for the engage. Mimic has flash. If he wants to flash Twisted Advance, they might just turn their eyes back towards the Baron. Bait it out once again. There's the True Shot Barrage. Doesn't do too much. Norscaran gets kicked. Lulex jumps in. Selfie there as well, though, and Mimic tries to get the kill. Lulex dead. Selfie on Pretty as well. The Malefic Vision's not quite enough to burn through him. And Schalke escape round. So what was that?
Again, Schalke on the bad end of the fight.
Screw game 2. Just screw game 2, Stretch. We should have best of ones. Best of ones.
No, we're not going back. You can't take us back.
That fight was just chaotic once again. I think we're starting to see Smitty J fall off a little bit, because he was in that backline for a long time. Yeah,
I mean, he's against the Maokai. He's trying to deal damage against people who just kind of naturally can survive through. So the aim here for Millennium was take the first TP, and what that resulted in was Smitty J deciding that they still wanted to try and take the Baron, which is an interesting decision, to say the least. Then the fight ends up in this choke against the bullet time, and Vander is already out of the fight very early on. Smitty J, here's what you're talking about. Into the backline he goes, tries to get anything done here, but Lulex isn't enough to save him. And Selfie just needs to survive longer in these fights. It's very difficult for him to keep alive.
This was over-aggressive from Lulex as well. Like, they eventually get a kill, but Lulex does fall, and Selfie probably should have fallen as well. I think Pretty just mistimes his jump across the wall.
So there's a QSS for Selfie as well. QSS for everybody but Vander, because they don't want to get Nether Grasp in the middle of a fight. Upset. Ooh.
Jumped on by Mimic. Selfie still there. He's going to rip walk forward. The flank from Smitty J is coming out. The Nether Grasp used as well. Here's the redemption. Mimic jumps in, but the rest of his team are not there with him. Still has GA. Millenium will look for the reset of this fight if they can. Smitty J with the Malefic Visions on his face. Schalke trying to re-engage. There's the bullet time only on Smitty J. Pretty kick back. Here comes Lulex. Selfie jumps in as well. Pretty back up towards the side. Benoit's on a killing spree. Upsets down as well. But Millenium are getting swept away by Schalke. A triple for Selfie.
Schalke are able to just power through the fight, get the ace, and they might just be able to push this through. This game started 0-4 and 0 for Selfie, and he's 9-5-9.
Welcome to Kassadin. He's got that now that he's got the Quicksilver Sash, he's got the Zhonya's, he's basically unkillable unless somehow you manage to catch him out. They're going to go for the inhibitor. They might even go for the game, as you say. 20 seconds remain on Norscarin, and Selfie will melt through these turrets. Smitty J tanking it up as well, perhaps not the target they'd want. Now get the first Nexus tower down. 10 seconds on Norscarin. Selfie still going for this one. It looks like Schalke and Nulfir will be able to secure themselves at the spot at the top of the table. 2-0 versus Millenium, and still undefeated.
But how close was it? Schalke scraped their way back into this series. It was close fight after close fight to keep coming back into this game. And I mean, in the end of all things, the late game composition pays off because they drag the game, stall it, slow it late on until the point where this Kassadin can take over. And Schalke, 8 wins, 0 losses in Challenger Series this split.
It's impressive in all honesty, but I think you have to, if you're Schalke at the moment, if you're sitting there in the room, you have to say that was a poor performance. And you have to think, if we were playing up against Unicorns, if we were playing up against G2, if we were playing up against Misfits, the normal Misfits, we would have lost that game because they would have just snowballed it better. Millenium, I really want to give credit to them because we talked so much before these picks and bans started about them being a cookie cutter composition. Neither of their comps fitted into what we thought they'd go, and they played that game incredibly well. Even game 1, they played pretty well until they got... It went out of hand for them.
It was better for Millenium in game 2, certainly. They just the one overreach in bot lane, trying to get the inhibitor, couldn't really secure it for themselves and gave away a couple of kills. That was the beginning of Selfie getting kills. And from there, Selfie just kept getting kills in fights, only died one more time throughout the game, despite being heavily camped early on. It was that was a tough game for Millenium to take.
Today has been a lot of tough game 2s, and you have to look at it like PSG managed to get their first 2-0. We had a draw in the first game of the day. It has been an incredibly action-packed day of League of Legends. I really enjoyed watching it, and it means that next week every single match is a decider match for us. We'll have to see who's able to win out matches and who's able to get up towards the higher points of those standings. But coming back to this once again, is this Schalke showing us that gods can bleed? Is this Millenium showing us that you can make a dent in this Schalke armor?
I think so. I think it's Schalke showing us that they can be overconfident, that they do make mistakes, and that they are punishable. But you've got to punish them and punish them quick, because they will turn back around any mistakes you make too.
Well, after a night of frivolity on the Rift for our challenger teams, here's where they stand. Schalke still undisputed champions of the European Challenger Series in first spot with 12 points. Misfits Academy have 5. Fnatic, Millenium, Paris Saint-Germain and Team Kinguin all sit in tied third with 4 points. And it's just, it sets us up for such a great week next week.
It does, and when we look at the matches that we're going to have for next week, it's our final matches of the group stage. Look at it, Millenium, PSG, they're all fighting for that tied spot. Schalke face Misfits Academy to try and have a perfect split, or we'll see whether the Misfits can extend their lead on the group. And Fnatic Academy versus Kinguin in a match that pretty much will be for the last playoff spot.
So here's an interesting one for you, right? If Misfits lose to Schalke 04, which is expected, and both the other games draw, we will have Schalke at 15 points at the top of the table, and then 5 teams tied for second place with 5 points. And that's not beyond the realm of possibility, in all honesty. Fnatic, Kinguin, although now Kikis and Amazing are there, maybe Fnatic will be able to overpower Kinguin, although if Tabasco has a good performance, they might head it off. PSG, Millenium, PSG look really strong this week. Could be 1-1 as well.
We love ties here in Europe. So what better than 5 teams tied?
Yeah, five
we'll
teams
find out next week.
We will find out next week, but it's time for us to close the client here on the European Challenger Series. On behalf of myself, on behalf of Stress, on behalf of the whole broadcast team, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next week for more up-and-coming European League of Legends goodness. Cheerio. Amazing separates off towards the side, inhibited down as Kikis takes it out. Rales unleash power onto him, Misfits are going to chase away Fnatic Academy. The curtain call comes down, but Kozku gets jumped on. Clyde's dead, Misfits Academy have disengaged from Baron. Yuki kicks him in, Kikis is on the Nexus turrets. Amazing's going to die, but Kikis is going to get 2 Nexus towers out. Fnatic collapsing in for 4 different sides, and they'll take out one. Brightstalker caught away to the side as well. Ooh. He's dead. Petrifying gaze though from Kozku, exhausted straight away. Misfits Academy running for the hills, but I'm not sure they get away from the Fnatic professorial squad. Misfits Academy, the students. Fnatic Academy, the teachers, and they're teaching them how to get killed. Brightstalker, it's a smite fight. Kikis tries to get onto the back line. Amazing now taking up the Baron. Kikis with the Hexagon Ultimatum, he's dead. And now it's a 4v5 and Misfits can try and re-engage. Straight in, Yuki dead. Clyde's gonna go down as well. Niski has to make a 1v5 play. Amazing there off towards the side, can't get in, can't engage, can't join the fray. He tries to jump on towards Yuki, but he's dead. Niski's dead, Fnatic are dead, and Misfits will take the win.
Oh, he got him!
Oh, that was beautiful. But the Baron is low. PSG
that's
sniped away. Dead. The Baron goes down. White Knight gets it, but PSG are getting destroyed. Decimated, melted away in the pit. PSG get out with only 2 members. 1 member left alive. It's only White Knight. And now he has to defend versus 5 members of Kinguin. What a wave going in. Oh, Woolite, he's got engaged on. Explosive cast. Kyrie takes him out. Now Sebex the target as Kyrie jumps in. Kyrie survives as well with the shield. White Knight takes the kill, a killing spree for him, and Kinguin are running for the hills. They need to escape because otherwise PSG can just push down. PSG will go 2-0 up versus Team Kinguin.
Ooh, that's a big crit.
Oh, he's dead. That they will. The curtain call opens up. Schalke looking for the kill on Noskera, and Smitty J is right there. He'll take that one. Mimic caught out as well as Smitty continues in with the aggression. Blast cone popped by Selfie himself, but Pinoy now caught out. Upset jumps in, gets the kill onto Pinoy. Vander's going to spot out Steel, but Steel might just straight back into him. Selfie, he has to jump away straight away. Nethergrass onto Smitty J. Steel the front line. Selfie jumps in. Smitty J's low though, and Pretty comes back in once again, exhausted. Just about to escape.
So low.
Upset going for the chase. The true shot barrage is huge. Mimic gets chased out as well as sacrifices himself. 2 kills for 1. Inhibitor tower down from Millenium. Norscaran gets kicked. Lulex jumps in. Selfie there as well though, and Mimic tries to get the kill. Lulex dead. Selfie on Pretty as well. The Malefic Vision's not quite enough to burn through him. Here's the redemption. Mimic jumps in, but the rest of his team are not there with him. Still has GA. Millennium will look for the reset of this fight if they can. Smitty J with the Malefic Visions on his face. Schalke trying to re-engage. There's the bullet time only on Smitty J. Pretty kicked back. Here comes Lulex. Selfie jumps in as well. Pretty back off towards the side. Benoit's on a killing spree. Upset down as well. But Millennium are getting swept away by Schalke. A triple for Selfie. Schalke Nulfear will be able to secure themselves at the spot at the top of the table. 2-0 versus Millennium and still undefeated.